Attention Dallas, Texas. The Trailblazer Poker Tour makes its first stop of 2025 at Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social Las Colinas from January 21st through February 3rd. 21 big events including the $400,000 and the $1 million guaranteed multi-flight no-limit hold'em tournaments, plus PLO and hold'em high roller events. For more details, visit texascardhouse.com.
All right, hello, everybody. TCH Live tonight. We got a special night tonight. We are doing a 5-5-10 Big O game tonight, and I'm actually joined by a renowned poker author and poker player, Mr. Greg Vail. Welcome, Greg.
Thank you.
So Greg's going to be doing the commentary tonight and help us out with 5-card Big O for you guys that are normally Hold'em players or even PLO players. We've gotten some requests for folks wanting to learn a little bit more about Big O, and that's why we brought Greg in. We'll be promoting a website and some material of his, but we're excited for tonight. We're going to start off with a bomb pot, of course, and we'll do some player introductions, but we're going to get right to this hand, which is a bomb pot. And we've got Chin is dealing for us.
Check, bet. 75. Call 75. Call.
This is a common thing in Big O games. A lot of places do double board bomb pots. Some places do revert to high only bomb pots, just a PLO 5 hand. Some places do double board Big O. Everywhere is different. Some do ultimate high, ultimate low. But this is common for especially games in Texas. Bomb pots are now ubiquitous across the poker market here.
Absolutely.
They are starting to catch on in other places around the country. Not sure how I feel about that, but opinions are very polarized on the bomb pot topic.
For sure. Played my first bomb pot ever right here in this room. Had no clue what it was all about. You learn quick, though.
Yeah, and that's, like I said, opinions are mixed on this. My personal and professional opinions are different.
Right.
I think, personally, I love them. They're great. Whoever invented them did so with the intention of getting people to play hands they're not comfortable with. Getting them involved post-flop in weird spots. And, but the other side of the coin is people lose money in things they don't understand, and amateurs and beginners don't particularly care for them. They don't, some don't understand them. But they can be very lucrative. But again, like I said, professional and personal opinions are totally different on this one.
For sure.
Yep.
Just from a personal standpoint, I mean, I've seen people, really step on some landmines out there at the bomb box.
Yeah, and that's one big argument against it is that, you can really ruin a day.
Or kill the game
Yeah, you can kill the game sometimes. Sometimes a lot of people have everything, and then it just all gets in, and everything changes in one card. And, 4 or 5 stacks change hands, and that's the end of the game. And you can argue that that's not good for the game, but then you can also argue that the action is unparalleled, usually, and so that is good for the game. But again, opinions are mixed on this one, so I've ran into a lot of people with some strong opinions on both sides of this one.
Is that quick enough for you, Jeremy?
But generally speaking, the bomb pots at the beginning of the game are very civil,
Absolutely.
Quite civil to start.
We'll see who's still in this hand. I did see somebody had flopped a boat on that bottom board. Bottom meaning closest to the dealer there.
So one.
Yeah, there was a little bit of a hiccup with reading the cards here on this first hand
I'd
bomb pot. So
yeah, I'd imagine so. The scanners don't like multiple boards and multiple cards and weird burn patterns.
Yeah, and when you got the extra card needed to deal double board,
right,
all the burns, we know it was chopped between our 5-seat and our 6-seat. So
yeah, that won't be the main staple of the stream, so that's all right.
we do have 52 people already joining us, which is great. We're streaming on Kick, Twitch, X, and Facebook, and of course the almighty YouTubes. We got Joey Pigtails and Amanda Chang joining us already. Again, I've got Greg Vail commentating with me. I'm Eric Van Loozen, and we're in for a fun night tonight, playing some Big O, and we're going to get right to our first Big O hand now.
This is a 3-blind structure, not uncommon in pot limit games. Some places choose to put that third blind on the button with optional straddles. In this case, we're doing the more traditional PLO route of doing the third blind under the gun. This generally, again, opinions range on this one. I don't mind either way. It's a bigger advantage to have it on the button, but it's better for the game to have it in front. Just depends on your opinion, which what you prefer.
Like Mississippi. Are you talking about like?
All right, Amanda says
Yeah,
go,
yeah,
Greg.
the ultimate, yeah.
Hi, Amanda. So for those not familiar with Big O, one of the biggest draws that attracts both better players and action junkies is that somebody has everything all the time. You know,
Absolutely.
It's every hand you're gonna have at least one flush draw, and a lot of people make a lot of hands, so the action is generally unparalleled. You know, it's kind of like the difference between going from Hold'em to PLO. You think the action is insane. Well, Big O is to PLO as PLO is to Hold'em.
Right.
And so it can get quite crazy. So Sam took the lead here with a premium hand by any definition. Flopped her nut low, and she's going to be able to push the action here, going to get half the pot guaranteed.
Yeah, and she just takes it down outright, looks like. And again, you mentioned nut low. She had the ace 3.
Yep.
Remind everybody who may not be even familiar with a low. What is a low?
So this game is played with 2 individual pots, the high and the low. Both have the same value. Neither is worth more than the other. And the high is just like any poker hand. You know, the best hand wins. You have to use 2, mandatory. You cannot use any other combination. 2 in your hand, 3 in the board. The low is just your 5 lowest unpaired unique cards, with the nuts being a 5 low, a wheel, ace 2, 3, 4, 5. And it starts from the top card down. So if the board is 8, 7, 3, the nut low is an ace 2. That is an 8, 7, 3, deuce, ace low. And on that last hand, the board was, 6, 5 deuce or 6, 4 deuce, something like that. The nut low would be an ace and a 3, which would be a 6 low.
Right. And you always count from the top number
the highest
down.
card down. Yeah, we do.
A lot of people struggle with that when they're reading the board sometimes. That's tough for some people to see.
Right. It looks more complicated than it is. It's just counting. It's just counting from the highest card down.
And then in 5 minutes, it's gone. And I just,
So
I was a
Steve-O
baby.
opens
I
with
couldn't, as soon as I busted out, I went to the restroom.
a standard good rundown hand here with an ace 2 and a bunch of paint cards.
I
Becca's going to take this flop from
emotionally
the
tightened.
button with a speculative
And
hand, but could
there's
turn out to be a big one.
1158
This would be kind of like the equivalent of like 2 8s or 2 7s in Hold'em.
It
You're either gonna flop something really good, or you're gonna get right out.
And me and
Kevin's
my
in there with
boyfriend
another
got,
ace 2 combo.
of 1158, I got 11th, he got 7th. Yeah, and never were on the same table.
Both the ace 2s flopped the nut low.
That's crazy. I
But looks
know.
like
I'm so
Kevin
mad.
has the nut flush redraw. Becca's still in front with a pair of kings with the high, but she's not going to be involved in this one, I bet.
But as soon as I
Both players are
got
going to like
chip
this
lead, I was
flop.
like,
Both
oh my
players
gosh, it's happening. And then I'm like, oh my
believe
gosh,
they have
it's
got
not.
what they're looking for. Becca gets out of the way, rightly so, with her ace 4, which is the second nut low in this situation.
I never think those kind
Becca
of
is skilled enough to know that the player opening is generally going to have
Yeah.
a better low hand than she had there.
Like I remember, I was like,
So
I don't
Kevin
know if
does
there's a
make
live
the
stream for the tape
ace
for
high
the
flush
tournament,
on a
but I was
paired
like
board.
about
It
to
is
ask, but I was like, no, I'm not
nowhere
gonna-
near
I'm
the
not
nut
gonna
flush.
assume I'm making the final tape.
But making this hand and checking is quite sneaky.
And I did.
Going to go with the call here. The green light was given to the 9 high flush and the nut low to bet. This is actually a pretty sneaky check with the ace high flush.
I haven't looked and seen what's going on. Yeah, I
Checking
haven't.
again to try and get his opponent to value on himself.
Oh yeah.
He's going to do just that. So easy, quick call. It's going to take 3/4 of this pot.
Yeah, again, both players with nut low there, the ace deuce, and both players with a flush. But Kevin has the ace high flush. Like you said, not the nuts.
Not the nuts, not
There
even
was
close.
a way that he could have gotten the worst end of it.
Yep, any full house plus an ace 2 is going to be getting 75% of the pot against another nut low. This, again, is quite normal. Kevin took the low variance line there. He could have chosen to punish his opponent for a ton of money. However, if he does so, and he gets 3-bet, it's generally going to be like an ace 2 3 5 or ace 2 3 6. It's going to be full. So taking that aggressive line would essentially turn his hand into a kind of a quasi weird bluff, which is not optimal. So you're going to see that a lot. And for those of you out there that think, what the hell did he just say? That is what attracts people that are, that consider themselves poker players, not just
Right.
I play cards, but really enjoy the subtle nuances and the complexities of a game. This game is to regular poker as chess is to checkers.
Yeah.
It's extremely complex. And that's why I love it, just because it's, it's like trying to get good at golf. You're never going to master it,
Right.
but you're sure going to try.
No matter how good of an
No matter
athlete
how
you
good you
are,
get.
it's a totally different, muscles and everything that you're using. Mental game, same thing with poker. A lot like chess, you know, a lot of chess players, and I've met a lot of people that play magic cards. You know, they end up in poker because of the strategy.
It's a good analogy.
Yeah.
And here's a super premium hand from McGann. I'm going to try to continue to pronounce her name right, McGann.
Yeah, it is McGann.
She's going to go ahead and limp from early position. I don't care for it, but this is a common thing in Big O. A lot of players do not like to get exposed early in the hand. Again, I don't agree with that, but it is a common line.
And another player here had aces as well. Of course, in PLO, they're potting and repotting with aces. This is a little different.
This is very different because one pair, you're taking one pair up against 25 unique cards or 20 different cards. You're just this game is not won by one pair hands.
Right.
You have to make bigger hands than that. So in this, we are now seeing the reason why I don't care for this limp from early position is allowing Becca to play a highly speculative hand and flop the things that she needed. That should kick in some action here. Becca's probably going to pot this with her two pair here. She's going to force, again, to continue drawing. That 3 didn't change anything about the established high. She's going to go ahead and peel here with the full wrap on the low and a gutter on the high. She's probably also unaware that an 8 and a 3 will win her the pot too. Or, I'm sorry, an 8 will, not a 3.
Low does come in.
Low does get there.
Top 2 pair.
Yep. Again, missed her opportunity there to bluff for half. She goes ahead and pots out into Becca. Becca's going to have a really hard time making that call with 2 pair, and therein lies the skill right there. Is that was an ability that McGann had to steal this pot with no risk.
Right.
And to take half that pot, I call that free rolling a fold, because if she gets called, she chops. If not, she takes the whole pot. So her ceiling is 100%. Her floor is 50 if she bets. There's no risk there.
Yeah, very tough for Becca to make the call.
Very tough there. Yeah. Very tough, especially since the Jack-9 front door straight draw got there too. So a hand like Queen Jack-9 just beat her.
Right.
And so therein lies the skill. It's to stay with the chess analogy, doing things early in the hand sets up your end game later.
Okay.
So if McGann had taken a different line, any different line, there were options there for her to steal this pot with no risk on the river.
Great.
And don't we all love bluffing when you have no risk of getting caught?
Yeah, and for those that think that you can't bluff in this game, I think we'll see as the night goes on, and you'll be able to give us some insight on spots where you can bluff.
I have a chapter in all 4 books entitled Bluffing, because bluffing in this game is an art form.
Yeah.
And you absolutely can, because you should, and if you don't, you're
missing out,
You're
right?
missing out, yep. There is a lot of spots to bluff, and the cool part is a lot of times you're not risking anything. Like that last hand we saw there, there's plenty of opportunities if you can find them to to bluff with 0 chance of loss.
Well, again, this is Greg Vail in the booth with me. I got his website, doublesuitedpoker.com, up in the chat. We'll be talking about some of his literature that he's got out and some of the resources available to you folks that are wanting to learn and master this game, Big O.
There is a juicy card if I've ever seen one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you see this a lot on a board of like 1 high and 2 lows with his flush draw. A lot of players do not care to put a lot of chips in there until we get that turn card, and all hell can break loose on a card like that. Now that we have 1 straight, we have nut low, nut flush draw, all kinds of things going on here. Uh-oh. 8-6 just got there. So now Steve-O's going to make nut. He's going to have it both ways. He has the best high and the best low. He's going to try and get as much money as he can out of it, which he believes is a full pot size bet. If there was another nut low involved, that would be a bet that's going to get called. And he's going to go ahead and pay this off. He's going to make a small mistake here, but he believes that he's going to probably believe that Steve-O was betting a nut low combo, and that didn't change his high. He just happens to cooler him.
Yeah, so the 6-8.
Not really that big of a mistake on Jeremy's part. It's a reasonable one. He has to have a very specific setup of cards that includes an 8 and a 6 and an ace-2. Jeremy knows that a 4-card perfect scoop, that is very difficult to have 4 perfect cards. Just ran into it.
Albert H. chiming in saying he's only watched Big O a couple of times and saying he wishes there was Big O where he lives. Well, you would be surprised, and Greg can probably help out a little bit. Found out he's played quite a bit of Big O across the country, so there may be a place to play it where you are. Where are you, Albert?
Start a list. Just start a list.
Start a list, yeah.
Start a list. Just having it on the board helps.
Absolutely. Rebecca has a game here twice a week, and we'll put the flyer up for that as the night goes on. Definitely trying to get more interest for Big O and some other mixed games.
All right, Todd's going to come in for a raise on the gun here with a speculative ace 3 through 3 4. The benefit behind playing this kind of a hand is that if he happens to make the nut low with his ace 3, there's only going to be one other one available.
Absolutely.
I believe that's a bit too speculative from under the gun, but that's okay. Nobody really got a piece of that.
Now the draws come in.
Yep, now somebody's going to be making a pair with that every time. But you do see this every now and then in Big O, is that when we have a lot of wet boards and people aren't there yet with 5-card hands, you generally aren't going to get a lot of action until a 5-card hand is available. This is a good bet by Becca. She does not need to be full to make this bet, but knowing there's only one other ace out there and somebody opened into the gun and checked 3 times, there's a good chance he's not going to continue. So even though Becca did have the best hand, technically, she probably believed that was kind of a bluff, so well done. Well played, Becca. A safe, low-risk bluff, even though it was the best hand.
Todd doesn't even think about it with trip aces, just lets it go.
Right, because he has an ace and can't beat one. And, you know, there was still 3 clubs out there, so any flush did beat him as well.
Mighty Hammer joining us. What's going on, man? Hope you're doing well up there in Idaho.
Oh, there's lots of games in Idaho. Lots of games in Boise, yeah. I have multiple students in Boise, actually. Yeah, lots of Big O in Boise. You just got to look for it.
And Albert H. saying he plays at Encore in Boston.
Oh, only have No Limit and PLO, yep. 5-card Hi-Lo is a niche game.
Like you said, start a list.
Start a list.
Get some folks interested. Teach them what you learned here tonight from Mr. Greg Vail.
You know, it's like just anytime you can get some random people, like.
Okay. So Becca's going to open under the gun and take that one down. That is. Oh no, did she get called? She got called.
She did.
She got called. She got called by the big blind.
Safe to say there's no low draw.
There will be no low draw here. It's a mandatory C bet from Becca there. Generally speaking, when a big blind calls there, a bunch of three paint cards is generally not a good board for the person calling. It is a good board for the person betting and raising, because they're going to have an ace in their hand most of the time. Just need 110, make it the nuts.
There you go, another pot going Becca's way. And let me put up that flyer real quick for y'all. If you're interested in playing this game, Rebecca Thompson there in our 7 seat does have a game that she hosts here on Sundays and Tuesdays starting at 1 p.m. There's her information there. If you show up on time, you get your first hour for free. So really trying to grow this game. It's always a lot of the same faces, but really good time. And obviously Becca's a real treat, ambassador for our club. So come on out Sundays and Tuesdays, play some Big O.
Oh, gotcha.
Have you heard it called Congress anywhere else? Is that just kind of
That's
Texas?
just a local northern Texas, southern Oklahoma thing.
Yeah.
I don't know why they continue to insist that that's what the game's called. Not. It's called Big O everywhere in the world. The World Series, WPT. It's called Big O. We can stop.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you guys gotta rip that Band-Aid off. You guys being the Texas people, you gotta rip that Band-Aid off. It's just not what it's called.
Well, that, I think, could sway some people not to play it, right? Most people don't really like their congressmen and women,
yeah, and why name something after an entity that nobody likes?
Exactly. Big O it is.
So here we go. This is a little more standard of your normal Big O games, where you take multiple players with half the deck going to the flop. So 5 ways. This is a more typical example of a standard Big O hand, if you will. It's a raise and a lot of calls. So again, we see this 1 high and 2 lows. You don't see a lot of chip bets go in on boards like those. When there's a lot of draws, you don't want to get check raised by a set brick and then have to get call the whole stack 2 to 1 on the turn. So that is fairly typical.
Seeing a couple of ace 3s for lows. Yeah, at this point, just a draw.
Yeah, Becca correctly assumes that her kings up will be the best hand when nobody bet the flop. That is a correct assumption. There is a card that does not help anybody. If Becca checks here, I suspect Sam will take this pot away. For those of you who say you can't bluff in Big O, watch this. Even though she is betting with the small end of the straight, she does not want to get check raised here, and will take that down. She's going to make that bet whether she's got a small straight or not. You know, if she's got ace-3, 10, 10, 6 in her hand, she's going to make the same bet.
Yeah, and unlike Hold'em, that's not really, she's not going for value there, right? She's trying to take the pot away.
Yeah, if she wants to go for value, she's going to make a smaller bet. She's going to make a down bet and make a, try to get called by aces up or two pair, or not aces up, kings up rather, and two pair. But that's a bet that she's going to be bet folding. So if she gets raised, that's an easy fold. But she and Becca know each other, so that's not a common line that Becca's going to take. Sam does know this. To bet on the come and then check when you get there just to go for one check raise, it's not a very common thing to do with a transparent straight. Sam knows this, so she's going to try and go ahead and make that bet. And maybe Becca tries to sheriff her.
Okay.
But yeah, Sam's every bit professional. She knows what she's doing. 3 of those at the table, by the way. Sam and Becca absolutely know what they're doing. One of the best players I've seen out there, probably top 3 I've ever played this game, is Jeremy right there in the red.
Nice. That Jeremy, a staple in this room, plays Big O. Anytime we have a game, he's here at the table.
Yep, he and I are usually in lockstep with just about everything on this game. He's a fantastic player. He's every bit as effective as I am.
Chocolate bar.
Steve-O comes in there with a strong hand again, and looks like we got one dumpster fire hand in there from the blinds.
135.
Yeah, or who is that? Oh, yeah, with the 10, 10, 9, 6, 6. Generally not a hand you want to be playing for a raise in any position.
No, false.
The JP's going for a $135 bet when he flops the ace-3. A little bit strong, not going to get action from a lesser hand.
Yeah, big flop for him. And like you said, the 10, 10, 9, 6, 6, that's your only hope is to hit some sort of full house.
Yeah, you make a full house with the sixes. It's either not going to be the nuts or you're not going to get action, or it's going to be for half. Right. Yeah, that's a highly speculative. It'd be like taking a 8-4 offsuit maybe and hold them. It's insanely speculative. They really shouldn't be calling raises with that. We shouldn't be completing into the big blind with that.
Gotcha. All these players tonight bought in for somewhere between 1,000 and 3,000. So you'll see the stacks there at the bottom. Of course, it is a game where there are a lot of chop pots, but hopefully by the end of the night we might have a couple clear-cut winners.
Jeremy coming in for a raise here. Double suited premium here. Ace-2, 6, 7, jack with nut clubs. Again, is going to take a flop. Going to call that raise with a 1 key card hand. She needs an ace to make the nuts no matter what. She has to flop it. Has to flop an ace. The chances of that happening are about 23-ish%.
I'll remember to push them at you.
So she will not be able to continue. She cannot make the nut low without an ace on the board. There it is.
Yeah. Now there's hope.
There is hope. Okay, the problem with taking a flop with calling a raise with a 2-3 combination is it is likely to run into an ace-2-3, which has you in trouble. That's exactly what we're seeing here. Not to say you should never do it, but that is one of the downfalls. It's like drawing to a 7-high flush and hold'em. Every once in a while, you run into a jack-10 of suited and just pay off the better hand.
Check. Check.
Check, check. That's good. Both players like that. First person to bet at this one's going to win.
Check.
Oh, no, Steve-O has an ace-8. Now that's going to be a value bet for him. After pairing the wrong card, flopping aces up, that is frustrating. And but got back there. Because to counterfeit like that, it's quite frustrating. Make for a long day when you keep flopping 2-pair and pairing the other card.
And like you said, somebody in that position there, when they have the deuce-3 in their hand, remind us why they're in trouble if their opponent has that ace-deuce-3.
Well, because they'll be drawing at a quarter of the pot. So if you're drawing at 25% heads up, you have 50% of the exposure and only getting 25% of the money. That means you will lose half the money you wager. Right. So it is a bad investment, but not always a bad investment. A lot of times you can draw to the low and then force somebody off a hand like aces up. If you have 2, 3, 4 or something like that, flop a ace-5, 9, and then they overplay a set of aces. The 2, 3, 4 is in much better shape than the set of aces. So it's a high-risk, high-reward thing to do. Same thing with Jeremy playing a high-only rundown hand from early position. Now he is
Greg talked
good
a
enough
lot
to
about
know
me
that
in
when he
live
does
stream.
flop what he wants
He was
here, he's
my
going to be
Nike fan
pushing.
chair.
He's going to be
Oh,
betting
yeah,
larger
he's
numbers,
adorable.
pushing
I love
people
Greg.
out. So he's setting that up by raising from early position. So that when and if he does flop a favorable hand, he is able to push harder and get more value. And if not, he's only involved for $40. So like I said, Jeremy is very effective.
Especially in that position.
And you would prefer to have a hand like his versus like a king's, you know, just a pair with some.
Yeah, because you're looking for flops like these,
Like this right here,
like this
right?
exactly. Is that you flop 2 highs and a low, and then you're going to hit the pants off this flop.
Right.
And so now we have somebody flops 2 pair and a flush draw and bets right into him when he, Jeremy likes this flop too, but there's also a set of 9s in there in the middle.
Right.
So here we go.
Yeah, full wrap. We got set of 9s.
Full wrap. There's a couple of straight draws in there. JP's got a Jack 10 with diamonds. Becca's got a king high flush draw. Todd's got a set.
All right.
Yeehaw. Jeremy loves his flop. He has a king Jack 10 and then blocking out a little bit of the queen. So everybody likes this.
Steve-O has the nut flush draw there. Yeah.
And this is why people like this game.
Yeah.
Everybody's got everything.
Backdoor low potential, all that stuff. Yeah.
And here we are. There's only been a bet. We're playing a 5-5-10. We got 1,100 in the pot already. Nobody's raised anything yet. Bink.
Hello, Diamond.
So now Steve-O's going to want to get some value out of this. He does not want to make both players fold. He wants to get people to draw without being profitable. So he wants people to call this bet. If he bet the pot, which I think he did, it's going to force both players to fold immediately. That line does work better as a bluff than it does a value bet.
All right, $800 profit going Steve-O's way.
But a big pot nonetheless.
Absolutely.
Well done, sir.
Sue B saying, go, Jeremy. Well, if you got a friend or family member playing tonight, let us know who you're rooting for.
You dry guy, Joe.
Again, I got Greg Vail with me, writer, author of 4 books, specifically on this exact game.
This game, yep.
Yeah.
Teaching it to Hold'em players. Everybody already understands Hold'em, so I speak in ways of the terms that Hold'em players can understand. So Mighty Hammer says, Greg, do you think this is a training wheel game for learning big old concepts? I do. Fixed limit is a whole different beast, which is outside the preview of this video. But it is. It can be a training to understand basic pre-flop basics. You're not going to get too many advanced things from a low limit, high rate game. But I do have 3 or 4 fixed limit students, so I do teach it. So if you want to get better at that, let me know. Doublesuitedpoker.com.
Yeah, and me being somebody who's new to this as well, my eyes are drawn right to that queen, but again, that's just a pair in this game.
Just a pair. And even if you flop a set of queens can only be the nuts with like 3 or 4 different boards. It's very difficult. So there's not a lot of value to be had with high pairs flopping sets in this game, which is yet another leak that, generally people who give too much action think they put too much value in a set. All right, but this is quite a wet board. The queens did flop a nut flush draw, but the majority of the time it will be for half. We're going to make a low here 77% of the time. We do have top 2 pair, which just filled up.
Absolutely.
Now with the queen high flush making its best available flush, but drawing dead immediately. We try not to use the term nuts unless it is the actual nuts. Ace King is not the nuts here, even though it's the best hand. It is number 2. Play this game enough, you run into aces full here once in a while, and it hurts. It hurts. It's not fun, but it is part of the game. And Sam is trying to get value here with a 180 bet. This is a proper use of the concept I mentioned in the last hand, trying to get value out of this hand on the turn with draws available. Instead of betting the pot, Sam is going to make a value bet, trying to get less to call, and she did just that. So, good contrast, right back-to-back hands with the exact same concept.
And gets called here, and I'm thinking that already this is speculative, so you've got to think that this call is...
It is. It's speculative. Because you don't beat a whole lot. I mean, what is Sam betting here for value that he can beat with his flush? I mean, she's not betting a 2-3 king. She's going to check that back. Sam, since she did, I believe she did open this pot, so she's going to be full most of the time.
It was on this. Well, the 2 counterfeited my love. But if it was
And
a
she's
different
trying to
number,
get called by less. And again, you're seeing this, she's betting, you know, like she bet like 1/3 pot. The point here is to get called by less. Those of us in poker that understand what a value bet is, we rarely define it to ourselves. The goal is to be called by less. And that just happened. Well
And he
done.
makes the call and has no low.
With no low.
Yeah.
Well done, Sam. And that is what I was referring to last hand, is that the larger bets on the turn that was made with the nut flush where it functions better as a bluff. This is how it's done correctly.
Right.
Well done, Sam.
I'm not.
Yeah, again, if you're looking at this board and his hand thinking, oh, he's got a low, his 6 was paired.
6 was paired.
He cannot play his 8 and 6.
Yeah, if that had been like a 4 or a 7, his 8-6 low would have actually played. It's the worst possible low you can make, but it would have been good for half the pot. So Sam was able to correctly value bet her hand twice and got called by a hand that had no value on the high. That way Sam could only lose half the pot there. That's what I was referring to as betting and raising without risk.
Right.
Sam could not lose the high there. She had to, she was going to win the high no matter what, and her opponent was drawing effectively at the low and nothing else.
Yeah, great spot for her there.
So yet again, well done, Sam.
I probably would have had to be in there.
That's the chess part of this game that I really like. You know, really getting into the nuances of how you get paid by lesser hands and how you avoid small leaks and just tiny little things that add up to a huge problem later on in the hand. And we set it up later, and Sam just showed exactly how to do that.
Yeah, and that's great. And what I'm interested in, you know, hearing throughout the night from you is those spots where, just like in Hold'em, where you lose value, that you could have potentially had a much bigger profitable night.
Yep.
Or the difference between a win and a losing session. You know, there's going to be some spots tonight where we talk about that. You know, where they really could have got some more money.
Absolutely.
5 players.
Absolutely.
Action starts here.
Monotone flop. Generally, you don't see a lot of action on a monotone flop unless somebody actually has it, which is the case here. Todd does have the nut flush.
It's going to be 390.
And he said the word,
He's
pot.
going to pot it. This is rather typical. Generally, people want to apply some pressure to somebody who happens to have a set of aces or like a 2-3-5 with diamonds. Sam threw the set of aces in the muck.
Just throw it away.
Yep, because Sam does know that there is a problem here. If a flush is betting and the board pairs, she's not going to get paid.
Right.
And it's not the most likely thing to happen to pair the board.
Right.
The most likely thing to happen is a low card is going to peel off, and then she'd be drawing in half anyway. Sam knows that.
And she didn't really have the right kind of, you know, low draw equity either, right? Or a draw at all. I don't even
Yeah,
know.
if Sam had like a 2-5, 2-3 combo to go with it,
She could
then
continue.
she's going to continue.
Okay.
Because then if she turns a low draw, then she, again, is free rolling.
Yeah.
She'll have the low locked up with a draw at the high. But without that backup, it's just a one-way hand drawing it a hand that's not going to get paid. Because remember, when we are value betting, if you're value betting and you want to be called and your opponent's fold, technically you've messed up.
Absolutely.
So we have to get creative sometime. It's not just make a hand bet and hope to get paid. You have to get creative with these stuff. And in this game, plenty of creativity to go around.
Well, throughout the night, you'll see these banners down at the bottom. Reminder that we do have the main event coming up, $1 million main event on January 28th is when those first flights start. Don't forget that. The Trailblazer Tour has already kicked off today. The room is full right now in Dallas. We have our opening event, kickoff event, comes with a big prize and a trophy. So the room is already full. A lot of opportunities to get in these tournaments all week long. We do have a Big O tournament, a 10K guarantee that's coming up. So check the schedule for that. But yeah, it's going to be a fun week. And, of course, anytime there's big tournaments, there's great cash games going on in our rooms as well. So coming out and hopefully maybe try some Big O, play with Becca and her game.
Absolutely. I always see Jeremy here with the massive premium hand from early position. You notice he opened for full pot with a high hand. He opened for a smaller number here. That's executing a pull. He's drawing players in to try and get as much money out of the most amount of people as possible. So again, he's betting 60 into 150. This is a pull. He's trying to get action here. He's not trying to encourage people to fold. He's encouraging calls and raises.
Right.
It looks like he's going to get two. No, we got all three. Okay. A perfectly executed pull.
Oh, what day is that? 26th.
Uh-oh.
Is it one like a...
One says 25, the other says 10.
All right. Jeremy's not going to like that, but he is going to like it if it gets checked around.
Isn't one a higher bar?
Steve-O is going to correctly deduce that his top 2 pairs, likely the best hand. Make a small bet here.
That was actually Kevin.
Oh,
That
Kevin,
Steve-O.
sorry.
Steve-O did
other
bet
way
his hand,
around. I'm sorry, other way around.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then they have the juice to sub.
Oh, that's a
single
sexy
draw.
card. That's going to change things. Jeremy's going to make the nut low. He might barrel out here because now a 3-4 is a tough low to have here. There it is. Good job, kid.
Nobody has diamonds.
It's very difficult for there to be another 3-4 involved here. That is a great bluff to execute here with no risk. As I said, Jeremy is very effective at this game, and he's showing it with his skill here. He's going to go ahead and bluff this pot down with no risk.
But I do think it would be a better
Well done, sir.
It looks like they're just pausing. Well, no.
Card funeral?
Yeah, he's still thinking of
card
card funeral.
Okay, card funeral. Nah, he's going to throw this away. He can't beat anything, doesn't have anything. He can't even beat aces up. He's going to throw this away. Card funerals are standard, and Hold'em players are a little upset about missing 17, 25 outs all the time.
They hate to let him go.
Like
He shows the ace, deuce, 3, and of course he gets, those 2 of those cards are counterfeited because they're paired.
That's right, and Jeremy knows that. Anybody who's drawing at the nut low just made aces up and is going to fold. So there's your bet. Well played, sir. I would say I'm surprised, but I'm not.
Very nice takedown by Jeremy
there. He does this all the time.
There is Miss Rebecca in the chat. Always here watching Jeremy play. And Ellen says, go Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is my editor. Ellen is my editor, my wonderful production staff. She is the best. Thank you so much for everything you do, Ellen.
Well, if you can make me, Ellen, sound smarter tonight, because I got the brains next to me.
Ellen makes me sound smarter.
There we
I
go.
write like a fool until Ellen helps me out and makes it look like I know what I'm talking about.
Awesome. Well, thanks for joining us, Ellen.
What could he use?
We've been doing this for 35 minutes, and I feel like I know imminently more about the game than I did when I walked in the door. So
that's why you guys called me.
That's why you're here.
To each other.
All right, Jeremy again executing a pull on the button. He's going to do this with a wide range of hands, but this is, a perfectly reasonable hand here even with the naked ace of diamonds. But again, the pull from the button, trying to get as many people to take a flop when he's in position as possible.
He wants to give me a massage. That's the problem.
It's a flop that not many people are going to like. Generally don't get a lot of action on boards like that in this game. You either have it or you don't.
Megan has a mystery dangler with her trip jacks there.
Okay. That's a tough hand. You don't want to lead out here with trip jacks and get a full pot raised. That's tough. You never really know if you're getting called by better or raised. It's a tough spot from out of position. But a call standard. This is generally a race to fill up for your stud players. It's like a race to 2 pair. It's the same kind of thing. First person to fill up is we're going to hear from him.
Yeah, they're going to get that dangler scan.
It's more fun with the mystery card.
We had the Jack Links mystery.
It's more fun for us. All right, flush draw got there, and Todd did make jacks full of 10s. Now, if that mystery card is a 10, McGann would have bet here, but this appears our mystery card still in play. Would like to see a smaller bet here. That might be a little too much to get paid. You want somebody with 3 jacks to be calling here. You also want to give deuces full a chance to make a mistake. I believe it was Napoleon that said, when you're never interrupt your enemy while they're making a mistake. So a little bit too big of a bet there. It's not a whole lot of risk with Todd's hand. He could only really lose to a king or queen in theory.
He's got the ace, so yeah, only the king or queen with that jack on the river could get him. So yeah, I see what you're saying there. Want to keep your opponent in there.
Yep, you generally, again, value betting means you want to be called. So if you force your opponent to fold when you have the goods, technically you made a mistake. But it is a hard mistake not to make.
Right.
None of us play perfectly. I most certainly don't. But we try. We try our best. But want to get as much action with when you have your opponent drawing very slim as possible. You just get more opportunities in this game. Unlike in, Hold'em or PLO, you got to make some creative decisions with 1 or 2 pair. This game, not so much.
The one thing about this game and PLO in general, in games like that, of course, Big O, very different game, but the players talk a lot more. It's a lot more friendly.
Yeah.
You go to a lot of 1-2 games, and you got pros and guys wearing backpacks and their hoodies on, and they don't talk to each other.
Yeah, you can have fun and still, not be a turd.
Absolutely.
Like, you don't have to
Call 10.
I mean, I routinely get accused of being super. Why are you so serious? Well, nobody asked me a question. But,
Right.
you know, want to have a conversation? Let's talk. Let's talk about whatever you want. But I'm not going to talk about poker at the table. That's for sure.
Lose 1,000 to someone.
Another standard Dallas heads-up hand. 6 players to the flop.
Right.
More hands in play than in the muck. I love this game.
5, 9, 5.
We're doing it. I think she's in it.
Check, check.
Right. You in it?
Becca does
Okay.
have one of the
Lose
5s.
1,000 to the other person. The person buys a 30-minute massage. Oh yeah, I'm done with that. Okay, you enforce it.
Probably going to take it down. You generally don't get a lot of drawing on paired boards. Because it's very easy in this game with 5 cards for players to be full. So you generally, people don't do a lot of drawing on paired boards. Sometimes in pot limit, players will peel once with a hand like 10-10 Jack-Jack X, but if you made it in there with it, that is the gamble you take. That's more of a fixed limit thing, to reference the fixed limit player. You generally are going to peel once with 2 overpairs on a paired board. Pot limit, a little more dangerous.
So Becca did lead out there with just trip 5s. You know, were it to get to another player who, you know, repots or bombs are there, you know, is that usually a spot where you just
She's probably going to
relinquish the
fold
hand?
there. Yeah, she's probably going to fold there. But that doesn't happen a lot. As people don't get out of line. A lot of players can bet with bluffs. It's much more infrequent to see people raise with bluffs, especially on paired boards early in the hand. It's a very infrequent thing. That doesn't say it doesn't happen, but it is a very dangerous way of bluffing a small pot. It's a very large exposure to win not so much.
Yeah, where there had been another low card out there instead of that 9, would she have maybe checked instead of betting there?
Maybe. It depends on the rest of the makeup of her hand. You know, if it's 7 ways, she's probably not even going to be check calling.
Right.
Like if it's just like 5-5-4 and she's just got a 5 and a bunch of napkins, probably might not even peel there.
Right.
But it just depends on. Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
We shuffled, right?
5, 8, 5. Yeah. I think we had the 2 black 5s. Now we got the 2 red ones.
Again, we do have a very similar situation where somebody did flop trips with the card, the third card being above their hand.
Megan's got a hand like you mentioned too, with the 2 big
Two
pairs.
big pairs. That's actually 1 big pair. The aces play as low, so if she turns aces full, there will be a low available. She'd want to turn the queen. But again, that's more of a fixed limit feel. You're going to do that in fixed limit for the small bet, but generally not in pot limit, or you're asking for trouble. Now Todd going to draw here. He does have a straight draw with his nut low draw. A 6 does make him a hand both ways, and it would be the winner both ways in this situation. So he's going to draw here. Draw once. There it is.
Hello, 6.
There it is. That's what he's looking for.
Check. Check.
Check, check. Okay. Neither player is going to like that card, I don't think. I think the other card's a jack. Yep. He's going to go ahead and here and try and force a flush to fold. He does have the naked ace, so he knows that any flush is going to be a non-nut flush. He's going to try and force trips and any low flush to fold there. If somebody were to call with like ace 3x of spades, it would get half the pot. So that was a properly executed push there to ensure that he got it. And if he's wrong, if he's not making a flush fold, he might just get paid off by a hand like ace 3-5.
Right.
He can scoop that. So I like that bet a lot. Well done. You always want to make a bet that can be called by less and better can fold sometimes. Kids in the street call that a merge, I think.
Yeah, nice to see that, you know, a naked ace sometimes can still be used in this game. Like,
yeah,
it's often used in PLO to try to push people off of a hand.
Yeah, it's primarily used as a bluffing tool in that situation, but in that last situation, it's more a security blanket to know that he's not going to be, you know, ace 2 of spades is not out there. It has to be ace 2 and a spade, which is a little bit more difficult. But also he also knows it goes check check on the turn. His opponent likely does not have an ace 2 combo. Even an ace 2-5 probably bets the turn. So most of the time.
Oh, why don't this one's mine?
That's good right there. Drop it.
You're the button.
Perfect.
Flip for it.
Whose money's whose? There you go.
We got 1, 2, 3.
Todd being a gentleman there, I saw him letting Steve-O know, hey man, I saw your cards.
Yeah.
It's hard in that 5 seat sometimes, especially when
is.
you're looking at 5.
Yeah,
I can
and
imagine.
Sometimes the stream cards can be stiffer too,
Right.
with the RFID in the middle or whatever. They can be like real hard to look at and bend. When you're in the 5 seat and you got 5 cards that don't bend, it's hard not to show your hands. I feel for him. I've been in that situation before.
I can
It's not
imagine.
fun.
Yeah, it's hard in the 5 seat with 4 cards, and
Right.
5 is even more difficult here.
Oh, Kevin loves that flop. That's exactly the flop you're looking for with a 2-3 rundown like that. Want to flop an ace with a bunch of draws? That's what you're looking for.
Yeah, it's gotten better.
But unfortunately, just like in all games, somebody else has to have something too.
Absolutely.
So he's just going to bet and take that one down.
Either Arctic in here or hot.
It depends on where you are in the room. Too.
Screen freeze there. There we go. Sam's still our leader, up about $900.
Yep. Driven by that one very well executed double barrel value bet by getting a flush to pay off. You know, that represents a majority of her profit there, where we saw that other player that one time potted on the turn with the nut flush does not have that kind of value that Sam created. So there is a major difference between a professional and a player I don't know. I know nothing about the player. I can't say if he's good, bad, or otherwise. But I do know Sam's game, and that there is a stark contrast between somebody who studies this and does this for a living.
That's awesome. Is Sam out of Austin? Is that correct?
Yeah,
okay,
as far as I'm aware, yeah.
I heard her talking before the stream. She's a Baylor grad, and they were talking colleges and who went where. But I know she's played on another stream in Austin.
Yes.
And I want to go back and watch that one myself. But
Sam is good people.
Yep.
She is good people. Sam, Becca, and Jeremy, all three of them are, I can vouch, they're good people.
Everyone sees mine and asks for
Friends of theirs are friends of mine.
like hearing it.
4 hole in one.
All right, ace, king, queen, right from the flop. We do have an established 5-card hand that don't think anybody has. Nope. Just a couple aces and kings. Jeremy, though, with the nut club redraw.
3 ace-kings in this situation.
Jeremy's going to go ahead and bet here because he does not mind if he runs into a jack-10 and gets raised. He doesn't necessarily mind that here. But that's not the case, so he can safely assume that there is not a jack-10 in play. Now he doesn't really care. He is blocking out the straight flush, and before you guys go, yeah, but it is very important to be blocking out that straight flush in this situation. Yep, he's just going to take it right down there. If he knew how strong his hand was against the field, he would have bet smaller, but he can't possibly know that in real time. If all the ace-kings are out there and he needs to get the same hand to call, he can't possibly know that in real time.
Not sure that we have any Big O on our Hijack app, but TCH wanted us to remind you guys that we do have Hijack Poker going on. If you want to play on your phone or online, scan that QR code there. I've been dabbling in some of the free roll tournaments they do when I have a little break from work. But reminder, download that Hijack app, check it out. I'm sure that thing will continue to improve and grow. And Amanda says that Sam's been crushing it in some no-limit tournaments as well.
She plays a lot. Sam's a journey lady.
Awesome.
She plays all the games, all the tournaments. I do roll my eyes quite a bit in the 3 or 4 tournaments I play a year, and I run and Sam's at my table. Damn it, it's happened more than once. Oh.
Good question for you there.
When is Volume 1 of Pot Limit Murder coming out? Oh my God, that game! That'd be a 4x4 Omaha. I haven't played that in forever. My God, there's a callback. That would be a 4-card Omaha play any 4. So if you have King, Queen, Jack, 10 of clubs, you just flopped a royal on this board.
Oh my goodness,
it's kind of a nightmare. There's a reason why that game doesn't exist anymore.
And a reason why it's called murder.
Yeah, you'd think it'd be a lot of. It's actually not. Everybody's scared of everything.
Sounds like a Dateline show ready to happen.
Yeah, it's one of those dead games out there. All right, so Kevin's leading out and betting here once the deuce got there. He's doing this with 2 threes, putting a lot of stock in his blockers. There are 4, but that's what he's doing. He's going to make this bet here, assuming that the chances of somebody else making a nut low are diminished. He is right. They are diminished, but not eliminated. All right, so he's going to probably do the same thing here. Probably do the same bet. Not big enough. It's got to sell the story.
Can you imagine Jerry giving up the limelight to somebody else?
But I don't think anybody has much to compete with here.
Sam's got what, just a 7 low there?
She's got a 7 low and aces up. It takes a wheel to scoop her here. So she takes a very specific set of cards. He had to have bet the turn with 3, 4, 5 exactly. And since Sam's going to take the exact same concept, I have 2 of the 5s. It is now less likely that you have 3, 4, 5. Doesn't mean it's impossible.
Yeah.
But Sam called with the exact same concept that Kevin was betting with.
Right.
And fortunately for Sam, he did not tell a story right. So if you're going to tell a story, you got to make sense. So if you had a wheel there, what would you actually bet?
Yeah.
2/3, 3/4 pot, sometimes somewhere in that neighborhood. You have to, if you're going to sell the bluff, you better tell the story right, and especially against a pro. A pro's going to figure it out, which is what just happened there.
Great to see that, like you said, he was using those 2 3s to bet for a reason, and she was using her 2 5s
to call.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's the exact same concept on both sides, except one person didn't tell the story right. You know, all he had to do was make a bet that a wheel would make if he had a wheel. And $80 into 4 something or 3 something is not that
Not
bad.
going to get it done.
Yeah, it's not going to get it done.
Well, no, I mean, you can't go back to the cage to add on.
They did last time.
Not add on.
Mo saying great commentary from Greg, and saying he's excited to see multiple ladies at the poker table. Well done, Texas Poker. Yeah, we joke all the time because often the only player sometimes, or person, female at the table is the dealer.
Yep.
We love having some ladies on. We obviously encourage more ladies to get into poker. They are every bit as capable as us dudes.
That's right.
We love to pay the ladies off at the table.
Especially to that one. Mo is that is the wonderful Mrs. Vail.
Awesome. Well, hello, Mrs. Vail.
My better half by a mile. Better by a mile, half. Also a professional card player in her own right. She plays fixed limit hold'em and has for many, many, many years.
Awesome. Welcome to the live stream. We're glad to have Greg here, so thank you for sharing him with us.
Lord of S'mores in the house. All right. Okay, not a whole lot from people here. Usually somebody with 2 pair that leads here, they're only going to get called by a big, massive draw. So having 2 of those kings does diminish those chances of having a hand like, you know, king, king, jack, 9 or something that's going to call there. So good bet there. Diminish. No, I said diminish, not eliminate.
Yep.
There are 4. You play this game long enough, you have everybody come, but I had 2 of them. How did you have ace deuce? Well, there are 4.
That
deal
was
out most of the deck.
also a rainbow flop there, but he had 2 of those
Queens
rainbows.
up.
He had the hearts and the diamonds.
Yep, and queens up.
And queens
yeah,
up,
so there's a lot of cards he's going to like on the turn. He can continue that. He can continue that pot bet twice. Only downside of that is if you get called twice, you're getting called by a better hand.
Absolutely.
So that's a more of a high risk bluff, but not one that's out of line or out of bounds by any means.
Well, there's a single draw, deuce to 7, and then there's a
Wednesday is the single draw and the triple.
Players talking about the Trailblazer tournaments that are going on. Again, it started today, kickoff event today. A lot of different games throughout the week and some high roller stuff. There is a Big O tournament coming up as well. So check out that schedule.
Multi-table.
3 hours apart. One's at 10 and one's at 1.
Becca's going to open limp here with a very speculative hand from. Well, I'm not sure we should be getting involved with this hand many places, especially not limping to open. But Becca does like to see a lot of flops.
She does.
That is a stylistic difference. I'm not saying she's wrong. It's just a stylistic difference. Some players, some better players like Becca, believe that the more flops you play for small risks and small dollars leads to bigger payoffs later. It's similar in Hold'em or PLO, the super lag style, except in this game you just kind of like get to the flop, get to the turn as cheaply as possible. Same kind of strategy. And that strategy is going to pay off here. And Becca flopping trip 4s with a king. Cannot let another card come off. She has to bet here. This is no different in PLO. If it's the exact same strategy, you cannot let another card peel off. You never know what high pairs are floating around out there.
Yeah, so not a spot where you're going to put a small $50 bet out there.
No, gosh, no.
Full pot.
That has to. You have to. You know, sometimes you're just going to have to win the pot. You know, there's too many bad things that can happen if you let the hand play out.
If you call with that speculative hand and you smash the flop, you got to bet it, right?
You better play it right. You better follow the plan.
Okay.
You're this far down the road, you can't jam on the brakes now.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is the different, like just a stylistic difference. Some players like to mix it up and play a lot more hands, and and better players will do that depending on the makeup of the game. You have a lot of passivity pre-flop, but then crazy nonsense post-flop, then it's right to do that. Same as any other game. You know, when you got players just punting off with all kinds of stuff, you need to get to the turn. You need to play a lot of hands to the turn. We don't really care if they're premium or not. Okay, Becca coming in for a full pot size raise on the gun. Ace, queen, queen, 9-3. She correctly sets this push up. She knows if she does flop well, she's going to want to minimize the field and push players out. So she correctly sets this up from early position.
Smash.
And she's gonna, she has one pair and a, oops. See that elevated chip toss? That is normally considered strength. In this case, she does not like her hand. I don't think anybody's gonna like that card. Yeah, got it. Makes queens full there.
Steve-O with eights full.
Eights full, uh-oh. Normally, when the board pairs like this and you see action like this, the made hands are already there, right? The made hands are there. We've seen this before where the board's paired and it's gone check through. In this game, you have a lot of value here, so people have it. That's the music to Becca's ears right here. That's all right. That chip toss was strength. I was reading queen 9-9, not queen queen 9.
So the deuce is the gin card for her, right?
Deuce is the gin card. She really would like to see like a 10 or a 10 or a 9 to make sure she's scooping the pot, but a deuce is just like that.
Jack is good, yeah.
So now, actually, well, she doesn't know this, but the best thing to do would be to get a smaller bet. But she's getting led into here because I believe she got check raised in the last street, didn't she? So she's gonna raise because she's gonna have to figure out what's the most amount that a hand like Queen 8, which is the only hand that can raise her for value here. What's the biggest bet that hand's gonna call? Yep, she just decides it's gonna be all the chips. It's gonna be a very difficult thing for Queen 8 to get rid of this. Now, if he breaks it down, if he really breaks this hand down, look what she did. He could come to the right conclusion. I know it's a tough fold, and it's weird for me sitting here. I can see the cards and say that.
Right.
You have to think, what would she be doing this with? She bet the flop. She got check raised, I believe, on the turn and called, and then now is raising that lead bet. That can only be done with one hand. If he has a queen and an 8, she has to have the other two queens. It's the only thing she can do this with, unless she happens to have queen 8, jack, jack, which still beats him.
Yep.
So the more you play here, the longer you think about it, you can come to this correct decision. I'm not saying you will, but sometimes, if you really study this game deep enough and you know your player, you can make this fold. But that's a tough fold, though. It's a really
what calls my re-raise and then just hammers me on the river?
Slams me on the river. It's only one hand.
Yeah.
And it's tough. I've been in this. We all have been in this situation. It's so hard to fold here.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. It does make sense. It's queens full only. And that's, yep. Check raising into the better hand makes it really, really tough when you get played back at. I know it's hard to believe, but it does make sense. It's just the thing you don't want to see. Oh, good job, sir. Well done.
Nice
fold,
fold,
that is a world-class fold right there, sir. Well done. That is not a fold that most players can make.
And he doesn't like it, but guess what?
Of course he doesn't like it.
His stack likes it.
But his pocketbook likes it.
Absolutely.
Oh, well done, sir.
Felt like Queen 8.
Yeah, you be proud. Tap on the back. Well done, sir.
You hear Sam there. Sam says it felt like Queen 8.
Yeah. His. Yeah, she's doing his. She's right.
Yeah.
Sam's good.
So
Sam's so good.
Mighty Hammer asking a question that I was thinking when I saw that turn card. In this game, a lot of people aren't really coming into pots a lot with 2 8s in their hand, are
Correct. Actually, one of the most difficult hands for a regular VPIP player to hold is a pair of 8s.
Right.
There are the fewest number of combinations of premium hands that include 2 8s.
Right.
However,
doesn't mean she can't have it.
I have knuckled the 4 8s so many times.
Yeah.
But does she have to worry about it? No, not with that stack size. Now, granted,
PLO, it's always on your mind, but
yeah,
Big O,
it is. It should be on your mind.
Right.
And I quantify this in one of my books. How often? In the 4th book, how often we're going to run into a big folder. You can quantify this. Spoiler alert, in that situation, it's probably about one time in 700. I'm not going to get into the math of that here. That's in my book, by the way. It's in the 4th. So with a stack this short, no, he doesn't have to worry about it. But if they're 10K deep, yeah. And if he comes over the top, he 3-bets over the top, yeah, it's probably 4 8s. Yep. And then she's got to do the exact same thing.
Yeah.
And that's only one hand.
Yeah, that was a fun hand there.
Well done, sir. Well done.
Hand number 22. We might have to go back and revisit that one. Put it on a highlight reel.
I'll make a video out of that one.
Yep.
Yeah, I cut these up into videos for my students to learn from, and that will be one of them. My video library is over 300 videos deep. You can find that on doublesuitedpoker.com.
So Megan's got a very nice hand here that
She flopped the best hand.
Ace, queen of hearts, the ace deuce.
That is the highest hand of value. She's never going to be an underdog here, no matter what her opponents hold. It takes a very specific set of 2 players with 10 cards to have her in any sort of trouble. And that's not in play here. So she's going to make the nut low with the nut flush draw.
Check.
And we do have a bonus card here from our player that flopped kings up. But that is a fantastic card. She wants to be really sneaky checking this back. But a lot of players don't like to do that. That's a good bet. That's a very good bet, trying to get less to call. And if a player wants to throw this in here with kings up, she can punish him on the river no matter what the river card is.
What's that?
Because non-made hands are going to have to call this bet twice. So if he has a set, even an 8-6, a naked ace-6 is not going to like their life on the river if the nuts change. So well done. Good job.
So interesting. I know we got the volume down a little bit. They've got their mics on. I'm trying to get the volume a little higher on the players. But Becca just asked him, did you have queen 8? And she was like, I was hoping I had an 8. And he said, well, I had a jack too. So, I mean, they both are very in tune to what's going on in that hand. So that's awesome.
So for those of you who don't play poker, actually some people that do, when somebody makes a statement like that, did you have an 8 in your hand too? And queen, it felt like queen 8. She just told you what she could beat.
Yep.
So that now means that she had either jacks full or queens full.
Yeah.
Nobody says that if they can't beat the hand they're talking about.
No, I did not.
Becca, you know better. Don't do that.
Yeah. But she was like, I was wishing I had an 8 in my hand so I didn't have to worry about quads.
Right. But with this stack size, she doesn't need to work. Because she was all in. It's not like she could be raised and fold. I mean, but yeah, you're 20K deep and you get 3-bet potted back. Yeah, you got to throw up and then fold. But
great comment there from Daniel King. Says, that's how good players save money, by making great folds.
That's right. Money not lost is no different than money won.
Absolutely.
It is the same thing. That's how I coach. I coach this as a business and a science. And the goal is to make more money. I don't care what's socially acceptable or what people think is good. The goal is to make more money. If it looks weird, acts weird, I mean, Murphy's Law of Combat, right? Number one thing, if it's stupid and it works, it ain't stupid. It's like down bets, small little down bets or weird lines. If it's stupid and it works, hey, man, if you can repeat it, it ain't stupid.
Absolutely.
Fish? Well, I mean,
I remember when I first started playing cards, like the thought of getting bluffed just irked me so much that I would make so many really bad calls, and I just was like, dude, just let it go.
Oh wow,
if your
really?
hand,
that's a big leak. That's a tough one.
You have to learn that just move on and find a better spot sometimes.
Well, and that's what makes poker so profitable and fun. Is that poker pulls on the things that makes us the most human.
Yep.
How you react to adversity, how you handle loss, how you got to sit here and keep your stuff together. When somebody just outplays you, you have to hold together.
2, 3.
Tell them good job and move on.
Yep, nice hand, sir. Nice hand, move on. All right.
I don't really.
Million hands. There's one hand in the muck. Anybody who says there's no action in Big O clearly is not paying attention.
Right. Another, six-handed?
Jeremy's going to love that flop. If it wasn't paired,
Yeah,
but
we'll try in the bathroom if we want.
a lot of players going to like that flop. That's generally the flop you're looking for with Jeremy. He did flop his key card, but he flopped 2 of them. So you only want one of those. The card he needs to make a wheel. He has ace 2, 3, 5, 6 in his hand. He's missing the 4. It's the key card. But he is going to go ahead and take charge of this. Actually, the hand he wants to call him down is right there in Kevin's hand. That's exactly the hand he wants to be called by.
It's going to be hard to lose to that hand, right?
It's going to be hard to lose to that hand, yes. I don't think he can lose, actually. He can chop it, but this comes like 3 jack. I think would be the only way he could get swept. But Jeremy did turn a flush draw and the nut low. He has a safety net involved here. No matter what the river card is, he will continue to have the nut low on the river.
Tilt princess.
And now that low is there, most players know that he's going to have it, so he's got half the pot locked up. The draw is full. Well played, sir.
Here's a great question for you, Greg. Mighty Hammer saying, where are the best places to play this game live?
That'd be Texas.
Really?
That'd be Texas in general.
Yeah.
I go to San Antonio
Okay.
just because they play 7 days a week there.
Right.
I do know that Jeremy plays 7 days a week here in Dallas and other clubs and private games, which I won't talk about here.
Just outside.
A lot of places in Boise, a lot of places in the Pacific Northwest, Oregon, Washington, a little bit in Florida. Plenty of places on in North Carolina play it a lot too. Virginia, they play it in Norfolk or Portsmouth or something like that, right by the port there. They play it every day there. But generally, I go to San Antonio to play. I go there about once a month.
So I spent 6 or so months in San Antonio a couple of years ago for a job, and of course there's no TCH in San Antonio. I had to find another club, and the club I found had a ton of Big O.
Yeah, I bet it did. That's the one I go to. Yeah,
and it was a great club.
3-4 tables every day. Yeah, it's 5-5-10, the exact same stakes here.
I'm sure he
It is nuts.
Juicy, yeah.
And 3-4 Moggy here. Southern California does also love the Big O. You're right.
That's
I
awesome.
have a couple of clients that I teach there. They're professionals that play 5-card there.
All right, going 5 ways here.
Ooh, juicy high-low flop right there. All right, Becca's going to flop the joint, but a one-way hand with a draw. She still needs her key card of an ace. She still needs an ace to make a hand both ways,
50 call.
but does have the nut high. Kevin with a speculative holding here is going to take a peel.
3 players.
He desperately
Todd
wants that
called.
5 of hearts that Todd's holding.
Yeah, that. Oh my God, there is the card that the
Yep.
card that Becca would pick out of the deck if she could.
The ace of
It'd
clubs.
be the ace of clubs. That's the one.
What a card.
Yep. It'd be an offsuit ace. Now Becca has nut. She has it both ways. You need 2, 3, 7, 5 to make nut here. That's exactly what she has. And she is loving that Kevin made a mistake calling this on the flop, drawing to your key card. That is one of the bigger mistakes that intermediate players make. And this is, you're seeing what the problem is with that right here. Is drawing at your key card post flop creates this exact problem. And he's going to pay for it. Becca's looking for a blank. She's looking for a black paint card. That's the one.
Wow.
I expect a full pot-sized bet out of Becca here. She's going to get the whole thing.
What a run out.
Yep, 400. Insta calls. Nailed it. Well played, Becca. She correctly assumes that if Kevin calls the turn, she's going to be sharing the low. So as long as that high doesn't change, she's going to force him to pay the maximum. If we were playing no limit here, that bet would be probably 2, 3, or 4x pot.
Yeah.
And force him to, and that is the thing, by the way, in New York. It's one of my favorite poker games of all time. Is No Limit Big O. But yeah, it's tough to lose in No Limit Big O when you're good.
Yeah.
But you'd force somebody to pay a much bigger bet than a pot size bet.
I mean, it was literally like.
Yeah, so she's going to win.
I thought they were
3
done.
quarters there.
When they brought out, like, they had, like,
Well played, Becca. Well done.
And again, Rebecca does have a game here, guys. This is something you want to take a screenshot of. There's her information. Sundays and Tuesdays. I think right now it's just Tuesdays, but they're really wanting to keep that Sunday game going. So if you've liked what you've seen here, felt like you've learned a little bit, want to come out and give it a shot, here you go. Becca's game. 5-card high-low, Big O. Come on out.
So you know what
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there.
Center back, guy plays in front of the goalie. They have 2 here. Very important. And one
Don't
of our
get many of
guys
these mixed games in Australia. Hello from down under. All right.
in from Dubai.
I do sell a lot of books in Australia for some reason. Australia and Japan for whatever reason. You guys play Big O out there. I don't
Nice.
The same thing. I was like, I was about to respect you more.
always use underground. Understand you have to be connected. That is correct, sir. I have multiple students up there, and they play 5 different Big O games every week. So it's very popular up there.
It hurt that he wasn't there. The next 2 games he's there, we beat the team that lost in the finals.
All right, here we go again. So Jeremy, again, doing the same thing that he did from early. He's a smaller bet from early position.
So he got called away.
This is a cornerstone of a professional game. You minimize your exposure from early position, maximize it from late, as any game would in any pot limit or no limit structured betting.
Get into details of why he wasn't there that game.
Now Sam's hand here, is it just too strong of a hand to fold a small raise, or
She's from the blind.
yeah, she's got an ace 6 something.
Yeah, generally you're gonna peel a small raise just like naked aces from the blinds. It can be something far too profitable when the opener is somebody you know to be decent. When they flop that last ace, they generally get in trouble. So generally you're going to be peeling here.
It's impressive.
But Sam did flop a set and the nut flush draw. She is still drawing at a one-way hand. And what she's looking to do is peel like a 10 or a jack, and then she's going to pot this right out into the field if that happens. Uh-oh, she's not going to like that card.
45 team, but is really over 55. So
Becca likes it. Jeremy hates it.
a little bit.
Becca loves it. Becca
Becca loves it.
turns nut.
The guy's pretty good, but he's a cardiologist.
Now, let's see how good she's running. Can she hit that 7 of hearts on the river?
No, this is probably actually going to go fold. She's playing against the 2 better players at the table. They know not to draw at half.
Right.
Jeremy knows this. Sam knows this. You just saw she mucked a set and the nut flush draw like that. You know, Jeremy knows he's not going to be drawing here with Becca changing momentum. It's going to be an ace-3 at minimum every time. He knows that.
Yeah, that's another one to watch there. Like he said, she folded a set and a nut flush draw there.
Because it's for half.
Yeah.
And, you know, again, if she is up against ace-3-5, which she was, she's in a world hurt. You know, you're drawing at half heads up. Those equations don't balance to anything positive. That's always a negative number. 0 at best. You know, best case scenario, you improve some of the time to just get your money back. Terrible investment. And Sam knows that.
All right, well, little run good headed Miss Rebecca Thompson's way right now. She is at the top of the leaderboard right now. She's up about 1.5K through 1 hour. Not a bad hourly rate.
Not a bad hourly rate.
In any game, but in a game where you're chopping a lot of pots,
yeah,
she's having a nice evening so far.
And that is the draw here. It's also one of the biggest complaints from people who don't play. Oh, I don't want to chop pots.
Right.
Well, that's actually the thing that provides you the skill advantage. That's actually the thing that provides you the flexibility and the know-how and the skill to have a higher hourly rate. You can win more money in this game than you can in any other form of poker because it's so skillful. You know, for those players out there who fancy themselves, you know, better than the rest,
right?
Here is your challenge. If you are actually better than the rest, here's how you can prove it.
You mean there's egos in a poker
room? No, say it ain't so. But this is a game where you can test the limits of your skill because this is a very, very skillful game, as you can see by the quite advanced plays that both Jeremy and Sam and Becca are going to be continuing to do tonight.
And I'm imagining when you travel across the country that some of the plays that you might think aren't great plays here. Or even worse elsewhere with a lot of the amateurs out there, right? I mean,
yeah, but it also greatly depends. Game dependent. You know this with Hold'em.
For sure.
Like you play a Hold'em table where 7 players see every flop for a 3-bet, you have to drastically change your strategies. Everything you know about the game just goes out the window. And you're like, just win, man. And that can happen sometimes when this game gets really out of control. It can be kind of nuts because there's not really an equity advantage to be had pre-flop because all the equities run so close together. So when a ton of money gets in early, it does take a lot of the advantages away from better players.
So JP's betting this now, and he does not have the ace-king. I thought he did if he's going to bet, but he just has the 2 pair there.
Yeah, he took a stab and got called.
3 pair. Well, now he's got both.
Now he has the ability to bluff if he continues this line. But JP does block out one of the 10s.
Nobody's left really, other than cousin.
And he's going to keep going. This is tough. If you're calling here with ace-king and no redraws, which is exactly what happened, your opponent bets the flop and the turn and the river. This is a very tough call and quite a good bluff, by the way. Remember, can't bluff in Big O. Yes, you can.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, he has a deuce. He has a deuce. I'm sorry. Never mind. He did fill up.
He filled up with that 10.
That's such a small screen from this view.
Yeah.
He did fill up with the 10.
He did fill up.
The ace-king should get away from this, is my point. Should get away from this.
Should,
as he calls. Should get away from this. But generally, when if you're flatting there with ace-king and your opponent bets twice when the board pairs, they're going to have it most of the time.
Right.
Feel a little dumb not seeing that deuce there, but yeah, you should be able to get away from that quite easily. That's because an ace-king generally is not going to continue firing into that board pair without it. So if he has a hand like ace-king jack 10,
right,
that would make sense. So you might have an ace-king. You might be right, but generally speaking, he redrew a better hand.
Well, this game obviously is not immune either to some of those, stubborn guy calls. Sometimes you just want to make the call. But unfortunately, just like in Hold'em and some of the other games, like you don't want to be calling for chops.
Right.
Fourth, fifth nuts. Yeah.
And that's what that was. That was a call for a chop because he's hoping that the guy has the same hand and is trying to move him off.
Right.
And play this game long enough, you get really tired of knuckling there. Get knuckling to a 10-2.
Yeah.
It just is what it is.
Nancy Bernstein says, see y'all in February at the Cherokee WSOP for Big O. All right. All right. Will that be one of the tournaments that you play in?
Nope. No. I live in Phoenix, Arizona.
Not Cherokee.
Getting out to western North Carolina is damn near impossible.
Yeah.
No, when I was way back in the day when I was in the military and I was stationed at Fort Bragg or whatever they call it now, I used to go up and down the East Coast on my days off once in a while. But now that I live in Phoenix, no Cherokee for me.
All right, so Steve-O's hand here, 3 kings and a 3 deuce.
Yeah, it's not so good.
She might
Okay.
start charging us.
It's a bit ambitious. We'll say it's a little ambitious.
But you're right. it is
Completes the
crazy.
action. He just says, "To hell with it. I'll make the call."
Yeah, and see that 23% I talked about earlier, flopping your ace. This counts. This
Right.
is included in that 23%, and he's going to be just check folding immediately.
Check.
You know, because he paired his 3. He's not going to have anything.
75.
So it's
75.
a lot more difficult to flop a favorable flop with just a naked 2-3. He's got a peel here, I believe. So Kevin's got the ace 9-9-5 deuce.
Call 75.
He's not going to get blown off the second nut low quite easily. This is fairly standard.
You have to drink them slow when they bring them out in a
You need to
steamboat.
order 3 at a time.
They won't do that.
And a straw.
Jeremy with the 3 pair.
Three players.
Didn't even know they'd
Jeremy flopped a mirror. He's going to try and snag the high from 2 likely low hands, and he is correct here, actually. Becca's got the 2-4 jack of spades. I don't believe she'll continue betting here. She probably is going to use relative position and see what the button does and how Jeremy reacts to it.
Jeremy's got 4 pair now and a spade draw.
All right, so the button did check back. So Becca is now going to know that there's likely not a 2-4 in play. So if the button checks back, almost no 2-4s check back on the river. I expect a big bet here by Becca. Try and force a 5-2 to fold. Yep, well done.
300 to bet.
That's a tough call. That's a really, really tough call. Especially with a player behind. Becca's utilized relative position here with a floating button. I write about this in volume 3. It utilizes putting a player in the middle of somebody you know well. And that's what she did here by checking to the button on the turn. She allowed this hand to get turned face up as not a 2-4. And she's forcing him to act before Jeremy does anything, which means she's going to add a little more power to this bet. And that is a very well executed professional play right there.
And Kevin jokingly says, "What are you going to do to
Exactly.
to Jeremy?"
Relative position,
Right.
chapter 7 of volume 3. And that's going to work. Well done. And then Jeremy's going to have one hell of a call, which he probably, I mean, he's got the number 2 flush. This is a tough thing to get away from, because Becca could be doing this with a hand like 2-4-5 and have like no high at all. Now, he does have the best flush, but he is calling for half.
Yeah, calling it for half and only half.
Yep, he's calling to win half of the dead money, and he's going to correctly make this. Well done, sir. That is a tough call. Well
Jack
done,
high
sir.
flush. He's
Yep.
like, "I got the queen."
Well done, sir. Now, as Jeremy is somebody who routinely uses relative position to his advantage, and he probably, I will ask him about this later, but he probably believed that's what Becca was doing and correctly assumed that she was forcing him off a low hand and can comfortably call with that number 2 flush. Well played, you two. Well played.
Thank you, brother.
See? Complicated game.
Yeah.
We love it.
Just having that third player, asking silly questions, even though he wasn't, being serious, like having players make comments like that, like knowing that they've also got some sort of a strong hand, possibly the other low.
Yeah.
Does that help you make the call with the
does.
high? Because you
It
have
does.
the second nuts.
It does.
Yeah.
Because when he when he says stuff like that, it reveals what he was thinking.
Yeah.
And when he knows what he was thinking,
Yeah.
that now removes some of the cards from Becca's range. And so now he can properly make that play. Poker should be treated like Miranda rights.
Yeah.
Everything you say can and will be used against you. Yeah. And pro listening, that is, and I write about this a lot in volume 4, that is why pros are allowed to, can make very high level plays against people they've never seen before. Because if you say 3 sentences, you may have just revealed your whole life.
Exactly, yeah.
And yeah.
And how many times do you hear at the table, "I wasn't going to call until you..."
Keys to the castle.
Yeah.
It's
You're
just like, let me just lay out my playbook for you.
Yeah. Why did I open my mouth?
Yeah, here's my house key. Go ahead and in there and take what you want, right? Oh God!
You were just making an
Don't answer questions
Yeah.
nobody asked.
1, 2, 3.
It's the best defense you can do against a professional. Don't answer a question nobody asked. All you're doing is giving away money to the pro. But if I'm there, keep doing it. Yeah, keep
on.
talking. I love it. Oh, ace 3-3-4-5 is gonna like that flop.
Absolutely.
All right, we got 2 ace deuces in there. Becca's got flush draw. She'll get out of the way there. Okay. I see a little bit of action here. Both players, nobody should be folding here unless the turn's like a queen of spades.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, ace deuce 4 is definitely continuing, right?
Definitely
Yeah.
continuing with that pair of 10s. Uh-oh, nobody likes that card. It's
Check.
probably going to get checked through unless somebody
Check.
wants to take a bluff.
them out.
This is a great time for the button to pot it right there. Okay, we get the low get there, and 10-10 ace deuce is going to get majority of this pot. Oh, no, I'm sorry, the 3-3's, the Steve-O's is still full. So this, now if there's going to be a bet and a call, this is going to be a tougher call, not an impossible call. But with a bet and a call, he's going to go ahead and take that, take half that pot right away. Now this has gone bet raise. That's even harder for the threes full to call there.
So Todd and JP see the bad news that they do indeed chop the low end of it, and half the pot will go to Steve-O with that boat. Threes full.
I apologize for misreading some of the boards here from our angle. The cards are a little bit smaller from my angle here than they are on the live stream, so I apologize for continually misreading cards. There's a lot of them. However, this is a normal part of the game. Getting quartered is just part of it. It's not nearly as big of a deal as all the whiners, complainers, and nits will tell you it is.
Right.
You know, if you add up how much each player lost, it's not actually that much in relation to how much was wagered.
I mean, you've nailed it, because that is one of the reasons why when the games were going on a little bit more regularly in our room, and I wanted to maybe learn, because I had played some Hi-Lo before, the 4-card variety, I was like, man, that extra card, you know, that's going to be so many more chops, and it's going to take away, you know, profit from me. Like, no.
The opposite. You got it backwards. Yeah. Add a negative sign. Flip that equation around. You got it right. You know,
makes sense.
That's what allows us to profit, to make more money in this game. You make more money in relation to the size of the game you're playing.
Looks like Mr. Chen is out, and we're going to have a new dealer come in. We'll throw up our flyer real quick, reminding you guys that the Trailblazer Poker Tour did kick off today. We got a full room here. These tournaments are going to be going on through both of our rooms, Dallas and Las Colinas, highlighted by our $1 million main event that's going to kick off on the 28th, multi-day. But we also have a multi-day starting tomorrow, the 365 buy, and that's a 400K guarantee. And then again, PLO Hold'em High Roller events, and even a Big O event. So maybe you learned something tonight from Mr. Greg and run up a nice stack there, maybe a prize in our 10K Big O event.
And tournaments are, you know, as with any other game, are a very cheap way to get some experience.
For sure.
While I'm not much of a tournament player, I consider myself a tournament fish and don't play them very often. You know, they are a great way to get some cheap experience.
I know, I'm just like,
It looks like we're going to be doing a bomb pot here, maybe? Yeah, because we got all that money out there.
I assume these are all high
double
only?
Board.
Are they high only, or are we doing double board Big O?
It's not ultimate, so looks like double board for sure, but we'll find out.
We're
we'll
not
find
gonna,
out
we're
together.
not going to see any of the cards. Yeah, it's
yeah.
because of the reader, but yeah, I prefer the bomb pots in Big O to be all high. When you do double board Big O, you immediately, as soon as the cards are dealt, there are 4 pots. It takes forever. I have a video on my phone from the now defunct Rounders of a 22-minute bomb pot, something like that, 23-minute bomb pot.
And when you're paying for time, that's so frustrating.
So and the dealer crushed it.
Yeah.
Like he did
a great
so
job.
well, and it still took 22 minutes or 23 minutes. It was unbelievably painful.
yeah, you did.
Bottom straight.
3 of them.
We'll kind of just let this hand play itself out. Megan there with a set of 9s. Got pot pushed her way. They do a cool thing, though. They take 1 or 2 of the $25 that was in the pot for each one of those and tip to the production and to the dealer. So very cool that they do that. So thank you, players.
It's a good way of doing it.
We've talked about it.
And this is Sal. Sal's another great dealer and player. It's also in real estate now, so holler at your boy Sal.
A lot of people make a transition from poker to real estate. So Freeform Aggie says, how much does this strategy change between Big O and regular 4-card Omaha 8? It's like squaring the equations. You know, it's just a massively more complex. You know, fewer combinations of available cards means for more informed decisions. And less variance. Generally speaking, the fewer cards you have in your hand, the higher the variance will be, because there is less of a skill edge involved. The more cards you can see and have available, the more information you have. More information leads to more mistakes, thus more profitability.
Big flop for Todd here.
Flop the nuts, turn the nuts, I believe, yeah. Yeah, flop the nuts, turn the nuts, and Becca's drawn at that nut flush. And the best ace-4 low, but she can't possibly know that right now. She's going to snap call it real quick.
He said it too.
Yeah.
It's like, man, you called that quick.
Yeah, nope, not going to get there. Becca is going to have that's a card that's probably going to get her to pay this bet off because, you know, she does. I believe she does have a jack high straight. Yeah, she does. So with second essentially here, she's probably not going to be folding.
And he checked to her.
We checked to her. Wow.
Yeah,
He just that you'll see that a lot. Well, I guess you have the low. I'm not gonna go ahead and bet here.
And is that just a little bit of a fear of I don't want to get quartered here because you might have the low and the high with me?
No, I think it's...
He's got 2 queens in his hand.
Yeah, generally speaking, players, they just default. Sometimes they default to, well, it doesn't matter. You're going to call anyway, which I fundamentally disagree with that logic.
I was going to say, I knew you would.
Yeah, you got to make a person pay for it. But keep in mind, as fast as she called, this is a little body language tutorial. That's generally not the nuts. You know, when somebody makes a point, look how fast I'm calling.
Right.
That's generally not the nuts. It's probably what that really means generally is, look how fast I'm calling, you should probably not bet again.
You should slow down. Yeah, it's reverse psychology. It happens all the time. Yeah.
So when, you know, somebody wants you to do something, it's generally a good strategy to do the opposite. So that, to me, if I see that, tells me I don't want you to continue betting. So guess what's happening on the next street? You're getting a bomb dropped on you. But yeah, that is a technique used to try and slow players down, and it worked. You know, it worked here.
I was curious at how many hands we were going to see. I'm impressed. The dealers are doing a great job tonight.
Doing a fantastic
job.
job.
We're through 32 hands.
Yeah, if you can deal this game well, you can deal any game anywhere.
Yep.
All right, Jeremy's opening against the blinds with a standard hand, just an ace-2 rundown hand with a couple of high cards. Todd's going to go ahead and take a flop with a premium ace-4-5 combo. Becca felt obligated just see a flop with whatever that was.
Queen 9.
All right, nobody's got a 9. Jeremy's going to continue with a c-bet here. This is a tough thing to just keep calling if you don't have it on a paired board. Jeremy knows this. Right, good c-bet, sir. Well done. I go into this a lot in my 4th book. The chances that a field, a specific number of players are going to have that queen. With 3 opponents, it's about a dead even flip, actually, that somebody's going to have trips or better.
Stickiest. Smelliest.
So Jeremy knows as long as he makes he knows that as long as his opponents are going to fold all hands that don't include a queen, all bets are profitable. Assuming that condition is in play, which is a condition of my opponents will fold all non-queen hands, is doing a lot of work in that statement.
Sure.
But that is a very typical thing. Some players will not fold aces there to more than to 1 bet. They will to 2. So it just depends on the player that Jeremy would be c-betting into.
I know we've talked a little bit about it, but what about position and how much does it matter in this game? I imagine it matters quite a bit.
It matters more in this game than in others.
Okay.
Position is power.
Yep.
Generally speaking, all things equal, out of position means out of action.
Scooping pot after pot over there.
Generally speaking.
Yeah, if you
Might as well work at basketball.
The power of position in this game is so much more magnified because of the information. And the split pot aspect of it, you can really turn the screws on your opponents from in position in places that you can't from out. And that you can't do in other games too.
$275 bet and a $300-something call.
Becca did decide to bet here with just a king. Small bet, though.
Yeah, she knows that King 9X is the hardest board in the world to hit in Big O. It is the least likely board for somebody to have a hand. You generally get that bet through. There's only one real draw out there, and that's the Queen Jack 10. But there's a flush draw available, so a nut flush is just going to call anyway. So we want to generally do that on a rainbow board, not a suited board. But Becca is going to continue the bluff line here, and this is ambitious. She's going to need help here to make this work. She's going to need the board to pair, or she's going to need like a queen or probably queen. That's what she's looking for, really. An ace. Okay, that's going to mess up a lot of the lows. That's going to give her top 2 pair and the second nut low. That is one of the better cards for her hand to actually make a hand, to make value here. And then she's going to go ahead and smash as hard as possible, which I do agree with here. It's very difficult for a 2-3 to be available on a king 9-4 flop.
And Kevin was now what, playing the 6-3?
Yep, he did, and this bet worked because Becca did make, you know, or no, she had him beat both ways.
Yeah.
But she's not going to know that in real time. She's generally going to take this bet down, or take this pot down, because that card's going to screw up everybody's hand but make hers. So she's going to go ahead, and what she's doing here is hoping that she's forcing out a set of 4s or a set of 8s or something like that. But she's going to make the best hand.
Looks like somebody did call.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, somebody at the end of the table. We're having a little graphics. So they are going to chop this up, I guess.
Oh, I guess. Yeah, I guess we
Yeah,
had a graphics error there. So sorry about that, everybody.
400 in profit is what she's going to win. She's going to win half that pot. But
I guess she.
See what?
Oh, we didn't see the
Because
other.
Kevin folded his hand there.
Yeah,
somebody down here still had a hand.
Oh, well, that's going to just happen to be a mystery there.
Mystery there,
But,
who she chopped that up with.
It's a very fortunate run out for Becca. I'm very fortunate. I'm not. We can get really into the weeds of good, bad, or otherwise on the line, but that is what she was looking for. She was either going to take this pot down when the board paired and nobody made a hand, or, you know, plan B, you can always just make the best hand both ways. There's always that.
And interesting there that we were just talking about position. She was doing all of that out
of position. Yeah, and that's the higher variance. You can do, it's a stylistic thing.
Yeah.
Some players enjoy that. I mean, I'm not above doing that.
Yeah, she's experienced and knows what she's doing.
Yeah, she knows what she's doing. She's going to have very solid reasons for what she's doing. You know, so I'm not really in a place to criticize or commend that line, but it is it's a stylistic difference.
Gotcha.
But once she did pick that, once she picked the high variance road from the flop, she's got to stick with it. As soon as she checks, she can lose the pot. At any point in time, she checks, like on the turn, and face that, she has to take it right in the bucket.
Yep.
You know, so it's like, it's a really tough thing. You have to keep that momentum going, and she knows that.
Pedal down or not at all,
Yep,
right?
it's one or the other. And that is the problem with locking in a high variance line, is you're married to that line. You have to continue it, otherwise you're going to end up just check folding and getting out of the way. Not my favorite thing to be involved in, but in a game where people know you and you're up against better players, it can work.
What are you doing over there? Pay attention, Ty.
Guess what?
It's 30.
Yeah.
You can't 3-bet to 50 there.
No, I
There
think,
you go.
yeah, he was. I don't think he was trying to 3-bet, was he? Ah, whatever.
He was trying to just raise, but he didn't realize that Jeremy had already raised.
in front of him. Okay.
60 spades, first turn.
Free info for Jeremy.
Yeah, 6 of spades not coming out there. Was the burn.
All right, 5-5 queen. I do believe we had an ace 5-6 in there somewhere.
There we go.
There it is. There's an ace 5-6. Fortunately, nobody has anything. I think we got, yeah, the 7-6 is the only flush draw available. Jeremy likely kicked in his naked ace already. Yeah. Now with the bad flush like that after playing trip 5s, you're generally not going to put a bet in there. You're not going to get called by less. Now playing a 7 high flush there. So that's not uncommon for that, just to go check right to showdown. Generally end up making a large bet there with the 7-6 of clubs holding the 5. You're going to get called by better. Just going to get flatted by an ace high flush or a 5 deuce or something.
Yeah, and I saw that was another, the card that was accidentally exposed was the 6 of spades.
6.
It was still registering in Kevin's hand.
Oh.
Kevin actually did have a bigger flush. That's why he took that down.
Oh,
So,
well,
that was a fun one.
Graphics, oops, again. Oh, well.
Yep. Becca popping back in to give Greg a
Hi,
shout out.
Becky. Always a pleasure to see her. It's the other half for Jeremy.
Absolutely. She's always in the room and always got a smile on her face. So
Also, Jeremy's much better half.
much better half.
Way better.
No, I just figured the way he was hanging around,
Oh, yeah.
maybe
We can all.
be first alternate.
There she is in the background.
There she is. Always like seeing her. She's great. Good people, good people, good people. All right, so Steve-O is going to limp in late with speculative holding. Todd
Kings, the
raising.
jacks, the queens, they're all out there, but
Todd raising from the button. Ace 4-7 combo. You can play these kind of hands from late position because being the double suited, this is like a suited connector and hold 'em. You're either going to flop exactly what you want or nothing and get out of the way. So I believe that flop is ace 9-6. Yep, ace 9-6. Bink. That's the card the Ace Jack Jack was looking for.
I knew that. I already knew it. I appreciate it.
It's going to get tricky. Or no, Todd's on the button. I'm sorry. Be helpful if I knew these players' names and faces. Most of these players I've never seen before. All right, so we're checking. The queen get checked, and Todd loves that card. Loves that jack on the turn.
We see it on the board. It hasn't registered yet over here.
Becca did call with that double gutter and got there.
Hello, King 10.
Yep. That was one of the gin cards. Again, she's going to try and get value from a lesser hand. That's not going to do it. He checked the flop, bet the turn, and then checked the river. That's generally ace jack plus. So she has to get value from that range, and a full pot size bet's not going to do it.
Yeah, just a flick of a couple $100 maybe.
Yeah, like 175 maybe, 125. I mean, again, you got to get called by less. If you have a better hand and your opponent folds, technically you've made a mistake. It's so hard. It's so hard in real time to be like, I have the best hand. I shouldn't bet a lot. Right? Like, it's really hard. You're like, I want to get paid. Pay me.
Yeah, and Hold'em you can get called a lot because a lot of times that bet is polarizing and he's either got
nuts
all
or
or nothing.
Yeah, nuts or nothing.
But you're thinking about 2 cards, and now you got to think about 5 cards.
Correct.
Yeah, this
it's a lot less obscurity.
Right.
A lot less. Ranges are sometimes can be very polarized. You either have it or you don't, and don't is not paid off very much.
Right.
People aren't just airball bluffing all the time in Big O. Whereas that's standard practice in every other game. I like hands like this. Ace 3, 4, 8, 8, like ace 2, 5, 9, 9. I like hands like these a lot.
And these are kind of some of those spots where it's, you said it's rare to have an 8, 8 in your hand, but
Yep.
this is one
This
where
is one of them. Yep.
you will continue.
This is one of them. Yep.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you can make a lot of big hands with like ace 3 wheel cards and then a big pair. You can make some pretty strong two-way hands. So I like these hands a lot.
That's a dual purpose. A fire
JP
pit.
with ace 2, 2, 3. Coming with it. Ugh, King 9X.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not a lot of action on those boards. Unless you have the pre-mentioned ace 2, 4, 9, 9. Like I mentioned, I love hands like that. Ace 2, 3, 5, 5, ace 2, ace 2, 3, 9, 9. I like hands like that. They make a lot of hands. Jeremy did flop a set of 9s, by the way.
And this is why
That's a hundo. That's 200.
200.
on the flop.
There's not a lot there. Yep, King 9X is one of the easiest boards to power through. In which case, Jeremy didn't really know that he wanted to, or that he was going to power through it. But a lot of times, you're just going to take down a pot like that, and you have no issues just taking down a small pot with best hand.
It wouldn't have mattered.
So in this game, what I haven't seen at all, and thankfully, but what I see a lot in some of our PLO games is it may, go one raise, and then it gets back to somebody who wants to repot it, a 3-bet, In our PLO games, sometimes we'll see if, you're thinking you're about to see a flop for $50, one person says pot, and then the whole table gets Tourette syndrome and says pot.
It gets it all in.
This game, it's a little different. They're not as aggressive pre.
Yeah, and most players who play this game enough to know that, like I mentioned earlier, the equities run so close together, there's not a whole lot of point in gambling early, because no matter how you slice it, everybody's going to be within a couple percentage points of each other. So you're not really affecting anything. You're not really gaining anything by doing that. Other than just, feeding the need, feeding the tick, like action. But most, players that play this game quite often know that it is generally a sign of somebody who doesn't study, that they really like to get super aggressive early because they have yet to, or don't care about the pitfalls and problems that creates. A lot of times too much aggression early creates fewer options later in this game, and most pros prefer more options later than less.
Then I don't think they're gonna let me bluff my table.
That's the only game I like to play.
No, that.
Be a very wet board in other games. Generally not that wet of a board in Hi-Lo.
Yeah. They ripped this big out.
Start working here?
I do expect this bet to get through.
I don't recognize you. Oh,
But I'll probably
you're
be here
Los
tomorrow.
Colinas. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's big O. Yeah, I know, right?
Oh, black.
Orange
This
and
time?
And it gets through.
Thanks.
Be a semi-bluff, standard semi-bluff, and just like in any other game. Doesn't really mind if he's called. Could be a problem if he's raised, but again, he probably won't mind. With a gutter and a nut flush draw. Probably has no issues taking a flop, or taking a turn even for a raise.
All right, there you go. Still, we got 2 ladies up top there, Becca and Sam. are our big winners so far. And again, right there behind him is Jeremy. So the 3 players that you said are
Yep,
pretty.
3 players that are pretty darn good have got all the profit right now.
Yeah. Obviously, we know that that could change as with any
Well,
game.
one wet board, and they will happen.
Near
So
where
there
your
will.
sister is.
The more big O you play, the more craziness happens.
I know.
In that hood.
Yep.
I'm from Texas City.
Great question from Andrew. I'll let Greg get to that here in just a second.
Just 1 second. When we finish this hand, we'll get to it. Todd opening with the aces combo from early. Sam is flatting him and going with the previous conversation here. Not 3-betting this premium hand here because she wants to exploit her advantage post-flop.
I just always.
The money is made post-flop, not pre-flop in this game.
Yeah. Like people are fishing, but we're like the largest.
Good flop for Sam.
Like,
Absolutely.
feels poisonous.
Now then usually, a lot of times ace-3 can get into a lot of trouble here, but here he paired his 3. That's the quickest way to destroy a decent hand is to pair that bottom card, like an ace-2, flop a 2, etc. But here ace-3, flop a 3, your hand's basically dead.
Yeah.
Sam's going to go ahead and make a bet here
Yeah.
with her pair and nut low, which when you're check 2 with a hand like this, you generally are going to take that initiative. And she got herself a bad call here. Now, I know the homer's saying, well, the aces are the best hand, but he's got to call 3 more bets with that, quote, best hand. And Sam's going to put the screws to him here.
And it's so weird to see, like, doesn't seem pine trees and then palm trees. They don't seem to go
This is going to be just probably going to get through.
Paired board, now you're just open-ended.
Yep.
Weak flush draw.
Snapped it in the muck. Yep.
Yeah.
Well done, Sam. And therein lies the problem of I'll see one more card.
Right.
Is that a good player is going to, you have to continue calling. And if Sam detected a hint of weakness there,
they got 7
you can call that 1 bet, but I'm going to make you call 2 more.
They're way hotter than I was. That's why I didn't.
With no risk.
Yeah. All right. Well, Andrew's question was, Greg, how would you go about promoting a PLO 8 or Big O game in a poker room that doesn't normally have it?
So this is market depending.
Right.
The best advice I can give you is just put up a list. And when the foreman, but we don't play that here. Well, all games start with a list one time. Start there. Then bring players. Then try to get other players to join the list. All it has to do is spread once, and it's a thing that happens. So bring your friends. Say, hey, let's all try to get this going on Friday night or whatever. Get people that you can get to play to show up at the same time. And you might get a game going. All you have to do is get cards in the air once and you have a chance. But it's tough. I'm not going to pretend that you're not swimming upstream there.
It can be tough. Each town, each room is different.
Everyone's
We struggle to
different.
get a 2-5 no limit game here because down the street
yeah.
we have a ton of tables
Ton
over
of
there,
them, yeah.
and they just play differently.
Yep.
But yeah, it's like he said, just get ambitious, man. Just try to create it. Do your due diligence. Call your buddies. Get people on the table. People get interested when they see people playing and chips splashing around.
Yeah, and generally, once you do get it going, assuming you have dealers that have the ability to deal split pot poker, which a lot of small rooms do not. All you need is just get an uncapped pot limit game going. People are going to go rubbernecking through the whole poker room.
Yep.
What are they playing over there? It's a top 2 pair, a flush draw, and a straight draw. Mirror, excuse me, a 3 pair, and a set of 9s.
Every time someone said good game to me, I'm like,
Uh-oh. Trouble City.
Trouble City as the Queen 9 now has him.
Uh-oh, Ace Queen 9 got there. The mirror got there, and the set is betting. 9's full, drawing stone dead is betting. Oh boy. I suspect this will be a flat. A raise here is a major mistake. Perfect. Well done, sir. Don't want to blow your opponent off a hand betting into you. This is a Napoleon line. Never interrupt your opponent while he's making a mistake.
JP got an ace in his hand too, so got to feel comfortable there.
Yep.
Just keep doing this over and over because there's only one winner.
No, don't do it too much. There's that tempt to. Oh, that's okay. All right, 300's okay. But still, you're targeting 9's full here. You're targeting a naked queen. You're targeting king queen or queen 9. What's the most amount that a hand like that's going to call easily, quickly? If your opponent's going to make a mistake, you want it to make them quickly.
Yep.
But you think long. Normally it's think long, think wrong. But here it's the longer they think, they generally come to the right conclusion. But that was the right bet in this situation. He did get called by less. Well done, sir. So you have to keep in your mind, if my opponent's betting into me and I have ace queen 9 here, the top of his range has to be ace queen or king queen. It's the most that hand will call comfortably and lose. Some people it's full pot because they think you're bluffing. Some people it's 10 big blinds. Sometimes, you know, it just depends on the player. But in this situation, that was a pretty healthy value bet. So he must know his opponent. He must know his opponent will call light.
All right, we're through 40 hands, under 2 hours. 189 of y'all just on our different streaming platforms watching. Thank y'all so much. Hope you are enjoying the commentary from Greg Vail.
Here's another stylistic difference. Sam is going to limp in as a pull. She's trying to encourage action. This is a rather common play. We saw this earlier from McGann with limping with the ace-ace 2-4, I believe earlier, from early under the gun. Sometimes raising under the gun acts like a massive push and everybody gets out of the way. You see this in Hold'em PLO too. Sometimes limping in like this from early can effectively act as a pull, and it did. That's exactly what happened. She limped in and allowed another player with a premium hand to raise, and now the spotlight is off of Sam. King 9x, King 9 deuce. Again with kings up, otherwise not. Kings and 7s and Kevin, but I don't suspect he'll be taking too much action here. Flush draw gets there. Again, does have the naked ace. We're probably going to see a successful bluff here. She's got to do it twice. But this is what you were referencing earlier. This is the most common use of a naked ace. Although I would argue if you have an ace-high flush draw, why didn't you bet the flop?
Right.
So, stylistic thing.
For her, it gets to her twice on the button.
Mandatory.
Mandatory, right?
You
Yeah.
have to do it. I don't care if it doesn't work. You have to do it.
Yeah.
It's if you don't, it's just it's a losing play.
You're literally not using that position and that strength of your hand there. I like it.
Yeah, it's like calling, closing the action with kings or something, you know, and hold them, you know, pre-flop when you're facing a spazzy raise and it's from out of position. It's just, it'd be kind of piss poor.
Yeah, so don't buy stock in it.
And again, to go back to Andrew's question about, you know, getting a game started, we spread a mixed game here with games that most players have never even heard of, and within a few weeks, we had guys coming off of 1-2 tables going over there just to learn because it was, you know, they were playing with white chips, you know, they were playing with dollar chips, and it was a blast. It ran for, you know, several months, you know, it ran. So
never underestimate.
Got to start somewhere.
Poker players' curiosity. You know, you put a new game in a new room with a decent amount of money, you will attract people who are just plain curious.
Absolutely.
And sometimes, every once in a while, you hook a big one, you know, that just is straight hooked on the game. They can't say no to the action.
I just look down, make sure it's green.
Again, going to go ahead and limp in here with the ace-3-3, jack-10. Steve-O going to raise from the button. Standard here. You have to raise this from the button. Limping in from late would be a very, just not great poker player here with ace-ace 2-4. Got to take control of the hand. Okay, we'll go 3 ways. Kevin looking for a high flop.
Hey, Rebecca.
Yeah.
The next time you have one of these,
8-5 deuce rainbow.
you'll have people from
Again, flops the nut low, but not much else. Steve-O's perfectly happy to peel here with number 2 low and 1 pair.
I don't know how you're going to do that, but good luck.
All right, he's going to pair his deuce now. That's a very strong high hand here with ace 2-4 is what he's playing.
There for the grand opening down there in
3 would be a spicy card on the river.
3 would be very spicy, very spicy. Wouldn't change the result, but it would just flip-flop who's playing what hand.
He's doing something.
Yeah, well, the result will not change now.
He was in on.
McGann's never folding a wheel.
Oh, diamond.
Steve-O's never folding a full house. At least he shouldn't.
I saw
And again, what do you lose to here? The 5's full, the
Yeah,
8's full?
look at the line. Didn't this go? Yeah, he should call here. Look at the line. You know, leading flop, check calling turn, leading river. That's not a full house. That's going to be an ace-3 every time. That's a fairly simple call there by Steve-O.
at TCH or
If she had bet the turn,
I think in Houston,
she might have gotten away with this instead of check. If she checks the turn, you're never getting that ace-ace 2-4 to fold. Right. But if she keeps going and then a small bet on the turn and then pots the river, that is a tough call. It'd be a very tough call with 2-2-4. Right. Because now it looks like ace 2 3 4 is what it looks like.
Right.
Or ace 2 3 5 or something, and that hand has Sivo in trouble. So if you're going to tell a story, better tell it right.
Don't stop halfway.
Yep, don't stop halfway. The irony is that in the act of being careful, you eliminate your chances of it being successful.
Susan joining us. How you doing, Miss Susan? Hope you're out there crushing it in the room if you're playing in the tournaments. She says, good luck tonight, JP, Becca, and Megan. Let's go.
San Antonio. Dallas, Austin.
Well, they can't all win. Well, maybe they can.
I mean, it'd be weird.
Yeah.
It could happen, I guess.
Somebody else.
All right, Todd going to open from the button with a low rundown hand. This is perfectly within bounds when it's an unopened pot. Becca says, nope, I will take momentum from you. Again, stylistic thing.
Right, if you're going to play that hand.
If you're going to play, in this situation, she wants Sam out of the way. She does not want to be caught in the middle and allow Sam to utilize her skills. So that is not a good flop for the opener. But he has the two random pair of the 2 3s in his hand. She's probably not going to get through. Normally, this would be a perfect hand to c-bet, and aces are just going to take it down. But when both players flop a set, bing, 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 here comes the fireworks. That set of 3s is just not thinking that the hand that 3-bet me is going to have 2 jacks or 2 9s in the hand.
Yeah.
You're
Stylistically,
it's going to work out.
Works out.
But, you know, that Todd's going to think, well, she 3-bet me with a pair of aces. He's right, but also a pair of jacks.
He is hoping for low here.
See, now Becca's going for she's going to check raise the turn. That's on a blank. That's what she's hoping for. Ooh, not a blank.
He was out there when I was out there. We played the 5, 10, 25, 50 on the button Big O game at the Venetian.
He plays ultimate.
I don't expect him to bet here.
That's all he plays.
Look at her eyeing him down.
The worst thing that could happen would be a 9. Don't pair the board. So now Becca has to assume that her set is the best hand. Like, he's not checking back a 10-8 or a king-10 after he got check raised. So, again, what's the lowest number a set of 9s or jack 9 or queens and jacks could call? If it were me, oh, that's not going to work. Maybe it might. Nope. It's generally not going to work. You got to do your own bidding there. Because he's raising flop and checking back turn. So what does that range build out to be? That beats jacks and 9s, set of 9s. Maybe she's lucky and it's like ace 2 3 3. But either way, you have to target that hand because it's not going to be 10-8 or king-10. And he's also not going to value on himself after being check raised.
Yeah, the second he checked, she turns over that hand like, damn it.
Got
like,
it. Yep, she knows.
It.
If he checks back, she knows she has the nuts, but she should have figured that out on the turn.
Right. David asking, how often does the Big O run at TCH? Well, as often as we can get a game, but right now, Rebecca is the only one that's hosting her own game. Here's how you join the interest list, Sundays and Tuesdays at 1 p.m. But again, anytime our floors will put a list up there if we have enough players. They always call an interest list. You know, if they get enough players, they will do it. Fortunately, we do. This is a room where we have plenty of dealers that are, skilled enough to deal this game.
They are. Yep.
So it's, something that we just need enough interest.
All right, Steve with a double suited premium aces, ace 2 double suited. Kevin going to definitely see a flop with ace 3-5 combo. JP's not going to mind an all high only hand here. Something for everybody. Not a fan of the queen 7-5-4, but that's okay. We need a king. Oh, there it is.
King Jack smashes that one.
King Jack hits that. The ace deuce paired. It's 2 danglers. Nobody's going to take a stab here. Uh-oh. Actually, a jack would have been worse. That would have been the death card, but this should shut things down here. King Jack went for the trap. It's not going to work. Generally got to do your own bidding in these kind of games.
Bet your hand, sir, is what we like to say.
Generally got to do your own bidding. The cool part about checking back that is that you might get a small down bet out of an ace-queen. But generally speaking, they're not going to bet their own hand like that. What, the river card changed. What happened?
It did, yeah. It was a 10, wasn't it?
It was a 10, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's not ace.
So the pot's 165. Could have potentially, you know, maybe been a little bigger.
You know, maybe, you know, the king jack with the river 10 there throws out like a $40 bet. You know, again, what's the easiest hand that can call? Well, nobody's got jacks full, nobody's got king 6, so ace queen is a likely holding from somebody. Make a bet that an ace queen will have no problem calling. You know, $30, $40 probably get paid off.
Don't get greedy, just put a little feeler out there and hope you get called.
Yep. And so our goal is to profit, not to win big pots. You know?
Right.
Yeah, winning big pots is fun, but our goal is to profit at the end of the day. We do measure score based on red or green numbers in the ledger.
Absolutely.
That is how we score this game. So
Zach's probably the only
you
one
got to make some little value bets there. Those things add up. You know, you make little small bets that nobody else is going to get paid on. Add that up at the end of the year. It can be tens of thousands or more. You know, it can really make a difference in your year. Beck is again getting speculative late. This is again a stylistic thing. Better players do like to see a lot of flops in late position for, you know, one big.
$10, why not?
Yeah,
Flick it in there. Yeah.
When you're super deep, I don't, you know, implied odds. I don't need to go into the specifics of that, but again, stylistic difference. Some players don't. Some better players won't do this, but it's not to say it's not correct in certain situations. Beck is getting very creative here.
Yeah, it was $50 with just that holding.
Yeah, this is
a little speculative.
This is a float. She's floating, she's going to plan on taking this away on a later street. That's the plan here.
Ambitious though, because you're going to take it away from 4 people. Right?
Yeah, it is ambitious, but like you've seen this before, where the board pairs and everybody checks, she can take away the pot. So that might be what's going to happen. And Kevin does have that jack, so that plan's not going to work here. But she could get lucky and get a free card. Yep. There you go. All right, Jack 10 does have the nuts here. Kevin is going to make the nut hand. Now, how's he going to get paid? He did not bet the turn, so he's got to target the 9/8s and the, you know, the 3/3s, and you got to target hands like those. And that 125 is going to get it done. But Jeremy says, not so fast, sir. But Jeremy is representing the hand that Kevin does have.
Kevin's like, please have 7s full.
Hey, he's just gonna call it, and Jeremy didn't even bother to show his hand. Just threw it in the muck.
Oh, he actually did raise. We just didn't.
Yep. Yeah, Jeremy raised him. Yep. I was gonna say, not so fast, sir. You're generally not gonna be full here. You know, if he's betting a hand like Jack 3, yeah, I was representing the hand you had. You know, and that does happen sometimes. You generally are only going to see that out of better players, because if he has a hand like Jack 3, you know, or 7/7 that he tried to get cute with, you could get him to fold there.
Oh, I didn't have any blockers in my hand at all. That was...
No, he was blocking what you were repping.
Yep, he was exactly. He had what you were representing. We see that in other games too, where one player is representing the hand the other has. No different.
Scan, Jeremy.
Going to the blinds. Now this is rather unusual, actually, where we just go fold it around to the blinds. That is rather unusual in this game.
I was thinking that too. I didn't realize how hungry I'd get.
I wouldn't ask you, but I was going to Chick-fil-A, and I know you're not eating. I guess you have salads. I didn't even think about that.
Nobody really landing much here. Some clubs though for Megan.
He's got a couple of pairs in that flush draw. It's going to be enough to take this down.
Yeah, deuce and the 7. Yeah.
Big O is no different than other games. We have plenty of small pots that must be navigated correctly. Looks like we got a dented card.
Easy fold for the aces there. Just,
yep. Easy out of the way with no clubs, no real draws, just a naked gutter. Yep, out of the way.
All right, so Sal's going to switch decks real quick.
Yeah, but it wasn't an odd hour.
Normally our Tuesday stream, we do a 5, 10, 25 no limit game. We've done PLO before. Had the pleasure tonight of doing Big O and getting some new faces and learning some new stuff. But if you want to play in Dallas specifically, this is who to contact. Miss Mallory. You can find her on the socials at Mallory Poker, or scan that QR code. There's her information there. But she always does a great job getting these lineups together. And not only did we get a great lineup together, we got a great commentator in the booth with me tonight, Mr. Greg Vail, author of 4 books on this specific game right here, Big O. Got a website as well. Remind me of the website.
Doublesuitedpoker.com.
Doublesuitedpoker.com.
My books are cheaper there than anywhere else. They're sold on Amazon and other retailers for $50 a piece. They're $40 a piece on my site. I also do offer discounts. For those of you who are watching this stream, you can go to doublesuitedpoker.com/TCH live stream for a free week of membership when you sign up for a regular membership to my instructional library. And that library has well north of 300 instructional videos with over 170 hours of material and much more coming. I do post about 1 video per day. So if you want some instructional content on this, there is no other place to find it.
Yeah, and I don't say this lightly. I've been in the room now with you for 2 hours, and everything I wanted to know about this game, everything I feared about this game.
I'm giving it all away for free.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting a free lesson. You guys who have been watching this, you're getting a really good lesson on how to play this game and to be profitable. Because at the end of the day, that's the goal.
That is the goal. Yep, and that's how I teach. That's how I coach. My job is to make you more money. I do coach other things besides just Big O. I do coach mental game, and I do have career clients that play poker they play all sorts of games, but they're career poker players, and I consult with them to increase their profitability and really take a good, hard scientific look at what they're doing and why, so that we can make you more money. But I generally have a couple of dozen active students at all times, and they keep me busy, that's for sure.
Awesome.
I sure do enjoy coaching a lot more than I do playing. I like turning a selfish game into an altruistic venture where I'm on somebody else's side, you know.
Absolutely.
And helping out. It's a lot of fun. I enjoy it.
That is definitely the true definition of, what a coach should be, right? Somebody who really gets pleasure and enjoys helping others better themselves. So
it's so much more fun.
Yeah.
It's so much more fun to watch somebody that's just, their nose down, their head down, and then just turn them around in a few months, and then just, it's the best.
Yeah.
And I love it. It's so much fun.
Yeah, Richard Greenberg, this is Big O. This is Hi-Lo.
Yep. Congress is not a thing. This game is called Big O. Congress is a government body that nobody likes.
That's right.
This game is called Big O. Big O. Big O.
No, that's what I understand.
But PLO with 5 cards is just PLO 5.
And now these cards don't want to scan because we have...
Oh, the new deck? Oh, no.
Yeah, we got mystery hands galore. All right, they're going to place them all over.
I know, that's what I don't get.
I know. I do
Scan
know
any of them, okay.
the software can be a little glitchy with a lot of cards.
Yeah.
This is not unique to, just you guys. This is a problem that a lot of streams will have with 5 cards that gets mixed up. The 2 cards easy, 4 cards fine, but 5 you can get a lot of noise in the programming. So it's not your guys' fault. Yeah, not your guys' fault.
Yep. We were actually running pretty smooth so far tonight, and then we just switched decks, and now we got a little bit of an issue. So Jack Link's mystery, multiple cards.
Free shout out there. But yeah, we get to play mystery stuff, see who's got what. But usually with a bet and a call here, you're generally going to have the hands already made. People aren't drawing at a naked nut low here. You're going to have 2 juicy hands here.
Thomas B, yes, Big O is a pot limit game. I know you said that you've played it no limit before.
Yeah, it's my favorite. Yeah, no limit Big O is my absolute favorite thing of all time.
But yeah, this is a pot limit game tonight, a 5-5-10 pot limit game.
Nice bluff, Jeremy.
That was a good card for me.
That was a good card for you.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, you bum. That was a bluff. You generally, when somebody takes the lead on a monotone board and the board pairs and they check, most good players are going to take that pot away from them. So yeah, you've been bluffing. Or Jeremy floated him with the.
Yeah.
He could also float him with ace-2 of clubs there, and just like let him have it. But I'd imagine he would have checked it back and let him get the low there, and just let him get into a false sense of security. But I suspect that was a bluff. I suspect that was an air ball from Jeremy.
Yeah, he had that one card that was a mystery card, but his other card was he only had 1 club that we know of.
Yeah,
so,
I mean it could have been a small club, but yeah, he's generally. That's an old school stop and go play. And I know the tournament people, that's not what it's called, but that's what I call it. It's how long I've been in poker. When one player stops, you go, and generally it's going to work like that in that situation.
There we go. Cards are getting
All
scanned
right, now we're back into the let's not guess game.
Yeah.
As much as I do like doing that.
Right. A hand or a card is fun. But
Yeah, it's fun.
We're trying to do 5
it's
cards.
Fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
$500 chips over there? Are you hiding from the table?
All right, 5 hands again. Again, more hands in play than in the muck. We like that.
He's keeping all his losses under 1,000.
There's a juicy flop. 6-4-9 with a flush draw. 1 nut flush draw. McGann does have an overpair and a draw at ace-2. Whoop, there goes the ace-2. But Jeremy did turn the nut low. With Kevin still has the nut flush draw and a bunch of straight draws. And an ace-5 low. That is the number 2 low. He probably is not going anywhere. Do expect McGann to just kick this in the muck. Becca with 2 pair and both flush draws, but she's going to know that's going to be for half, and none of them are to the nuts.
Yeah, she can't know that Jeremy, doesn't have another spade with that ace.
Right.
She's going to come along, though.
Yeah, Jeremy, there is not many places where you can use the naked ace when the low's already there, but Jeremy is going to attempt to pull one of those off here because he is the only nut low in play, which he can't possibly know with that kind of action. But that shouldn't change much.
Yeah, shouldn't be a lot of 7/8s out there, right?
Shouldn't be a lot of 7/8s out there given this action. But if this gets checked around to Jeremy, I expect him to try and take this pot away. But McGann might get. Oh nope, he's just gonna go into damage mode. Hopefully somebody behind him has a straight, and they can bet, and that bad low can make a call behind him. I believe that's probably what Jeremy is doing here. He's trying to get this hand to bet and somebody else to call incorrectly, and he's going to put it squeeze. That is relative position, as I mentioned earlier. He's just trying to find a way to profit from it, and he is determined that he's not going to profit by blasting this and getting everybody to fold.
Yeah, and Megan does the betting for him.
Yep, and so the next best option is to get a high hand to bet and to put this guy in a squeeze like Becca did to him earlier. That's utilizing relative position here. He has to act before Jeremy does. This is quite a good play by Jeremy.
And his low is what?
His ace-5, number
right?
2.
Yeah.
And that's the tough spot that he's putting him in by checking here and allowing the high hand to bet. Relative position 101, that's in my 3rd book. Jeremy is saying, please call, please call, please call. Ah, it didn't work. And he's going to be rewarded. Jeremy calls immediately, and the guy's going to see he made a great fold. And he properly navigated being put in that relative position vice that Becca put him in earlier. And he navigated this one properly, though. Good job. Good fold.
Now, what does Jeremy do if Kevin does call there?
He's going to call.
He's just got the low.
Yeah,
right?
he's just going to call there and take half that money. Like at that point in time, he is determined that, and you could probably ask him this question too. He's probably determined he's not going to blast this pot down and take the whole thing. So then the next best option is to try and chop up somebody, and it works best if he's not the one betting. So he checks to the button bets the high hand, and you put him in that squeeze having to act before Jeremy acts again. So it's the exact same position that Becca put him in earlier.
So Thomas B., you've come to the right place. The co-commentator with me is Greg Vail. He's written 4 books on this very subject here, Big O Poker. So you can check out those books again.
DoubleSuitedPoker.com.
DoubleSuitedPoker.com.
And you can put in DoubleSuitedPoker.com/TCH livestream. And if you sign up, I'll give you a free week trial of my library.
There you go. Free week trial of his library. Again, he's got hundreds of videos.
Hundreds of videos, yeah.
So great opportunity to learn. You picked the right night to tune in.
And I explained counterfeiting. Counterfeiting is when you pair one of your low cards. So Becca has ace-3-6. That would be like flopping an ace and a 3.
Yeah, you cannot play pairs as your low.
Your low cannot play a pair unless there's 4 of them. That would be a live low, which we will get to eventually. So we'll eventually show a hand like that.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it means pairing your low cards. That's all that means. So for instance, if somebody calls on an ace-2 on this flop and it turns an ace or a 2, that's being, quote, counterfeit.
Yeah, it can literally change the strength of your hand immediately.
From huge to nothing in one card like this. If you have just a naked ace-2, now you have nothing. You have absolutely no hand whatsoever. All right, so a nut straight did not bet the flop, by the way. McGann flopped nuts second nut and did not bet, and then turned an ace. This could create a problem. That is kind of a misplay on the flop by not betting here, because now
POKI.
she's probably looking at only half the pot.
Todd quickly gets rid of his deuce 4 there.
Good play.
Yeah.
And she goes in and gets rid of it, and then instead of
How you doing?
betting the flop, she's going to raise the turn. That does put Becca in a place where she has to have one of the nut hands. If she does not, she's folding. So she, McGann recovered here quite nicely by making a mistake on the flop and then made up for it later on by taking down the pot and gaining a little extra profit. So well done. Good job, girl. That was good.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things about tonight and doing a live stream here is obviously there's a lot of information, but we are still playing hands. This is still a live stream, so it's not just your traditional, educational video.
Right.
You might have to slow it down at times or rewind or watch it multiple times to really realize what's happening. Our dealers are doing a great job of getting lots of hands out. But yeah, you still have an opportunity to learn from this tonight. And again, soak in everything you can while it's free from Mr. Greg Vail.
And I do chop these up in my library. I have 120-ish videos of previous live streams that I chop up individual hands, and I slow it down. I point out tells and all this stuff. So that's what I do with this footage. And it's teaching gold. It absolutely can really help out, especially when players that play on this end up signing up for me. We can now look at the game tape. It's look at players what you did. Here's just like any professional athlete. Let's look at the video of you and let's see what we can find. Let's see how many mistakes we can find. Every mistake we identify and get rid of, that's more money in your pocket.
I can't believe it doesn't
Sassy joining us. Hello, Sassy.
Yeah.
You'd think they'd have
This is a
something in
fairly
there.
common situation. Two premium hands that
Figure
both
that
flop
one out.
ace, both trip aces.
Yeah, like they're.
Went check on the turn. Neither player wants to get check raised off their hand.
My son here a few days ago, and
Kevin does not have a boat.
Does not, but he did river the nut low, so now he gets confident enough to bet right out into her.
Oh, man.
Yeah, there you go. I just see the 2-4 there.
This is a fairly simple call here, because even if she's getting scooped by aces full, it's probably not going to have a better low than 4-5. This is a fairly easy call. Good job again. Good job.
And of course, she was looking for that deuce on the river. Her 3-4 would have been the nut
Du-
low there.
Deuce
So,
on the river. The best card for her would have been an 8. Because then she makes the second nut full house and then like the fourth nut low, and then she could probably move her opponent off a non-nut low, but you can't possibly know that in real time.
Ben Ross.
A lot of times there you river aces full and a low, and opponent bets into you after going check. Just an easy call. Show me what you got.
Yeah.
It's probably not going to get you both
There you
ways.
are, right here.
But if it does, you've successfully reduced your exposure by checking back the flop. So the pain of having to pay that off in the river doesn't hurt as bad. So you saved a bunch of money rather than, getting out of line and betting the turn.
Now, I can imagine, as with any game, but especially a game where you've got multiple cards, probably not the best idea to learn while under psychedelics or.
I can't play. I thought the first time that I ever, it's like, oh, I should play cards like this with psilocybin. Bad idea. No, and I have friends that swear by it, but no, not for me. My God.
Try to learn. Have a clear mind.
No, there's too much stimulus. No, you just
a lot of information to be soaked in. Whether it's having a couple drinks or whatever, that's one thing. But have a clear mind when you're watching and learning from this. I can imagine. You're going to see colors that may not be there.
I'll be the first to swear by actual psychedelic therapy.
Right.
I'll be the first to swear by it, but that's a different conversation.
Exactly.
No, my God. Dude, I couldn't even imagine playing. No way. I have friends that swear by it.
Because I'm thinking about it, just all the stimulants that are going on in this game, the different actions, the tells, the things, just too much going on.
Too much. I don't know how you play when the numbers are dancing.
Yeah.
Like the paint cards are flowing like a river of paint. I don't.
Why'd that king wink at me?
The jacks are winking.
Oh man.
Why are my cards moving? No, bad idea. Don't mix anything that alters your mind in poker. That's just bad news. I don't drink when I play. I don't. Bad juju. It's business.
Absolutely.
It's money. It's business. Best to keep clear head. All right, Sam with the pairing and up and down. JP's going to go ahead and call with a much similar hand. Uh-oh.
Hello, lady.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh. Now he does have the best hand, and he is sharing this hand, but this is a dangerous bet. This is a very dangerous bet. What do you do when you get raised? If you get raised, what do you do? It works when it works, but when it doesn't, it's real painful.
Yeah, because that's a big bet.
Yep, that's a big bet. You can get ripped on for a couple thousand, by any queens full, and that hurts. This is dangerous. Not ill-advised, just dangerous. Let's get the Kenny Loggins music going. Now, and on the reverse side of this is a very tough call with just ace-queen. It is a tough thing to peel here, because what happens if you call here and the river's a 6 and you have to call another pot bet? That's tough. And it's going to work. So he's gonna push his opponent off the same hand. So high risk, high reward here.
Works when it works, like you said.
Yeah. Boy, this hurts. I've been on both ends of this one before. When you make that play and someone goes, okay, pot, I'm all in. Like, damn. Oops, should check.
Now here's a question. So I'm seeing a lot of players that play some games that I'd regularly play: 1-2 no limit, 2-5. This is a 5-5-10 game.
Yeah.
Rebecca's game doesn't play normally quite this big, I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong, but have you seen low limit Big O, or does it tend to be 2-5 and above?
Yeah, you'll see a lot of 1-2 with 5 to come in, which is essentially a small stakes 2-5 game.
Okay.
But yeah, down in Austin, you see a little bit of that, or like I think in Virginia they play like 2-2 with a 5 to come in. It's a little bit smaller.
Okay.
Perfectly reasonable to experiment and not lose heaps.
Right. And I think that would really get some interest going from some of the players that are playing regularly in big no limit games. But if they want to learn something new, they may not want to risk as much.
I'd say in that situation the best chance, either play online, get a hold of me. I'll hook you up with some smaller friends that agent for all the little things.
Yeah.
Email me, GregVail@doublesuitedpoker.com. I'll hook you up. But otherwise, tournaments also help. Playing a small tournament can get a decent amount of exposure for a limited investment.
Right.
But yeah, they're out there. You don't have to. But this is the most common. 5-5 is like the most common stakes that I find. 5-5-10, 5-10 with straddles. The problem is if it's 5-10 with straddles, that gets out of control real quick.
I can imagine.
Pot limit always plays twice as big as the blinds say it does. Ooh, action Jackson. Here we go. I see one top 2 pair. I see a bunch of low draws. I see the nut flush draw. I see a big wrap on the straight. Hello. All right. Prepare for fireworks. Ooh, one of the ace-2s folded, I think, didn't it? Oh.
9-10 from JP is there, and he's going to play aggressive again.
He is going to go for it. I don't expect this to get through. With ace-2 and the nut flush draw, you're generally going to be obligated to make this call mathematically. Generally speaking, it takes a lot of hand to have your opponent have you in any real bad shape. It has to be ace-2, 9-10 exactly to have you in any sort of trouble here. Okay. Yep. McGann's going to make the call and await her fate. This outcome will be decided by the cards, unless a 7 peels off. All right, and this is just going to be smash and call and chop it up.
One person holds one nut, she holds the other nut. Chop it up.
With the nut flush draw, nut low draw, and a gutter, you're obligated to call mathematically there. You have to be below 33%, getting 2-1. You're not going to be below 33% equity with that many draws. Like I said, it takes a very specific set of cards to have you even in any sort of real trouble, and it's not even that big of trouble.
Gotcha. Now that's interesting. Bay 101 has a 2-3-5 with a $20 straddle.
Okay, cool.
2-3. I've never heard 2-3-5 like that, but okay.
They probably just, it's in California. So
the ranges of buy-ins, though, 800 to 5K.
5K. Cool. All right, Bay 101. There you go. I've never heard of that one.
Are you heading there next?
Hell no. No, that's too far. No, that's a long way from my place.
Yeah.
I've just never heard of, I've never had any real reason to go to the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Like, I don't have any family there. I don't have any business. I don't have many friends there. I've just never.
Definitely not the time of year to go there either, because it is cold at night there. Ooh.
I've never really had any association with the Bay Area.
Sassy's game. Start it up when you get back in town, girl.
Oh, my God. Dallas is the only place I ever heard of the game Sassy.
Yeah.
And Regret. That's the other game I've only heard of here.
Just maybe too many cards for the software to show the equities, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
But you know, I got the computer right next to me here.
I can estimate for
Greg
you.
can kind of help out with some of these hands, you know, if they're heads up.
There's a couple of equity calculators online you can find. If you need one, just email me. I'll give you the link. There's a free one available online that's didn't used to be free, and I had to pay for it, but it is now. But it works just fine. It is very complicated because of the dual pot nature and having a split pot. You have 2 equations instead of 1. But it is all important. This is a very mathematically heavy game, and we do get into a lot of that when I coach players or clients that play for a living. We get real nerdy about the math.
Yeah. Now I just saw Todd fold a hand that we have every now and then had a PLO game run with just high only 5 cards. Todd folded a 9-9, 8-8, 6 double suited,
right?
Kind of. So that's a hand that you're like, oh, I want to play that. But in this game, you're looking at it, you're like, yeah. Doesn't really
no
do
matter
much.
what you hit, it's for half.
Yeah.
And it's almost never going to be the nuts.
Yep.
Even if it is, it's a straight.
Yeah.
And it's going to be for half.
Right.
If you make a straight with a 9 in your hand, playing a 9, you have to chop the pot. It can't be the nuts. If it is the nuts, there will be a low available.
Yeah.
So you generally don't want to play a hand with 4 cards between a 6 and a jack. All right, Kevin flops exactly what he wants, and guess what? So does Becca. Becca's key card was a king, and she did flop it. She's going to go ahead and whip this wrap right in the muck. I probably would be calling 1 bet here. I wouldn't be just folding when you get exactly what you're looking for. But again, stylistic difference. Maybe Becca knows that she's not going to get paid if she hits it. She probably knows. She did reference this before I showed up. She's like, weird things happen because we know each other.
Right.
And that's absolutely fair. That is 100% fair.
Oh, yeah. She, Todd, and obviously our 2 seed over there. Why am I
Jeremy. Yep.
They literally play
every day.
Round the clock.
They're not going to surprise each other. They know each other. But generally I'm gonna peel there because if you drill that on the turn, you have the whole pot, and your opponent's generally going to slow down. So then you can control the action. But if the turn's a 6 or 7 or 8, you just get out of the way. There's not a whole lot of downside exposure to making that call.
That's a PLO hand. Just regular PLO that you'll see people just repot or whatever. Because they got the full wrap, they're getting it in.
Full wrap, like 9 outs.
Exactly.
Like, quote unquote full wrap. No, full wrap. You mean a pair and a gut shot?
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, that's exactly what I have.
Yeah, full wrap, right. Another King 9X flop. This is the bluff flop. You can get this through pretty easily. The last player in a King 9X flop, the person that gets checked to really should be potting this most of the time and just taking it down. It's really hard to make a hand. There's not really any draws available. Now there are. So now you can't get it through.
Changes everything.
Yeah, now you're not going to get this through.
Ace 3.
Ace 3, 4, 4. Todd, that is the exact card he would pick out of the deck, is an offsuit 4.
My software isn't...
Todd just called here. I would... This is one of those I would probably get in there and make... And take control of that. Since it did get checked around, it's highly unlikely somebody has a set of 9s or kings.
All right, one of those when I got it. I don't know with the updates.
Now, see, this is a weird thing. You just flat the turn. You get in a weird spot here, and you're going to end up losing half the pot by letting that, the 6-7 low take half the pot.
6-7 low is going to indeed
and that's a mistake. That's a mistake. It's how much is in the pot? $200. That is a $100 mistake.
Right.
It got weird, but that's how mistakes in this game can compound to something goofy later. Is that you get in a weird spot that costs you money later because we made a mistake on an earlier street.
Right.
And that one right there, because if he raises the turn and bets the river, even just half pot, he's taking that whole thing down, and he's going to make 3 times more than he did.
I put it by the center.
Small mistakes equal large paychecks.
Oh, okay. And it goes in the like the USB.
Becca just has not relinquished that lead up there. She's still up over 2K.
Yep.
For the night. Salmon right there on her heels.
Yeah, and the 3 players I mentioned it first off is Becca, Sam, and Jeremy, all profiting from the night so far. And Jeremy's still profiting with a bad bluff. Not bad, quote unquote, and I understand exactly why he did what he did. It just didn't work out. But he's still profiting.
Yeah, remind me again, you told me that you coached a player that made a big run or binked a big tournament this summer.
Yeah, one of my former students, Mike Christ, won the the 1500 Big O this year.
Nice.
I felt bad not being there. It was like the one day I had to be out of town, but
So you could help rail and
yeah, I really
cheer him
wanted to.
on.
I didn't even know until after the fact. I'm like, oh god, the one day I have to be out of town.
Well, that's got to feel awesome, man. One of your former students.
Cheers.
Oh, he's
winning a big one.
Yeah, he plays in Maryland and Virginia. He's a great dude.
What was that top prize in that one, in that $1,500 bid?
I don't remember.
Pretty big field, though?
300, maybe 300K.
Yeah, that's
something
awesome.
like that.
That is so cool.
I don't remember.
Too cool.
If he's watching, he'll maybe jump in, but he's a very modest person, so probably maybe not. All right, well, Jeremy flops the nut flush here with the straight flush blocker. That is very important.
Very important.
But he is going to make a bet as a poll at 235 in the pot with 100. He's trying to get somebody to draw. A lot of players would be tempted here to just pot it and take it down. That is not the mathematically correct answer.
Yeah, JP folds the ace deuce 3 there.
Yep. So now he's gonna really put the pressure on anybody who did call and control this all the way to showdown. So he's going to try and bloat the pot here so that the next decision is as painful as possible. That's why he's betting 200. That should be easily called. I almost guarantee you the next bet, as long as the board doesn't pair, will be a pot-sized bet.
Pairs.
Yep. Check. Nah, he's probably just going to take his half pot. Be like, yeah, I'm probably going to get the high. I'll just I assume he'll probably just let this go. Yep. Standard, I would have done the exact same thing. That is a missed opportunity from McGann, but again, she can't possibly know that in real time.
Right.
That she could, if she wanted to, pot the river and get Jeremy to fold. But if he has a hand like ace two and spades, he's just going to be like, okay, call, and just gives away half her money. However, it would have been the same. If she had checked, Jeremy had potted, she's gonna call anyway.
Yep.
So if she changes that momentum, even though it's the same cost, you could get a different result.
So, and of course, you heard JP there, telling the players, hey, I had ace deuce 3 myself, but again, like, that was such an easy fold for him on a monotone flop like that. It's just
because you don't want to draw at half.
Yeah.
You generally don't want to draw at half in this game. That is one of the biggest mistakes that losing players make. And even some intermediate players will draw at half. It's not quite as big as drawing at your key card, like we saw earlier with that 2-3 that drew at the ace, got there and didn't like it. It's not quite as egregious as that, but it is a mistake that better players will try to maximize value off of quite frequently, is drawing at half.
Drawing at half when there's more than just you and another player, too, is even worse, right? Because now
no, drawing at half heads up is the ultimate.
Yeah,
because you have half the exposure for no profit. You have no way to profit. If you're going to get half the pot and you have half the exposure, that equation zeroes out every time. Your ceiling is zero, breaking even. You can't profit from this situation. So that is a very egregious mistake. But multiple ways, you're not really risking that much.
Because there is a chance to profit still.
Yeah, because you can still profit. When there's 4 players, and even if you get quartered 4 players, you get 25% of the pot and 1/4 of the action. That's a net zero. So it's not really a problem if you get quartered 4 ways. You don't actually lose anything.
We're learning, kids.
We're learning.
We're learning.
We're learning. All right, Jeremy has a mystery card, but at least the nut low draw and a gutter. But I'd suspect that's probably going to be a 5 or a 9 if he is betting here into that field that checks to him. That is a pull that he's making, so he wants action. Becca has a very similar kind of hand here with an up and down straight draw on the ace-2. Sam out of the way there with a high rundown hand.
Becca did decide to raise here.
She did. So she check raised this bet here. Jeremy's going to flat here, continue his pull. And both players, both Becca and Jeremy, are going to know that their target here is in the middle. That's what they're both targeting right now. They both know each other is going to have a premium low rundown. So I don't suspect that these two are going to go to war here. They're probably going to... unless Jeremy's card is a 9. If he has a 9 here, he's going to go to war.
For sure.
But
here comes the war.
No, he's going to avoid the war here. So that mystery card's a big deal right now. If that's a 10, this is a very sexy float. If that's a 9, I doubt he would flat here with a 9, but he might be setting up the river card. If the river's a blank and Becca pots it, he can smash that back in her face. So there are worlds where that's a 9. He's flatting with the nuts here, especially against a better player. You wouldn't do that against a player with lesser skill, but ooh, this will be sexy. This is a tough one. This is a really tough one for Becca. Okay, she's going to check, see what happens with Jeremy. When given a free showdown in a bloated pot here, he's probably not going to make a bluff here. That body language, he's fully giving it away to Becca that he is not going to bluff her. Ace 10 at a minimum. What was that other card?
He has ace.
Is that 10? What is that? Ace 2, 7, 10, 8? 9? Is that a 9? No way, that's not a 9. There's no way. There's no way he checked the river with a 9. I can't even see what that card is. Either way, aces and 10s or
maybe,
a set of 10s, one of the two.
Yeah.
It's
Chop it up either way, but
yeah. Anyway, but that body language, for those of you who like tells, that body language says what I'm doing, what I'm about to do is honest.
Yeah.
You know, he's not going to do that and then go through this whole rigmarole show and then bluff her.
Right.
And it's also a sign of respect. You're not going to go through that dog and pony show against another pro because they're going to be like, "Are you serious, guy? Like, you think I'm really going to fall for this, you moron?" And it's just disrespectful. There's no need for that. So that's an I'm being honest body language for those of you who like that stuff. So you can expect that whatever is about to occur after that, after you see that, is going to be of face value.
Some friendly lady in the chat is letting us know exactly how much Michael Christ won.
Thanks, babe.
Yeah, one of your former students won $306,884 to be exact.
He sure did.
In the WSOP event number 27, 1.5K Big O out of 1,555 entries. That's pretty badass.
What a tournament! What a big tournament. And just so it's not appearing as a brag, I do not know anything about tournaments. I do not coach tournaments.
Hey.
I coached him in cash games. I will not take any responsibility for that win. But it is cool that somebody I taught to have success. I love seeing that. All right, double paired board. Again, this is just like in other games. Very rarely get any action on double paired boards.
Got to play 2 cards still.
Yep, a naked jack and a naked 8 does not make a full house. There's not much to have.
Does anybody even have an ace here? What is going on with this?
Yeah. So this is standard. You see this a lot, just like in other games where nobody has anything.
Ace, Becca won with the pair of aces.
Ace 9.
Yeah.
Just gets checked through it. Well, there's a lot of action in Big O.
That was our smallest pot of the night.
We still have our walks like, other games are our, limp it in, check it down, go to the next hand. That still happens in this game too. Just not as often.
Yeah, every now and then the cards don't cooperate.
Yeah. One thing you don't see in Big O very often is a chop.
Yeah.
It's like a pre-flop chop. Get down to the blinds. You want to play this? Like, that just almost never happens. Almost never. We've only gone to the 3 blinds
one time
all day.
tonight. Yeah.
Somebody with 5. You deal out, deal out this many cards. Deal out 40 cards. People are going to have something. Right?
Paying by the hour, let's play.
Yeah.
They used to have a Kona grill, which was good, but that's no longer there. No, not where it was in the domain. Yeah.
Jeremy, again, we're seeing the same patterns. You can see Jeremy that has that monster low rundown opening for a small amount from early position. This is a textbook pull. Jeremy is every bit professional, is the best out there.
Like you said, inviting players in.
Inviting players in, pulls encourage calls and raises, pushes discourage calls and raises. Invites more players in because that's how we make our profit post-flop here. Ace in the door. All right, all high flop, 2 clubs. While Jeremy does not really like it, he does enjoy that he has the backup nut flush draw. This many players, I do expect him to check it back. Yep, that is a very sneaky nut flush check back. Turns 2 pair and the nut low. I believe this gets checked around again. He's gonna just know that nobody has a straight and he's not getting check raised. There it is, 2/3 pot. That is a textbook. Does he have the solver in his bag? That's exactly what the math would tell you to bet there, is about 2/3. He's going to get called by another player who really likes that deuce. Both players, the 3, 4, 5 queen with queen high clubs, loves that deuce as well. Well, now Jeremy's going to force him to make this one hurt. I expect this to be rather big. Yep, full pot. He's going to make it hurt. You draw it half. This is the problem. And now he got there. He got what he thinks he wanted. And he's going to end up paying Jeremy About 175 bucks for this one.
It's the only thing that's sticking though.
Well, that's good though.
To fold here, you have to be really sure. You have to be so sure. Good fold, sir. Now, if that is 3 ways, he can't make that fold because he loses more by folding. But heads up, you can make that fold, but he has to be so correct. He has to be right so often. You do the math here, it ends up you have to be right over 90% of the time to make that fold.
So he actually dodged a little bullet there too, as the club didn't come. They both had the clubs there, so that's an interesting situation there. I did look on online on our Hijack Poker app that TCH has put out. We do have Hi-Lo, but it's 4 cards. So
PLO 8, all right.
PLO 8, little different game. Obviously, you'll learn some concepts of how to play the high and low. Obviously, this is a 5-card game that we're showing tonight. So if you want to learn, that's low stakes, get on the Hijack Poker app and maybe try that way. Mighty Hammer, great question here. What kind of bankroll would you say you need? Is it similar to
Well,
I
mean, I know what the textbook answer is.
Okay.
It is a bigger than normal bankroll, but in a game where you have lesser variance, when you're better, you do need a smaller bankroll. However, if you're just learning, you can expect some variance. So this textbook answer would be, 10,000 big blinds, 2-5. If you had a bankroll of say 50K, that's fully rolled for this game.
Okay.
I mean, you can get by with 20 or 25 just fine. You're not going to really you're not going to be crushing yourself if you have a 25K bankroll playing this. You're going to be just fine. But again, that depends on the game too. If you're playing a 2-5 big O where it's matched the stack and you're in for 10 grand every day, probably don't want to have 20K to your name. Bankroll management is so important. Oh, so important.
Yeah.
We can talk about that all day.
Deuce, big card on the river here.
Gross card on the river. A lot of people like that one. Sam, that's a card she'd pick out of the deck probably. She's going to go ahead and bet there. Becca does have at least 1 diamond and an ace-4. If that last mystery card's a diamond, this one's going to hurt. Nope, not a diamond. Yeah, try ace. And Becca knows that she can't bluff there with the dry ace. Because Sam's not folding. If she's leading that card into multiple players and Becca's holding that dry ace, she's not going to fold to a raise. So all she's going to be doing is value owning herself for more money. So that is not the time. That is not the time to try and go for the naked ace bluff there. You just be adding more chips to your opponent's stack and less chips to your bankroll.
3/4 goes to Sam. Little lady on lady crime there.
Pro on pro crime.
Pro on pro crime. Amen. But definitely pro move there. Rebecca not getting crazy with that naked ace.
Not making that mistake. Becca makes, she knows that. That's a lesson that you generally learn by the school of hard knocks. You generally don't learn that lesson by someone saying, don't do that. Well, that's also what my job is. I tell you what not to do so you don't have to pay for it. Because I've paid for it. Because I've made all these mistakes over the last 20 years.
Dearly.
Yeah, I've been doing this a long time. And, man, just about every mistake that somebody else can show me, I've probably made myself.
Yeah, exactly.
Super good high rundown here hand from McGann. I really like hands like these. Reasonable minds can disagree on whether you should play an all high hand in a high-low game. I do know some very, very good players who will not play a hand like this in early position.
It's hard to look at it, not want to play
it's
it, right?
tough, yeah. I can argue both points. Like I said, reasonable minds can disagree on this one and both be right.
A hand like Steve-O's or Todd's, maybe more.
Yeah, what generally, the rule of, we can, like I said, we can debate this all day, but the rule of thumb is you should play for both pots, not one, but if you flop all high, you have 5 cards to somebody else's 3, high cards, but again, both players can, reasonable minds can disagree on that one. Stylistic difference.
Did you order from them?
Yes.
Yeah. They're usually very
Nobody
fast.
punched it in the face too hard, but a lot of people are going to have something here. You're going to find this a lot in Big O, where most players have a few things going, but nothing super strong. And you get a lot of ducking, diving, and jabbing, kind of like Floyd Mayweather boxes. You get a lot of little soft shots and little checking, and every once in a while, nobody draws it the low.
Wow.
And just gets through. That's not typical.
Yeah, the ace-3 just instant muck.
Instant snap. And the other ace-2, I think, muck too. But that's just a product of having better players playing.
Yeah, boy, Mike says, no hold'em, no sir, not tonight. We are doing a Big O stream tonight, 5-5-10. Good old Big O Hi-Lo.
Jeremy.
If you're not familiar with it, it is a variety of Omaha Hi-Lo.
Of Omaha,
5
of
cards.
Omaha Hi-Lo. Yep. Just played Pot Limit with 5 cards. This is widely considered among players who play this game the chess of poker. It is that complicated. It is a quite proper analogy because of how our strategies align with the beginning, middle, and end game. I am not a chess player, but I played enough as a kid to be able to make an analogy. But a lot of similar makeup of strategy where you have to do things early in the hand that sets up what you want later, and there's a lot of combinations. Just a lot of creativity in this game, and the skill edge is enormous.
So Steve-O's hand here, you're only playing for 10 bucks. Is this kind of one of those, I'm bored, I want to see a flop?
I guess. I mean, there's not a lot of reasons to play hands with 3 of a kind in your hand.
Yeah.
3 aces is fine.
All high cards except for the 3, yeah.
Yeah, I don't see
the 4,
why
yeah.
we need to. I mean, any money thrown in there with 3 kings, a 10, and a 4 is going to be money lost. A overwhelming majority of the time, I just don't see the point of wasting $10.
Yeah, you whiff, you muck it.
Yeah, I'd rather just pay for Starbucks with that.
Coffee flavored water.
Yeah, I just rather
bucks.
not waste $10. I mean, I don't know, call me a nit. But I just rather not waste money. I don't care if it's $1 or $100.
All right, well, we got word from production on this hand right here, hand number 62. We may have a potential misread between our players that play in this hand, so we'll
and 63, the next hand. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's actually 62. It's,
62.
Yeah, it's this,
okay,
it's gonna be this hand.
So we have a misread. All right, disclaimer received.
Might have a little guess of our own at what happens here by the time we get to the river, if we do.
Well, that's a good time to shamelessly plug my books then.
Yeah.
I have all 4 of my books on my website, doublesuitedpoker.com. And if you do buy all 4, you can get a free trial, a free, I believe it's a free week of my library to go with it. So if you like it, great. If not, no worries at all. Cancel, pretty easy cancel. I don't bury it in the depths of the website to be a jerk.
Tell us what's in your library, because it's a lot.
I have a lot. It's multiple, hundreds and hundreds of videos. I have over 120 videos of live stream hands where I break down live streams. I have dozens of coaching calls with some of my professional students, people who play for a living, so you can sit in on a 2-hour coaching call. You can be over the shoulder. I have videos of students playing with the Google glasses, the 4K glasses where you can actually see what's going on at the time. Hand analysis, I'm turning all of my books into videos right now, but dozens of hand analysis, hundreds of live stream hand analysis. On my own online sessions, there's a ton of material there, over 170 hours, and I do have another 30 hours of videos in the queue right now with 30 or 40 videos I have not posted yet. So anyway, we're going to be very careful about this hand and making too much analysis since we know we have a misread here. But yes, please buy my books from the support authors rather than paying 60% commission to Amazon. Those guys are jerks; they steal.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're also cheaper. If you pay more than $40 for my books, you either are getting scammed or paying too much.
Look like I just saw the one card there from Becca. She showed the ace of diamonds, so maybe was betting with the naked ace. Either way, Kevin folded. Becca's going to take down another pot and continue her hot run. Look at that. She's well ahead of everybody else tonight.
Most don't sell her stuff. You watch the Queen's Gambit. Yes,
yeah.
I watched the Queen's Gambit, therefore I am chess expert. Yeah, I only know enough about chess to make analogies, that's all.
What is Bobby Fischer over here next to me? Or?
Oh, that's old school.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's when I was playing chess, it was way back in the day, it was the I was in middle school. We're talking when the IBM computer beat Kasparov. That was about the last time. I think I was like 7 when that happened. I was like 7 or 8, and that was about the last time I took chess seriously.
Computers.
Yeah, that was the last time I took chess seriously.
Well, that's great to hear, Patrick. Patrick's played quite a bit with Megan in Oklahoma City.
All right.
That's awesome. Says she is very friendly and a joy to play with. And that's really the only kind of people I like to play cards with.
That is what we like. Win, lose, or draw, that's what we're looking for.
Nobody likes a horse's ass at the table.
No, no one does. And there are a lot of them in high-low games. There are a lot of them. People are salty and poo-pooey in high-low. They just get really mad about missing 16, 17 cards a lot. There's something about having 16, 17 outs and missing routinely that just sends people off the deep end.
How do I miss that?
Oh, I miss all this. It's a non-zero chance, so it's going to happen. Get used to it.
We would all be doing this for a living if it was that easy.
Yeah.
And if we all ran that good.
Kevin's going to go ahead and make this bet here into 3 players. He does have the nut low, and he should get this through.
Odd set of 6s calls.
Todd's going to get sticky with this set of 6s. Now this can be profitable if the pot is like, you know, real juicy. It can be profitable, but generally speaking, you're going to have to make a lot of hard calls for not a lot of money. And you know, it'd be like, you know, if you're playing in Hold'em, every time you bluff, you get your money back. You know, you would bluff all the time, of course, right? But if you made a hero call and all you did was chop, how often would you make hero calls? Never. Like almost never.
I want to call you so bad right now. I want to make this hero call, but we're chopping.
My only reward is to chop, and that's essentially what is happening here.
Yeah, again, that's, you know, I don't know if women struggle with that as much as we do, but men are very prideful when it comes to being in poker hands and situations like that, where we just pay people off when we shouldn't. And that's, you know, if you can learn to just not pay off, you know, people in those spots where at best you're chopping, like, it really will change your win rate.
Yeah,
immensely.
It will.
Stubborn, prideful men.
Yeah, I do enjoy the few female clients I have, because I get to. My wife gets to live vicariously through them, because there's so much that she knows from poker as a woman in poker, that there's extra nuances to the game. There's extra things they have to consider. There's extra shenanigans that they have to navigate, and it's just fun. It's just a different aspect, and I get to just, you know, I get to pick my wife's brain on all the stuff that she does.
What's Mo's favorite game? What does she like to play?
Fixed Limit Hold'em.
Fixed Limit
her
Hold'em.
thing. It's almost a dead game now.
Okay.
But that was her jam. All right, Sam with another double-suited premium, 3-wheel, 3 Broadway. That is kind of what you're looking for here. Steve-O with an ace-3 combo. Todd with an ace-4 combo. Deuce in the door. Ace-3 is going to like that. I do believe Sam has the naked ace of spades. McGann does have the top pair with a king-high flush drawn. Becca has top pair, second low, and a gutter. Everybody's something for everyone. Todd's also going to peel. That's a speculative peel. That ace-4. Oh, no, he folded. He let it go. Oh, like, that would be very speculative. I like to see the software trying to keep up with us here.
It's tough. Yeah.
All right, check back to Sam. McGann does have the Jack-9, the King Jack-9 straight with spades. I do expect her to stuff this one up to the big number. Ooh, that's sneaky. Just a small raise. This generally is baiting a 3-bet. To make a raise like this is baiting somebody to 3-bet, but Sam is not going to fall for that. But Sam having ace, king, jack, and she can bluff with any spade.
Is that a king on the river?
That is a king on the river.
Ace, jack.
Yep, Sam's going to have the nuts. She's probably going to lead here.
Wow, what a card.
Yeah. No, she tried to go for the check raise. It's not going to work.
Broadway, yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to work. Yep. It's not going to work. You're only going to check raise the same hand. But sometimes we feel that pull, you know, and you know this, like the check the raiser.
Yeah.
It's like this unconscious thing that we have to get out of our brains, because we have to lead there. We're not going to get Jack-9's not going to bet.
They're absolutely going to bet again.
Yeah, they're not. They're not going to bet again most of the time. In other games, Hold'em Jack-9 bets there every time. Every time without fail, you get the check raise there. But not in this game. And it's so hard. It's like this internal pull to, like, I'm going to check the card I got there. And then maybe they make a mistake. But that doesn't happen as much in this game.
So in that situation there, she's got these stone cold nuts. There is no low. What is she, you know, betting into a relatively big pot there? You know, I mean, do you go half pot? Do you, if you're trying to get called?
And that's going to be player dependent. It's the highest, and we've talked about this before. The biggest number that your player that's raising with the King Jack 9 on the turn, the biggest number that they'd feel comfortable calling quickly.
Right.
You know, and maybe that's 1/3 pot. Maybe it's $100. Yeah. I mean, it depends on the player. If it's a really good player, it's not going to be very much at all. It's going to have to be really small.
They know that's a terrible card for them.
Yeah, and then ask Jeremy about the down bet bluff. That's his favorite move of all time. Is leading there as like 1/10 pot with air. He loves it. You know, he loves the down bet, the mythical down bet bluff. It almost never happens, but
try it anyway. Right?
Yeah, I've done it a couple times. I mean, you know, if you bet 1/10 pot,
somebody super nitty might let it go.
It's only got to work one time in 10.
Yeah.
I mean, But yeah, it's just a joke between me and Jeremy. Is the mythical down bet bluff? We both
I've never heard of that.
Love
That's
that
fun.
line. Is
Down
that when
bet
you,
bluff.
Yep, it's a tough one because the player has to know what you're doing and has to know that you're nutted most of the time. It doesn't happen very often. So again, more cards in play than in the muck. Big O's a great game.
Thanks for chiming in, both Sassy and Mighty Hammer. Yeah, you better go pick that woman up. Y'all have a great night. We'll see you soon. Ace Queen.
Ace Queen Queen. Jeremy just flops it.
No, I didn't know.
I suspect he will try and let a card come off. Yep. Generally, it's best to let somebody
That's
draw
the card
somebody.
he doesn't want to see.
That's the one. Well, it's like a deuce of spades or something. He doesn't want to see like, he doesn't want to see like a low club, you know. But he knows it's hard to get paid here, so he's gonna try to go for a small bet on the river to be called by something less.
Sam though
gonna
loves
get it.
that card though.
Listen to him.
It's somewhere.
King's full.
Sam makes kings full, and the irony here is that Jeremy trying to trap and take the low variance line is actually going to save his skin.
Yep.
Your wife stole it.
She probably misplaced it on purpose.
Everybody has a royal.
I suspect that Jeremy might go for a. Oh, he's so good.
Yep.
He just flatted there, you sicko.
Does he get $100 out of Megan on
you
this? No way.
Sicko,
Okay.
just flats. He's so good.
No, you didn't.
Sam, I gotcha. You tried to get cute.
Yeah.
King of clubs, too. Somebody can have either kings or 10 jack of clubs.
Yep. Kings or 10 jack of clubs, and you're toast.
Yep.
Not the 10 jack.
Sam laughs. She knows she got away with one
Yeah.
because Jeremy tried to get cute, and rightly so. I mean, it makes perfect sense.
Right.
It just that's the card he doesn't want to see is the king's
Anything
full.
under a king, he's
Yep,
good, right?
He's good. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't know in real time that king's full is in play, but
Yep.
him trying to go for a small amount of value in the low variance route saved his skin here. You know, and you can call it nitty, but I call it saving money, and I call it a pretty damn good play. And have the the know-how to just flat that river bet and know that Sam's not going to be calling with the worst hand. That's a professional high class. That's a play right there.
Jeremy, you live here?
Yeah, with a call like that, he probably lives under the table.
Well, I've seen him in so many states together. I don't, and he always wears a different something else. It never says Texas.
Yep. I run into Jeremy in some weird places around the country. He's like, "Hey, buddy, you come here often?"
Yeah.
You know, and he's just he and his wife go to dancing competitions and stuff around there, and so I just run into them in weird places. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, I get around.
Yeah, you do.
So I get around. Sam too. I run into Sam in all kinds of places.
Hearts come in, but that's a paired board. Anybody have a jack? I don't see a jack.
I don't see it. The queen high flush is the best hand. Becca leading here, assuming she will only get raised by better and can be called by less. But no takers. Sometimes you just gotta have the best hand and bet the pot and take it down.
Hey, how you doing, man?
What's up? Long time no see.
All right, another reminder. We're about to hit hour 3 of this live stream, but we do have our Trailblazer Poker Tour that kicked off today. Opening event going on right now. Big prize and beautiful trophy they put together for this, but we have 21 events through both locations going through February 3rd. So if you're a tournament player or a cash player, make sure you're here these couple of weeks because games are going to be popping off in both our Las Colinas and Dallas location, including a tournament of this very game right here, a Big O tournament.
Boy, Big O tournaments are fun. I'm not going to pretend to have a clue how to navigate them, but man, it's an interesting format of poker. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of challenge. You do some weird things. You're forced to do some weird things with like 12 bigs, you know.
I was going to say, so being that you're an expert in this particular game, what is it about the tournament style that you feel like, you know, you would have to work on, but you really haven't taken the time to?
It's just not a game that's meant to be played with less than 100 bigs. It's just not. So it forces you to do some really weird things. I don't know. It's just a personal opinion. Poker tournaments offer things that have no value to me. You know, fame, fortune, huge prizes, trophies. None of these things have any value to me. I just don't care. I just rather play a cash game and play when I want. But yeah, it's just a personal thing. I'm not I don't have a good tournament mind. I'd prefer to play cash. I'd like it to be its own money. I don't. You know, when I make $1,000 bet, I don't want it to be fake chips that you can just whatever. You know, I want it to mean something. It's just personal preference.
Absolutely, but that makes sense. And for that kind of game, like you said, like playing short stacks and navigating those spots, it just
and you know,
totally changes what you're trying to do.
Yeah, and in tournament play, you're encouraged to get the money in early, you know, and because the stacks will dictate that. And so since we know that with 5 cards, the equities are going to be jammed close together no matter what you have, there's not a whole lot of advantageous situations that you can get into in tournaments where you're going to have an overwhelming advantage early. So it just creates kind of a lot of gamble that I don't really like. And for a card player, I really hate gambling, which is kind of weird. But I prefer sure things. I prefer to win, you know, 85-ish% of your sessions that you can play live. Where tournaments, I mean, nope. You're not going to win that much in tournaments.
You don't like to get your money in bad is what you're saying.
No, I don't like to gamble a lot. I like sure things. I like, you know, this can be treated like a science and a business. It's just, it's not my thing. I don't enjoy it. Still play a couple during the series, but that's it. Nothing to degree of seriousness.
Todd took down a nice one with a set of aces the hand prior, had an ace deuce as well. Trying to get back on track. Our GM, Leon, joining the chat. What's going on, Leon?
Oh, you never forget him if you
Give a
have
shout out to our AGM, who's actually dealing currently right now. So, all right, good stuff.
Another flop, paired flop is just going to get checked right through. You don't see a lot of action on paired flops like you do in other games. Because you got to have it. Sometimes you just got to have it. Again, Jeremy knows that. Got checked around. He's going to go for a bluff here. He's going to assume if nobody has a king, nobody's going to call, and he's going to be correct.
And you don't know unless you take a stab at it, right? I mean, yeah, a lot of times.
This is a quantifiable thing. We can actually solve for this, how often they're going to have it. And even if he does have clubs in the nut low, so he has, it's a semi-bluff. But yeah, you have to take a few of these down if you want to really pad your exposure, pad your variance. But yeah, you can. I work through that in my 4th book. I can explain the paired boards and how we can navigate them properly, and like where we can actually solve on the equations with the minimum and maximum of this equation of risk versus reward versus fold equity versus blah, 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 blah. Anyway, we get really nerdy. I like being a nerd.
I'll tell you what, the tournament thing, I saw a friend who played in today's tournament. He was so frustrated by the time he left. His Instagram post was a picture of our building and saying that he hoped a meteor shower hit it and we all died.
Wow.
I'm like, wow, tournaments are tilting.
Tournaments are,
I don't know if I've ever been that tilted, but that was Code HDN joining us right now to say the way his ran was tilting, but the reward is great. You're right. I mean, if you're a competitive person and you finish first out of 1,500 people, like nothing feels better than that.
Totally understand. I understand the appeal of tournaments. Like he said, tournaments are so fun though.
Yes.
Poker's not fun to me. It's business.
Yeah.
So I understand. I understand your opinion. It's just
you said you started playing around 18 years old, so how long have you been doing this now?
21, 22 years.
22 years.
I turned 40 this year.
We'd call that a career.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah,
it's, once you file your taxes on them for a decade, it's a career. But it's just tournaments don't offer the things that I hold value, that I value. So Steve-O just flopped the joint here.
Absolutely. Loving this flop. Ace deuce with hearts.
With 6 blocker, that is helpful.
Absolutely.
And he gets bet into
by the
queen high flush. That is a standard float. You're not going to blow this person off their hand. You want them to continue firing.
Trina and Law were the ones drinking.
Wow. Be really sneaky to check this back and then go for the half bluff on the river to pretend like he's bluffing it with ace-2 only.
She does slow down. It makes a face.
Makes that face. If you like body language and you saw that, that is authentic. Especially if it's a check call, that is an authentic thing. Here's where I like a down bet because she's very clearly got a king or a queen high flush with that line. I like a small bet here that forces her to pay it off.
She's been on both sides.
Small enough?
Yeah,
225?
about half pot. I mean, the faster she whips her cards in the muck, the worse the bet is.
Yeah.
The longer it takes, the better the bet is. But if she folds in less than 10 seconds, way too much. we keep talking about this. If you're value betting and he has the absolute stones, you want your opponent to call. If you bet too much and they fold, technically you made a mistake.
We've seen some really good disciplined plays from some of these players.
We have. That's the function of the cameras.
Yeah.
The thing I like about streams is that you do get everybody's A game.
Yeah.
You know, nobody wants to look a fool on camera, even though, you know, it's not like we have a 100,000 person audience, but you know, you do get people's A game.
A stream like this, I mean, some of our no limit games, guys will get crazy. They have the knit buttons on, you know.
Sure. Oh,
that's a different element, you know.
Yeah.
But this is a very, you know, again, strategic game. You know, comparisons like we made earlier to chess and those things. Various strategic plays are being made against opponents that play each other all the time.
Yeah.
So.
You know, and the analogy I've made before is that Big O is to poker like Floyd Mayweather boxes.
Right.
You know, he almost never knocks anybody out. I mean, if somebody gives it to him, you're going to take it. Somebody drops their hand here, you're going to land on the chin. But you can win without any real risk of a haymaker.
Yeah, without a knockout. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, and like Code HDN says, you know, I got a nice job and poker's for fun. Of course, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just I have a different background, and poker's a business. Of course, if this is a hobby, then yeah, absolutely, I'd play tournaments too. It's just a difference of opinion.
Yeah, there's a reason why not everybody can do this for a living. You know, variance is real. Bankroll management, like we talked about earlier, that is a real thing.
It is a really difficult way to make an easy living. Yep. I do not recommend it, actually. I mean, if I were to. I'd like to play cards for a living. No, you don't. no, you don't. It's a decision that should make itself. You should just be good enough that it just happens.
I want to move to LA and become an actress. Well, sweetheart, good luck.
Well, good luck. Yeah, good luck. If you have to make that decision,
you're
probably not ready. Yeah. It should be something that makes itself. You just happen to be good enough that you make more than your job. That's how it should be made. Responsibly, anyway. But, you know, poker players responsible.
Top set here for Steve-O.
We have the same situation on the same board. Set of jacks, set of threes, except it's flip-flop this time. You watch this from the last hand. Becca's going to play this very differently than Todd played his set of threes.
Not fake.
Any of that have anything to do with the ace deuce 4 that she has as well as backdoor opportunities?
It is. It is. It also, Becca's not going to be, she's not one to just call it off unless she's drinking. But with that call in the middle, she now has the ability to play this hand perfectly on the turn because she's going to see everything that happens in front of her. This is just the power of position, not, you know, position 101. Okay. It's not going to change much. Does bring the straight there. And now what Becca does here is going to determine how she plays the rest of this hand. But in a bloated pot here, she's going to go for it. Yep. She's going to assume that a player that bets the flop and checks the turn is not going to be having a 10-8 and is not going to be calling with a set of jacks or nines. So while this is kind of a bluff, we can see it's a bluff because we can see the cards. In her mind, about 50-50 of the time, she's going to actually have the best hand.
Right.
Some of that time when she doesn't, she's going to get a set of nines or jacks to fold here. So this is a good merge here, but if somebody happens to wake up with ace-2 of diamonds, which we have, she's going to get called. She's going to merge out the better hand and exploit the lesser hand.
And you can see how uncomfortable Steve-O is.
Yes,
with the
it worked. It worked.
Lets it go.
But it's probably not going to get through here. This is going to be a successful merge.
Look at her smiling.
Yep. She knows she got away with it.
Yeah,
too.
she does.
She knows she got away with it. And now this is a proper merge. This is a chapter in my 4th volume where you upgrade yourself from 2nd to 1st to exploit 3rd. This is a very high level play from Becca here.
You know, you can just say
You know you can just say call.
And this the sick part is that when people talk, they have it. So he should know that she has it.
What is he? So he's right now just got a pair of nines, and then
he has ace-2 of diamonds. And again, most players know that you can't be folding that, even to a pot-sized bet. The problem is Becca has the one hand that has him in trouble, and he's going to experience every bit of that pain right here. Yep. He can't even get his chips in fast enough. She's got you. Excellent merge, Becca. Well done. That is a very advanced play that you're not going to see from anybody who is. You have to be a pro to make that play. It is a very complicated play. Well
Todd's
done.
like, what the hell, man?
Son of a damn it! The guy's like, I pulled a set. He's like, I've had a set of jacks. Correct. That is a well-executed merge. Bravo, Becca. Wow.
I mean, the body language, though, the smirk and the almost laugh she got herself caught with. She knew she got away with one there.
Yeah, she did. Yeah, of course. And look at the seat now. The
5 seed, yeah.
The 5 seed's just like, man. And
What's the high? What do y'all have for the high?
What'd y'all have for the high? Yep.
Set of threes.
And you got
He's
pushed.
shaking
Yep.
his head. Son of a.
Yep. But see, this is what makes it so hard. When he's out of position, you know, he does 6-5 and 10-8 got there.
Yeah.
So he's got number 3, and he's going to have to call off. What, 1,200 on the turn and then the whole thing on the river? I mean, that's a huge call off.
I was
hoping for
surprised.
half.
It pained him, and I saw the fold coming, but I thought he was going to think about it longer, like you mentioned about, you know, who really has a 10-8 here. But she made him so uncomfortable with that huge bet.
Correct. It's a successful merge, and she's going to exploit the ace-2 out there. That if there is an ace-2 of diamonds, they have to call. She knows that, so she can, some of the time, she will actually have the best hand. Sometimes she got led into by jacks and 9s or something like that, or queen 10 of diamonds, queen 10-8. But when they check the turn, she knows that most of the time she set of 3 is going to be the winner. But some of the time she's going to merge out a set of 7s, 9s, and jacks and exploit that ace-2 of diamonds. And that's exactly what came to fruition there.
Great play.
Well
and
done.
Look at Becca go. She's got 3.6K in profit through 3 hours. What an hourly rate. Well done,
Well
Becca.
done, ma'am.
Well
done,
done,
Becca.
You know, we still have, I think, another hour left, so let's see if she can't hang on. We do have a new dealer here. Looks like Miss Angie. And reminder of who that is we were just talking about, Rebecca. Rebecca Thompson has a game of her own that she hosts here. She's an ambassador for our club, has been for the whole time we've been open. Great person, great player, great person to be around. So if you want to come play Becca's Hi-Lo game, this Big O game, they do 2 bomb pots with that. It's on Sundays and Tuesdays at 1 p.m. There's her information. Jump in. Leon, thanks for chiming in there with Greg's name code. Again, Greg Vail is the co-commentator tonight. He's joining us, and I'm actually getting to join him, I should say, tonight. Doing an excellent job. And, of course, we're going to promote the hell out of his books because this is what he does, and he's an expert on it. So if you're wanting to learn Big O, Greg Vail is somebody definitely to follow. Do you have YouTube stuff as well?
Well, not yet. I'm going to make a YouTube channel, but I'm not going to be putting like free content out too much.
Right.
You get what you pay for in poker instruction.
100%.
But you can find all my products and my books, including my massive instructional library of videos at doublesuitedpoker.com.
Doublesuitedpoker.com. Check it out. And this will be one of our bomb pots.
Bomb pots that we're not going to get the cards to see, but that's okay. That's just a function of the weird software. But 99.9% of all software used for poker streams is for
tough.
2-card.
Yeah,
you know,
it's tough.
for 2-card, not 5. So, you know, bravo for your production team to get this taken care of. This is not easy. I've seen the whole process of doing this start to finish. It's not easy, man. it's a pain.
So when we announce it during the week that, oh, hey, by the way, we've got a 5-card game coming up, just either the text or the looks on the faces of the production team, they know they got their work cut out for them.
Yeah.
But you know, we take care of them, and they take care of us. They make the job easier for you and I. We're on a delay. They give us all the information in real time. So thanks again, Cooper and Tay over there, doing a great job.
And for those of you who are curious out there who are super paranoid while we have time during the bomb pot, we do not have access to the live feed in here. We do not talk to anybody. We're locked in a box like the goofballs we are.
Yep.
And so it is as secure as we can be.
Yeah, we're watching it in real time as it's being streamed with you.
Yep. And we do not have access to the live feed. We are watching on delay just like you are. So verified, no shenanigans, which is good for everybody. Honest poker is good for business every time, everywhere. We really appreciate the efforts that the whole community as a whole has taken after that whole incident in California with the whatever his dude's name was that was cheating.
Yep.
You know, I really appreciate the reaction that the poker community has had to secure their streams and make sure that crap cannot happen again, because that is bad for everybody.
100%.
So verified that is not the case here. There's no shenanigans, unless we're talking about this bomb pot, which is full of shenanigans.
As Kevin's got a set of kings.
I see one nut straight. I see one massive straight draw. My
so did they decide to just do 4 cards this time instead of 5?
I guess. Yeah, I guess so. But my goodness.
I mean, he does have the effective nuts on that bottom board with a set of kings currently.
Yeah, but there's only a couple of cards to continue to make it the nuts. That would be the 10s, queens, and jacks. That's it.
Yeah, and the scary part is when you have nothing on the top board. I mean, he's got a deuce.
Yep.
If you somehow lose the bottom.
Yeah, it's hard, and it's going to be difficult to sweep both pots here.
Megan's going to make the call here. She's got
she does have
open ender,
the nut straight on the top board, and then redraws to a better hand with a pretty decent, 9, 6, 7 on the bottom. That's the spot you want to be in. One board locked up. and draws at the other board. This is split pot poker 101.
Yep.
You want to have one side locked up and draw to the other. You don't want to be in the position with the set of kings with nothing on the other board. That is the position you're trying to avoid.
Wow, Sam. She's got an improvement hand with the ace-jack of clubs.
Oh, goodness.
My lord.
Sam just, I don't agree with this. Even with the nut straight, and she's got nothing on the bottom, I don't really agree with this, but
does she have any equity really on the bottom either? She just got a pair of threes.
Just, yeah, I don't think she can beat the set of kings. Yeah, this is going to be a mistake. But this is why bomb pots were invented, is that even pros make egregious mistakes here, and I'm no different. I've messed this up plenty.
The biggest flaw is not having something on the second board that you can improve on, and when you have draw into some sort of improvement. And Kevin and Sam both just have a single pair on their opposite boards they're drawing to.
Yeah, McGann's going to have the best hand here, or she's going to have the most equity here, regardless.
Nobody has 6-4, so kings is going to be good on the bottom.
Yep, and Sam whiffed it. Ah, that's unfortunate.
They're both going to chop the top.
Yeah, and Sam gets whacked up, and that's just, this is the kind of mistakes that you hope that if you're not the professional, you hope that you can get a pro to mistake. But here's my issue with this, is that sucks up all of Sam's profit.
Yeah.
She was winning here, and I just don't think this is necessary for her to win today.
Yeah.
And as a pro, that is the most important factor here. We measure wins and losses by exactly that. Did you win at the end of the day or not? And I don't think this is necessary.
Yeah, not sure how much Kevin was in for there, but he's going to get, half of that total pot, though. So big hand for him. We never like seeing people go down to the felt on a bomb pot, and he avoided, disaster there as the players did not improve on the bottom board.
You convinced me the first time that we changed from 5 to 4.
Yeah, nice hand. Yeah, they just went to 4 cards in this hand.
Oh, okay.
We were doing the 5-card bomb pots, and that was kind of a disaster earlier. So
makes sense.
If you're interested in playing on our live stream here in Dallas, again, throughout the stream, you'll see Streamlabs will put up some links to join our Austin, Houston, or Rio Grande Valley streams. But this is who does our scheduling here in Dallas. This is Miss Mallory. She's actually part of the Run Good team right now up in Tulsa. It's some tournaments up there with Randy 3Coin and some heavy hitters up there. So shout out to you, Mallory. But she does a great job of putting these lineups together, including doing something that's not normal for us, doing a Big O stream, and of course getting us a great guest commentator tonight, Mr. Greg Vail. So shout out, Mallory. And I think, Greg, you're enjoying it so far tonight. We're enjoying you being here. So
Mallory's good people too.
Been fun.
You guys got a lot of good people around these parts.
This is the thing that you and I were talking about bomb pots. You either love them or you hate them.
Yeah.
This is the one thing that can drive you nuts. It's a split pot game, obviously, but there's multiple people in these hands. It does take a while. Angie's doing a great job. We're not giving her any shit here, but it just takes a while. You mentioned a 22-minute long hand one time.
Yeah, it's just the old rounders before it was bought by Doug
yeah,
Wolf.
It can become a disaster.
It can be painful. When you're paying time, it hurts sometimes. But when you get 2 or 3 people to punt it in there, and you end up improving twice, you can end up winning a week or a month's worth of money that you normally wouldn't. But it can go both ways.
All right, well, we got a second. I'm going to roll a quick video while she's doing that. Boom.
Attention, Dallas, Texas. The Trailblazer Poker Tour makes its first stop of 2025 at Texas Card House Dallas and TCH Social Las Colinas from January 21st through February 3rd. 21 big events, including the $400,000 and the $1 million guaranteed multi-flight no-limit hold'em tournaments, plus PLO and Hold'em High Roller events. For more details, visit TexasCardHouse.com.
All right. We are back to the action. Hope everybody who's out there playing in our Trailblazer tournament series that kicked off today is having fun, running good. Not everybody can win, but definitely hope you're having fun out there, and hope some of you guys and gals hit some big ones, some fun tournaments, and some opportunities to win some really big money, especially with that highlighted $1 million guarantee at the end of that event. We are playing Big O tonight, though. 5-5-10. Got some local players and some folks that are in from out of town who wanted to come in and enjoy this stream with Greg Vail co-commentating right now. He ran out real quick. He's going to be right back in the booth with me. Sam says she won there, but she's not even at the table. Looks like a couple of players took a quick break too.
Black and green.
Still over 160 of y'all tuned in, 164 to be exact. And again, we do stream on Facebook, Kick, Twitch, X, and of course the almighty YouTube's here. Glad to have y'all joining us tonight. Been a lot of fun and educational as well.
Todd, you're not good.
Big O generally has a lot of fun. You don't get as many, you know, miserables.
Yeah.
Like you said earlier, you don't get any like sunglasses and hoodies.
No.
And people generally just enjoying poker and talking, having a conversation, and everybody generally knows each other.
And I'll be truthful with you. I play a lot of PLO, not lately, but PLO players, God bless them. Some of the most miserable people I've ever been around, you know. But at times they're a blast too. But this group here, always talkative, always fun, and that's the way poker's meant to be played. Have a good time. You don't have to be the social butterfly at the table, but hopefully, if you're in the room and you're playing a game, you know, whether you're playing for money or not, you're at least trying to enjoy it. You know?
I had somebody explain it once to me. They said, "Well, PLO players are miserable, but Big O players are past miserable because we've all experienced all the pain. Now it's just like,
you have
we're
no
just,
beat stories.
We're just used to it. Yeah, there's no bad beat stories anymore because like we've had all this pain. We're just like, oh yeah, one out for half. That's fun. It happens all day. Happens all the time.
Our fun flop here is two have flopped the nut straight.
Yes, we have one nut and one nut second nut with a redraw. This is generally where fireworks happen.
Just saw the ace, deuce, and ace three in their hands. Wow, Todd and Megan in for a doozy here.
If there is a bet and a raise, this is the kind of hand where stacks will get in.
Yeah, Todd with the redraw to the nut hearts.
Yep. And we're just a bet and a call. We're going to generally keep things civil. But if anybody opens the action here, this is going to get out of control.
Now we've got both flush draws.
Both have the nut flush draw and the nut straight. This should. Oh, here comes a check raise.
Get some money
This
in here.
This should be kind of crazy. Normally people are going to go bananas here, but
no bananas.
For whatever reason, no bananas. Oh goodness, board pair that nobody has. Wow, went into the check call. I mean, it is the right play, but you can't possibly know that in real time.
Oh, Megan has the
Didn't change.
Straight didn't improve. Yeah.
Yeah.
I caught the tail end.
Before they escorted these out.
Nothing changes. Still gets 3/4, but. I mean, to his credit, my goodness, Todd, well played, sir. A lot of people are going to get one of their arms hacked off here with this hand, but my goodness, well done, sir.
And Megan just added a stack of chips there, too, so if that got really nasty, she could have really put a hurting on Todd there.
Yep, and a lot of people are going to get, you know, there's going to be some raises on the – if any sort of raise comes in here, stacks get in, so well played, Todd.
I thought that turn card was just automatic fireworks.
That's a generally – when you bet the flop there with nut, and then turn a card that doesn't change anything and went to a check, generally that's going to be a check raise.
Right.
And so when that momentum changes voluntarily like that, most of the time that's a setup for a guillotine, but he chose not to his credit.
Yeah.
Woo, you dodged a freight train there, sir.
Yep.
Well done. Don't know if that was by design, but that was well done. Well done.
See, that is a lot of fun.
I'm trying to figure out all night long who that is on Steve-O's shirt there.
I have no idea.
I can't tell if that's a band or are those cards. I don't know. We're going to have to find out at some point. I'm a music buff, so I'm like, why do I not know this?
He's probably going to open it up. You go, oh, right.
That guy.
Yeah, of course.
It's the one member of that band I probably know.
Right. Well, it turns out that my assessment of Sam's win rate was that blunder was not as bad because
he was short stacked.
Somebody was short, and then the paint was not that great. So good on that might have had an
effect on her call.
That must have had an effect on her line because if she kicks in 1100 there and loses, that's her whole day.
Yeah.
And that's obviously the exact opposite of what we're going for. So there was a factor there that we did not see. So good thing for Sam. She's still in the green, still making money. All right, Kevin, we've seen this a lot. Low rundown hands limping in early.
See, boom. All I had to do was ask. The Traveling Wilburys.
All right. Okay.
Sam 74. Thank you much.
That is over my head. That
Yeah,
is out of my pay league.
I did not know the traveling Wilburys, but I will look them up.
Okay, now Jeremy has the ace, ace, jack, jack, deuce. You notice that he made a full pot size bet to open because he knows that he is likely to flop a push, which means like one pair in the nut low draw. That's his most likely outcome, in which case he's going to need to bet a little more to make that effective. So he's just setting himself up. He likes that flop. There's not much there, which is good for an ace, ace, deuce. You don't want a real wet board with a hand like ace, ace, two. It's very transparent, just like ace, king suited and hold'em is.
Easy fold for the first pair of kings, easy fold for the second.
And the straight, the half wrap on the straight is going to call. However, this is the problem when you call with a one-way draw, is that you're going to hit it a lot and allow your opponent to free roll you, which is exactly what's happening here. Bink, there it is. And that mistake that was made on the flop by that semi not so good call, this 3-5-7 is he's gonna pay for it here. Not just pay for it once, he's paying for it 3 times, and this is gonna be a big one.
Nut flush.
Nut low.
Almost nut flush, but yeah.
Yeah, you generally, with the nut low, you don't worry about a straight flush because it's not going to take the whole thing. It's only going to take half from you. That's just one of those things. If it happens, it happens. You don't really worry about it when you have the nut low. But, so Jeremy bet 962? That can't be right.
Maybe.
But I think he bet enough to put them all in. I think that's what happened.
Yep. And this one's going to hurt.
This is going to hurt. Ace deuce heart. He called it right out.
Not exactly, but he does have hearts
ace
and
two
ace
hearts.
deuce.
It's
Yeah.
same function.
Yep.
And the line makes sense. He opened with a push. He continued it. He made a value bet on the turn to make the river hurt if he got there. This was the plan that Jeremy drew up all the way before the flop. And there is the chess match that I mentioned earlier. This was planned from pre-flop. And that is the big difference between a professional and everybody else.
You get quartered all the time.
You got to get out of the way. You got to fold. He knows this. He knows he has to fold and he doesn't want to.
He said, screw it, and then he folded. So I thought he was going to say, screw it and call.
Yep.
But well done.
Excellent play, Jeremy. Well done, sir. You're showing again why you are the best. Well done, sir.
So I knew I recognized a person on that shirt, and it was Tom Petty, damn it.
Tom Petty.
Bob. Don't know who Jeff Lynn is, but obviously I know who Roy Orbison, Bob Dylan, and George Harrison is. So that's quite the combination of all-stars in that band. So I'm definitely going to have to check them out.
Surprised I haven't heard of it.
And thank you again for your nice words there, Andrew Sam. He says, I enjoyed listening to you guys. Greg and I have a mutual friend.
Hey,
Mark Collier.
Mark Collier, also good people.
All right.
Good friend of mine. Very good dude. In Austin. He runs his own game down there, too.
So it's not only Jeremy that gets around, too. Mo, don't listen. Your husband gets around as well.
I get around in the poker streets.
In the poker streets. Nice to have folks know who you are. That's definitely added to a fun night for us. It's always great when the fans are interacting in the chat. So thanks for making it fun, everybody.
Well, absolutely. The high to the river, yeah.
PLO, okay. Gotcha. Cool. I will check them out.
I'm really glad that we've seen a bunch of high-level plays from Jeremy and Rebecca, and a couple from Sam too. I've done a couple of these streams where we didn't really see a lot of, the situation just didn't come up. So I'm really glad that we got to see a couple of these really high-level multi-street plans come to fruition. Like with Becca's merge off with that set of threes, that was fantastic. And Tom not getting whacked with that, nut second nut and losing the bare stone minimum, which was fantastic, an absolutely well-played hand. And that could be the difference. Sometimes money not lost, we talked about this earlier. When you are well within your rights to get your head cut off and you manage to just lose a fingernail, that's pretty good. Pretty good. Well, this time Todd flopped an absolute nuts. We won't have to try and lose the minimum at the current time. Just going to get that taken down without a fight.
Takes it down. Yeah, what you mentioned too earlier with Jeremy's hand, the way he played that, literally everything from the start of the hand pre-flop, setting it up, with the hand he had and getting, people to come in there and call the hand like you call that a pull.
Pull, yep.
Really cool to see, what I've already learned from you in just 3 hours come to fruition from another pro who's playing and using your strategy. So really cool stuff.
Yeah, Jeremy's one of the best out there. Like I said, he's, if not the best, top 3 of ever Big O players I've ever played with. And he continues to learn, obsessed with learning. He's a math geek like I am.
Well, I hate that now, as an employee of this place, I already know him. I got to go toot his horn a little bit more and grow his head a little bit more and just tell him, how well I enjoyed watching him play. Because it's
all the
time. Whether he ends up a winner or a loser tonight, it's gonna. I mean, he's put on kind of a clinic in some spots. So pretty cool.
He and Becca are playing very well. They've really shown why this game has a lot more skill and is a lot more complicated than other hands. Now, Becca and I have a very different style. You're almost never going to see me in there with king, queen, queen, 6-5. But Becca has a very different style from me. It doesn't make one of us wrong or right. There's just different ways of doing different things when you play at a high level. And you see this in holding PLO too. People, I think Negreanu said that one time. A pro can play 7-4 off from out of position better than you can play kings from in position. Same kind of thing. Not quite a flop for Todd. My goodness. Todd flopping the best hand no matter what. That hand is going to be a favorite over anything, no matter what it is.
Becca in some bad shape here with her spade draw.
Yeah, these are the kind of mistakes that Becca's not going to make very often.
She lets it go.
Yeah, she's while she does things differently than I do, that's a fairly beginner thing that she's just not gonna drop the ball in that one.
Not gonna draw heavy at a spade draw.
Right, even from in position.
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah, and keep in mind a lot of it. She had a couple of small spades, so it's like when you make the flush.
Oh, no, she had second nuts.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
she had a smaller spade in her hand.
Oh, yeah.
So if it's a small spade, she's going to be drawn a half anyway.
Oh, yeah.
So you're calling for a half anyway. If it's a large spade and she has to face another big bet, we have the same problem. So she knows that. She knows that's a lesson you learn as a beginner, not to do that. You don't just openly draw to naked number 2.
I had a little profit for a minute, back to even, but I was stuck. But I called a lot of 50 and 65.
I'm a bit bummed that the only real good overt bluff didn't get through. That Jeremy's raise of the hand that was, he was representing the hand that was betting.
The Jack 10.
Yeah, we haven't seen just a nasty naked bluff, and I know that's what Jeremy wanted to do. He wanted that on camera.
Becca's big bet with the set of threes was pretty
that
awesome.
was a merge. That wasn't just a naked bluff. Yeah, that was a very well executed merge, and it is a bluff, but it's also a value bet at the same time. It merges your value bets and your bluffs together to a very sexy professional line that was.
So sexy, it even got her to smile at herself. That's when you know you did good.
You know you did right. Yeah,
you're smiling at your
she
own
knew it
self.
mid-hand too. She's like, you can just call, right?
Yep.
She knew she pulled it off when the 5-seat goes ugh, like that. That's a good feeling. That's a good feeling. Even Becca.
Chop that video up a little bit too.
Even Becca and her professionalism, cracked on that one. I would too. I'd probably crack a smile there too.
Here we go, 6-handed. A lot of high flops coming out.
Sam with middle set. Has anybody got Becca with the nut flush draw? Kevin with a up and down straight draw.
I need cards. I don't see a nine of diamonds would be a nasty card.
That would be gross. That would only get one player, and we're not going to get anybody
Super
in trouble.
Involved,
Yeah, so if we had like 6-7 and then also ace-3 of diamonds, like that then we have a fireworks card. But so this is fairly standard when you're going to have the hard hand against the soft hand, which is the set or pairs up against the draw, the soft hand.
Hello, diamonds.
Yep. Becca's going to go ahead and make it. She's going to bet. How much did she bet there?
300.
300. Yep.
Snap
take it down
from Sam.
Yep. And a lot of times among pros, there is this kind of unwritten thing where I'm not trying to exploit you, and I know you're not trying to exploit me, so I'm not going to do anything fancy. When I have it like that, and I know you have the hard hand, I'm just going to bet it like I would. If you want to make a mistake, that's on you, but I'm not going to pull anything fancy.
Yeah.
It's kind of just a mutual respect thing among professionals, and both of these ladies are absolute pros. They know you're not gonna see Becca down bet to 125 and a 420, and give her just barely the right price to call. It's just kind of a weird thing to do.
Yeah, and I'm sure, you know, some people watch inexperienced players might, oh, how do you fold a set of 10s there? You know, like, even if you're behind, you can hit a boat. Well, you know.
Well, yeah, we can quantify that.
Yeah.
You know, even though it's complicated, poker is still a closed system.
Yep.
There's 52 cards. That just because there's 1,507,000 whatever combinations of starting hands doesn't mean that this is an open, infinite system. It's a closed system. We can solve it. That's why solvers exist.
Absolutely.
So, and we know that you have to be getting 5-1 to draw there. And if Becca bets enough to give Sam 5-1, then okay, that's on her. That's a mistake, and Sam will call.
Absolutely.
But both players know the math. Both players know what's right to do. They're just going to, I have the best hand, you know it, I'm going to take it down. But yeah, you're not going to, pros are not going to go to battle like that in a hand where everybody knows what everybody has. We're just not going to do that to each other. There's better places. There's better spots.
All right, Becca going to open this one up with aces and some low cards. JP had a nice low-looking hand.
I know, but
A couple other callers.
we need to know also the action.
Ugh.
Jack, Jack 10.
Jack,
Hand over,
10.
even though somebody's got Jack 10. Oh, this is, we got
It is
him.
Jack
There
10,
it
yeah,
is.
there
Now
we
it's Jack, Jack 10. Boring. Nobody's going to have anything. But again, Becca knows that most people are going to fold hands that don't include a jack, so she's betting, you know, like 40% pot. She gets called by the Jack 10, and it's going to be done with it. Unless she turns an ace, she's going to be done with this hand.
Unless she wants to try to pick on Kevin, and she does
Nah,
not.
She's not going to. This is a standard. This is actually quite a good bet from Kevin, but the irony of this small bet is that Becca's going to know it's a pull, and she's not going to call. She's probably just mucking a naked jack here. That's going to be Jack 10 like every time. She knows that.
And Kevin's like, why couldn't it be Jeremy repping Jack 10 again against me?
Cool part there, against a better player there, Kevin's best play there is to check it back and kind of like fake that he has a naked jack. And that maybe there's a chance that that Becca could blow him off the hand, because if he bets there, she's going to fold everything that's less, right? So there's no value in betting there. Some of the time you might be able to get a few chips from her on the river. Some of the time, downside of that is sometimes you check right into a better hand.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you check right into King's full, like we saw Jeremy do earlier.
Code HDN, I don't know what the odds, the numbers are, but once you play enough live poker, enough hours, you're going to see the same amount of those awful, nasty, bad beats. So
yeah,
just get rid of those monsters under the bed. It's part of the game. You know, you're going to have those spots where you're fearful when maybe you shouldn't be, but that's just part of the game.
It is part of the game. I also quantify. This can be quantified. It's in my fourth book. I put the chances of running into quads, and it can be as low as 11-1. It can be as high as 900-1. It just depends on the player, the VPIP, and what the quads are. You know, if it's aces, it's pretty low. There's the chances are pretty high. If it's, you know, quad eights with a player who folds just about everything, it's almost never going to happen. So, but I do talk about that exact concept. Whether you can fear it or not.
Yep.
You know, and you can quantify this. Fear can be quantified. That's the fun part about poker.
Steve-O with some mystery cards. They didn't quite scan, but
okay. Kevin's got a big hand too, and Sam is leading with the nut flush draw and a gutter. Something for everything. Something for everyone here. Okay, down to these two hands. Ooh, more action. More action. Sam loves that card.
Ace-3, loving that.
Yeah, but keep in mind, she is betting against a similar soft hand. It is the full wrap on the high and a dead flush draw with an ace-5. This is going to get called.
Rebecca, did your buddy up there, Jimmy,
Sam
ever
really
come
wants to see
say,
a 7.
I really screwed up
Okay.
by doing that.
Oh, yeah. Well, the very next
Now,
day.
Sam might think that she has to bluff him off King's full here. There's two options here. She can go for a check raise, or she can go for a big bluff for half.
I could have told him that. Like, I kind of alluded to it.
She's going to split the difference. She's going to make it look like a value bet and get snap called there.
Once the schedule's out and turned into WSOP, like with everything.
And a pair of 10s is going to take the high.
Like something.
Oops. Oh, and that feels bad.
Does.
Now that's a so Sam's bet there, splitting the difference there is kind of like merging all these ranges into one bet. So if she's going to make that bet with ace-3-5, she's going to make that bet with king ace-3, she's going to make that bet with 4-4 ace-3. She's also going to make it with ace-3 and clubs.
Right.
So that way, now this is a matter of opinion. You can
what won the high there?
pair of 10s.
Jeez,
Yep, and then
wow.
if you don't bet big enough, if you do this incorrectly, you end up giving half the pot to end up giving half the pot to a hand that shouldn't deserve it. But again, can't really know that in real time. You can't really know that in real time. It's not really fair to say that she should have done something different there, that she made a mistake. That was not a mistake. I would not count that as a mistake. But a lot of times, if he has a hand like ace, queen, jack, like just like he had, a lot of times they're just going to fold that. However, he did have the ace-5 to back it up. So if he didn't have that ace-5, it's a snap fold. But yeah, Sam does that a lot, actually. She gets, when she splits the difference on river value bets like that, she can really throw a wrench in somebody's engine.
Most important card of the deck.
Yeah. What was that?
9 of spades.
Okay.
You agree with that assessment? The 9 of spades is the most important card of the deck from Jeremy there.
9. It's like your deuce and hold'em. It's your worthless card, and we don't like the 9s. 9s are the bricks that miss everything. Okay, ace 2x flop is a pretty tricky flop to play. Usually people wind up with a lot of 2 pairs here that are tough to navigate. All right, so Kevin going ahead and betting the 4, 4, 5, 6. We got a mystery card with Sam.
Am I standing? Okay.
Schrodinger's.
Like, I folded the nuts because
Is that an inside joke?
Oh no, just Schrodinger's cat. It's a science joke. You know, it's both alive and dead at the same time. We got a Schrodinger card. Yeah.
Quantify that.
All right, so Todd's going to turn the naked nut flush here. Again, this can be tricky to play in a split pot game sometimes, but yeah, when one player has the low, one player has the high, that's a very ambitious 4-5 peel, by the way.
Right.
Bravo to the cojones for making that. I mean, that's a tough call. Well done.
Couple of them, yeah. A couple of calls there from Kevin. Just
that's. But then again, he's been putting, to his credit, he's been putting a lot of weird, grindy spots tonight. And, you know, you do that. I don't care who you are. You do that to somebody multiple times a night, you get frustrated. And you're like, I'm not folding anymore. Like, I'm not getting pushed off with number 2 anymore. In this case, number 3. And, yeah, I mean, that's fair. Sometimes that's tough, man. That can wear down even the best of us. When you just keep getting put in that vice all night, you know, and these weird spots for weird things. And
if I've experienced enough in a 2-card game, I can only imagine what it feels like in this. Because again, you're quantifying all of your, you know, different outs, your hands that your opponent has, and you're just like, I just can't freaking beat this person tonight. Yeah,
and it can be tough. Sometimes in this game, there's not much you can do about it. You just have to keep making really painful good decisions. That sucks. Not to say I'm the best at it either. I'm not immune to getting a little rattled either. You know, that can be very frustrating, especially when you're in between 2 great players. Like he has Sam to his right, Jeremy to his left. Woo! It's a tough spot for him, which I believe he's navigated quite well tonight. You know, there's plenty of times that Kevin has had the ability to go broke and made the right play. But, you know, he's between a rock and a hard place here between those 2 players. Especially with Jeremy to his left. That's tough, man.
You got to put it online.
I wonder if they had a problem with
Huge
like
high rundown here for Kevin.
giving them a key, you know what I mean? Like no record type of thing. The only thing I can think of. Like,
all right, we're going
at
to
the
see a
front
cheap
desk
flop.
that was just like,
But that
I
should
mean,
be
how
like
did they
a-
ever know that someone was there, right?
That should-
Not what Kevin was
that's
looking for.
not what Steve-O was looking for either.
Don't have a whole lot
I
going
was
on
there
here.
When, last time I was here was, I think, when Las Colinas opened and the power outages were happening. So I couldn't even check in because they couldn't open their system until way
Jack
later.
9.
Yeah, no, Becca's going to go ahead and take the lead with a just kind of a mini 3/4 wrap.
I got a good ICM for it.
Kevin's not going to go away with his top 2 pair here. That's a very fair call.
I would have played it out
Jack
instead.
5 and ace 4 for Megan.
Like,
My chances.
yeah.
So does she have the low there, ace-4?
Megan does have the low here. Becca does have the high, but I don't expect a lot of betting to happen here.
Oh, is that what it was?
Again, another spot where Kevin would be more than within his rights to raise the turn and you know, maybe he might have taken it down, but more within his rights to lose more money than he did. Well done. You know, he's God. That must be painful. You keep getting putting in these spots where he has to make really not fun right decisions, and he's to his credit, most of them he's gotten right.
If y'all have enjoyed this and have enjoyed watching Rebecca put on a clinic, she does host a game. Maybe you just want to stay out of her way if you're going to sit at the table with Becca, but she does host a game here. She's an ambassador for our club. She hosts a Big O game. They do bomb pots as well. Sundays and Tuesdays, 1 p.m. If you're on time, you get the first hour for free. Take a screenshot of that, save it. But Rebecca Thompson is a great host of this game. And obviously, we'd love to get some more Big O games going in the room. So feel free to start your own list. But that is the one game that runs every Sunday and Tuesday.
Used to run every day here, actually.
Yeah, it did.
I used to come out here to play for like a week, and then, you know, it was run every day.
The only thing that made me sway away from it when a guy tried to talk me into coming to play with him. He said the only thing is you got to get in early. He's like, because once the games start breaking, he's like, they break.
Yeah,
they just break. He's like, that's the problem with. He's like, the one table will keep going, but that second table just breaks and you're done. But PLO can be like that sometimes too.
It can. Yeah, and a lot of times Big O, you get players that play for longer because the game is a little bit slower. So you play less hands, but it takes up more time. So there's not as much money moving around as frequently like with Hold'em when you're playing 30 hands an hour.
There's somebody else that I replayed with. That one dude that I couldn't remember his name.
King 10-10.
I didn't know him, but he said
There's
I
a
was
10 and some mystery cards for Kevin.
But he was at the table.
Maybe he's being cute checking here. We don't know what he's holding.
You have to be careful with trips like this. When the other card is above your trips, like this 10-10 king, you have to be careful because sometimes trips can be just drawing stone dead in this game. Everybody's got 5 cards, so you have to be a little bit more tactful. You know, be a little careful with those sometimes.
Now he's scanning. We'll see what he's holding.
Won't you ask?
Oh, still could be anything.
Thank you.
That went check on the turn. Okay, so it goes check on the turn. He should feel pretty darn comfortable with his 3 10s. I think that's a 7.
10-7, yeah.
Yep,
Looks like it filled up.
Yep.
Amanda Chang saying TCH Social in Austin has some Big O games Tuesdays and Thursdays. Well, that's awesome.
Sure does. Yep. That's a new location, right?
It is, and
it's
I've only seen pictures, and I need to get my ass down there because it's beautiful just from what I've seen.
That is exactly what I've heard.
Yeah.
I've never heard a bad thing about that. Then the thing I hear from everybody, it's ubiquitous. It's just aesthetically gorgeous.
Yeah.
And I'm a big fan of poker rooms that use that. It's
Same.
Yeah, it gives a feeling of exclusivity, and poker players love that.
Yeah, they've got a bar in the middle of the room. They got TVs everywhere for all the sports games and stuff. It just has that great feel. And of course, they have a class, real high class chef and restaurant. So
well done.
Definitely going to be making a trip down there. I just haven't been able to yet. But it's only been open for a few months, so I still have time.
I've heard nothing but good things. Absolutely nothing but good things about it.
Bunch of 3s for Steve-O. He gets out of there.
Into the blinds.
There's a fun one.
All right, Becca's got a playable hand. Sam's going to go ahead and take the lead here with his premium hand by any definition. Kevin coming along with a double-suited kings. I think we're starting to see this frustration, not folding that hand pre-flop. Now he did flop the better of it here, but Sam's going to have the nut flush draw. Add the nut low to Sam's hand. Becca now with 2 pair.
Spicy for everyone, really, but Kevin.
Spicy for everyone, but Kevin is going to go ahead and bet here with his 2 pair and blocking out the kings for the straight, but it's not as effective in this situation because neither player are going to care if he has a straight, but that bet does not say straight. Both players are going to call. It actually would be a brilliant bet with a straight. Uh-oh. Now we're going to see the difference between the styles of play here. Becca's going for the trap. Sam's not going to fall for it. Yeah, good hand.
She said I misread my hand.
No, she didn't. She knew, but she's not going to fall for it. And Sam laughs. She knows she's not going to fall for
Yeah,
it.
that is too funny. Todd says, "Is that a penalty?" That is a 1-round penalty. Becca, leave the table.
Yeah, she might have been focusing on something else and then forgot that she paired her jack. But
focusing on smashing whoever was going to bet into her there. But
yeah, not gonna. Sam's not going to fall for that.
No,
that's the only way Sam's going to fall for that is she happens to have ace-10 and she's not calling a raise anyway. So, yeah, it's I just prefer a bet there, and maybe you might get a bad call. But knowing Sam has the other ace, you're pretty much the only option here is to hope that somebody bluffs. You know, there's not a whole lot of option when Becca's going to know where that other ace is. She knows it's in Sam's hand, raising from the blind. So there's not a whole lot of ways Becca can profit from that situation.
It looks like some more Austin folks are chiming in. The Tuesday, Thursday game that you guys run, is it a 5-5 game? What kind of Big O game are you guys running down there? And 4-card Forever may have to change his name soon to 5-card Forever.
5-card 5-ever.
5-card 5-ever.
Not to keep tooting their horns, but I did tell you the 3 best players do have the 3 highest profits right now.
Imagine that, right?
Imagine that. It's not uncommon in this game. Sometimes it's the exact inverse, and that's frustrating. When you're in a really good game and the only players stuck are the pros. And I know everyone out there is like, good, that's the right thing. Yeah, well. Right. Biased opinions.
Give it to those pros.
Yeah, stick it to them. Did you shuffle? We shuffled, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody's got a 10.
Yeah, 10-7 again. Maybe.
1, 2, 5. Okay, cool. Love hearing that. Bomb pot once in orbit down there in Austin. Cool.
Fairly standard. Yeah, this is again. You're just gonna see a couple hands like this every once in a while. Nobody has trips on a paired board. It's just gonna get checked down. Whoever has it gets it.
Ace Jack gonna get her done.
Yep.
He did bet a little something.
Yeah, Todd did go ahead and bet. He's not gonna get called by anything. But sometimes you just have to win the pot.
Takes her down. Uh-oh.
So the Wyndham over here, not good?
We heard it all.
She didn't take her mic in the bathroom, did she?
No, she was wondering if she turned it off or not.
Oh.
Yeah. No, it's not worth it. Stay away.
Ashamed to say I made that mistake before.
There's plenty of places right off by the airport, too.
Oh, so I guess Sam hasn't got a hotel yet, so she was thinking about where to stay. We do have a couple of places that we'll get discounts for, but I think a couple people at the table were not speaking very highly of one of them, so they were like, "Wait, am I on the mic? Am I live?"
Yeah, it's okay. It's not defamation. If you're just expressing an opinion.
You're entitled to your opinion.
Yep.
It's brand new. Yeah, behind the ramp.
Okay, Todd's going to come in there with the ace-3, 10-9 jack.
Where Champs used to be at that Brazilian steakhouse or whatever. Yep. Yeah, I put too much out. I didn't mean to put.
All right, 4-way flop here. Bunch of reasonable hands here. We got four hands where nobody's out of line.
All right, you heard it from the pro. These are what reasonable hands look like.
Reasonable hands. Okay. Again, something for everybody. All right, Jeremy's going to come out betting here. He's going to go ahead and take control. He has that naked ace here, so he knows the chances of him getting raised on this flop are pretty slim. It takes a very big hand to raise him here. It takes like ace-2-3, queen-7, or ace-2-3, 7-7, queen-queen, something like that. So he knows he's not going to get raised most of the time.
There it is. Low comes in.
Yep, so the low comes through.
See a 6-9 out there.
Jeremy's still going to go ahead and keep taking the lead with this one pair. Becca's got a couple of draws and the only real club draw out there, but an ace-3 as well. Becca's praying for the deuce of clubs. That will make her a straight, though.
6-3.
Does make Becca straight. Now Jeremy's going to know his 2 pair has almost no value here and slows down and is going to let this go to Becca. And again, he's going to put poor Kevin in the exact same relative position vice that they've put him in now 3 times now. Nope, they're not going to do it. Okay, that's the exact same spot that they keep putting him in. But they're going to nobody here has got a big enough hand that they want to get value out of, so we're just going to go to showdown.
And Becca going to take down another half pot, and the other 2 are going to chop the rest.
And also worth noting that the second that Jeremy realized that he doesn't have as much value as he had, and he had no real options, he shut it down immediately. And the only way he's gonna make money is to have a high hand bet and the other low in the middle call. That was the same relative position spot that he's now used 3 times. Him and Becca both used that concept several times tonight on the same player. Poor guy.
Kevin's like, these 2 pros.
These 2,
they're trying to give me the business.
Yep, and that's, relative position is not something I get to talk about very often because it's only a concept that advanced players and professionals use or even are aware of. It is in my 3rd book. It's chapter 7 of volume 3. But they've been a lot of examples of that concept, and it is a pain in the ass, man. It is like when you keep being on the end of that stick, it's really frustrating.
And if you were wondering, that's not a random person in the booth with me talking about having a book that doesn't exist.
A 3rd volume, yeah.
Yeah, that is actually Mr. Greg Vail, who has written 4 books about this very game that we are getting to learn about and watch tonight. So definitely check him out, Mr. Greg Vail.
DoubleSuitedPoker.com is my website.
DoubleSuitedPoker.com. My old ass keeps letting that slip. DoubleSuitedPoker.com, though. Greg Vail, excellent commentator and, of course, author, professional card player. Big O is his specialty, so if you want to learn this game, there you go.
I do teach other things, too. I teach mental game. I do have a couple of Hold'em students, a couple of PLO students that just play for a living that I consult with careers. I don't, I'm not a PLO expert by any means. I don't claim to be a Hold'em expert, but I have been doing this a very, very long time. I'm on my 3rd decade now and 22 years of doing this, so I can help you out if there's a problem you're having as a pro, or you want an aspiring pro, or just an amateur that wants to take it seriously. There's a good chance I can help you. All right, Todd properly, Steve-O properly minimized his risk with those aces. Who was the guy with the aces?
With the aces,
didn't step into the trap of getting raised. Problem with that is that he let 10s full get there. But
so with 5 cards tonight, have we seen straight flushes or quads yet? I don't think we have.
Not yet.
Almost at the 4-hour mark. We did just find out we are going to go another hour, so we got another hour of this awesome Big O game. So thank you guys for making it so fun for us and engaging in the chat. Not making it a snooze fest. These players are definitely not making it a snooze fest. We're getting some really high-level play from both our pros and some of our amateur players tonight. So it's been fun. And again, Greg Vail in the booth with me. I'm going to run out and get a beverage, leave you to yourself.
Please do, I got you.
Y'all chime in if you have any questions for Greg on like the stuff he's talking about, any of the strategy on Big O. Let it rip there in the chat.
Yeah, ask your questions. This is your free shot at it. This is a very complicated game, and it always creates some interesting scenarios and interesting things to discuss. Lots of places to find profit. Increase profit, reduce risk.
Zach the what?
Sam with a fairly textbook call. Sam and Jeremy with the 2 premium hands. We got Steve-O in the middle here.
I'm telling you, I had to run from Zach on the cruise.
Ooh, wet flop. Ace 3-4, 2 hearts.
We would spot him, and we'd all be like, "Oh my God, hide!"
Jeremy taking the lead here with his pair of aces and a 7-2 low.
TCH cruise.
The idea here is that a lot of the low premium hands now have 2 pair and generally fold. Sam knows that. He's not going to let him get away with it.
Yes. Like he wouldn't wear
Sam turns
sunscreen.
2 pair and a flush draw.
Yeah.
Jeremy has the naked king of hearts to really apply pressure if that heart does come through. He can't know this, but he does have the best low at the time. Has to be a little concerned here with Sam calling him down.
I should never have been in this spot.
They both have a live... Nope. Yeah, they both have a live deuce here. They both have the same low, and Sam does have top 2, but that increased pressure, Jeremy not slowing down, is going to take that pot away from her. When I do believe Sam was getting 3/4 of it. Now that's just pro on pro violence right there. But Jeremy knows that if he checks, there's a good chance he's going to lose that pot. If he knows Sam is good enough, if he slows down, Sam's going to make him pay for it. So he has to keep firing and represent a bigger hand than he has. And Sam acquiesced and got out of the way, as she should. You know, Jeremy's very rarely going to be betting a lesser hand 3 times. Jeremy knows that. So there's the leveling war that you just saw 2 pros get into that Jeremy came out the better on this time.
Well, Mallory said something.
What are we doing?
I was saying it's cut an hour earlier.
2 more hits and then a bomb pot.
Really?
Then we're done?
Yeah. Okay. Well, we're done with the string.
She's reconfirming.
Then we keep playing.
Yeah. I'm ready to keep going. Yeah, we'll keep playing. Is everybody staying to play, right? Yeah.
I'm down to stay a while. And it'll be cooler with the lights off.
To travel here.
Looks like we're gonna keep the game going long after the stream turns off. That is fairly standard. I do like to see that. And like they said, a couple players traveled in here. Sam's from Austin. Might as well keep going.
2 hands and a bomb pot, I think.
Are all Big O games high-low? Yes, Big O is played high-low. High only is called PLO 5. I've heard PLO.
No, he's not.
He said live from 6 to 11, 5:45 to 10:45. So I don't know.
I don't know if it was a $15 hand though.
We are going an extra hour here, so I don't know if we are on the delay here. We do have a 30-minute delay from the feed that we are watching and commentating here in the booth. I know we are going to go an extra hour here. All right, again with top and bottom pair here. He's going to lead right into the field. Todd with a set of 9s and the naked ace of hearts. He's going to call and let this hand develop. This is a good idea in this game. You don't want to raise here and get it shoved back in your face, because then you have almost no hand at all. There is the front door flush draw gets here. McGann is going to acquiesce to this, and this is the time where the naked ace play is the right one. Uh-oh, not going to do it. He does have the best hand here, but you know, he would need to get a straight to fold.
Like, I don't know why they're ending this early.
So if McGann bets here, I really want to see a raise out of Todd, but I don't think that club's going to be in the bag after he checks back the turn. The right play here is just to say the word pot and you win. Nope. And there is the downside of making one mistake on the right street. He had to bet the turn, because if McGann bet into him with a hand like Queen Jack 10 or any Jack 10 combo, he can force her to fold. And so he allowed himself to get bluffed by a lesser hand by not taking the mandatory naked ace bluff there.
I don't sleep good at night.
You know, it may hurt to do it once, but he does have the set. So if he does make that bet and the board pairs, his opponent's not going to put him on a full house, that's for sure. But that is a mandatory bet. You need to do that. That club has to be in the bag if you're going to win at this game consistently.
Did you already answer that last question?
Yes. Yeah, all Big O games are high-low. PLO 5 is high only. Big O is high-low.
Nice, nice. Well, just walking out there and grabbing a beverage, saw the room is full. These tournaments are just going crazy tonight. Cash games are going well still, so hope everybody's having a great night out there. If you're in the room, let us know, and let us know what you're playing. Hope you're running good out there. Happy stacking.
88443 from McGann. I think if you're going to play this from the button and an open pot, you should come in for a raise, as you would in any form of poker. It's just basic, normal poker stuff. Probably not a good idea to open limp the button, but we did, and then fold to a raise. Just prefer come in for a raise.
We're doing a bomb pot and that's it. Is that right?
How do you range people in this game? How do you begin to evaluate hands? Boy, that's a loaded question.
That's loaded.
that is a long explanation.
Yeah.
We're doing it Thursday at
DoubleSuitedPoker.com. Subscribe to my video library. There's plenty of that in there. Short answer is experience, logic, and reasoning. You know, we have to reduce these insane amounts of cards down to something manageable. It is much easier to determine what people don't have than what they do have. So when you start eliminating cards from their range, eventually you're left with a workable set. But that is not a question I can answer for you quickly, sir. So you have to accept my apology for that one, but I do have dozens and dozens of videos on my website that explain that question.
Well, and you can, kind of remind the viewers, we talked about it a little bit earlier, a lot of those pairs that you'll see in Hold'em and in PLO, like the 8s, the 9s, a lot of those hands, just aren't really played by really good players in this game very often, unless they have some other combo of your high and low, type of holdings. So a lot of times, you get 2 9s on the board, or a 9, you're not going to put people on sets of 9s and 8s in some of those hands. So there's some of those hands that you guys can kind of suss out. If you're playing versus pro experienced players versus just complete, random players that don't maybe know the game at all.
Yeah, and it also comes down, when you're playing with people you don't know, a lot of times, if you don't know anybody at the table, a lot of times it's just make a hand, get paid.
Yeah.
That's your only option. Make a hand, get paid. But once you get past the beginner level of the stage, there's a lot you can do. A lot you can do. And it's actually, this is just my opinion, but that's because I've been, I don't play a lot of other things but 5-card, is that with more information allows for a greater accuracy in your read. So how do you range people? You can, there's a process, but it actually makes it easier to range people down once you get good at this, because there's so much information. It's kind of like how it's somebody that you played with for 20 years. You know what they can and can't do.
Right.
I'm not saying that's the only way to success in this game, but the analogy is that when you have a lot of information, you can make some pretty informed decisions, accurate, informed decisions.
Yeah, still a good question, Thomas. Just something that's really hard to just pin down to a T, or without hours of.
It's a long answer. Yeah. It's a great question, though. It is. That would be a question we would answer in coaching, where we have an hour or two to discuss.
All right, JP's got the ace deuce, a couple of 7s in his hand.
2 7 7 10. This is a hand that is likely to flop a push, and if he's going to play this from early position, I'd like this to come in for a raise. Generally speaking, a lot of the times you're going to end up with, a set of 7s is not out of, that is one of the low cards. So when you flop a set of 7s, you're going to have the nut low too. You're going to end up pushing. However, there are no 7s left in the deck, so Kevin is going to, JP is going to hope for the best here. Kevin also with an ace-2 rundown. Steve-O taking a flyer with king, 7-7.
And we get a queen 6-9 rainbow.
And nobody likes that. Not much for anybody. Steve-O pairs the card that isn't a pair in his hand, which is moderately frustrating.
I'm fine whichever way.
Sam?
I just like playing the game. Yeah. It's really fun.
Yeah.
Sam's going to take control here with her top pair and a couple of gutters. She has a double gutter, a 10 and a 7. Both make her the second nut straight. But we know that there are no 7s left.
She's doing this out of the big blind into 3 opponents. Is this something that, she's just trying to take the lead now? And
well, her range in being in the big blind is going to like this board a lot more than the players who are voluntarily playing this hand. And that is what she's relying on. That's going to work. Because when you're, it's no different than Hold'em. Like when you're in the big blind, you just call a raise 7 ways. The flop comes, 5-5-4. If you come firing out, people are going to believe you.
Oh, it's the big blind.
Yeah, they're going to believe, oh, big blind special or whatever.
Absolutely.
But, again, how do you range people? That is part of it.
Right.
Is that the flop textures that Sam's going to know that range hits her hand more than it hits others. So she's going to go for it there, and represent a slightly bigger hand than she has, and she gets rewarded for it.
Gets kings to fold, gets a few other hands, to fold. And she does have a little equity with double
got a little
gutter,
bit,
so
double gutter, a pair. She can be called by a king jack 10-8 or a 10-8-7. She doesn't really care about. That's fine. Yeah, that's her range. That board hits her range more than it hits theirs. It's as simple as that.
Gotcha.
After that.
All right. Graphics still stuck on the screen, but we're getting to our next hand. Hand number 91. So we've actually been doing really well, blowing through some hands tonight.
It's been moving.
Yeah.
Moving quite well.
Kim Embry in the chat saying, hey, JP. Saying howdy to our cowboy on the table in seat 1. If you've played at TCH, Las Colinas, or Dallas in the last 3 years, you definitely have seen and know Mr. JP.
Probably not the same person, but I served in the military with a Kimberly Embry. Probably not the same person, probably just a coincidence. If Kim, if you happen to have been in the 3rd CR, hello, good to see you again. But if not, ignore that.
What a small world that would be.
That would be a really small world. But yeah, that was at Fort Hood back in the day, about 13, 14 years ago.
Oh, I didn't
Well,
see
we're
it.
just
Okay.
glad you made it out of Fort Hood, all right?
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
This is just one of I was
It's been on
stationed
the
at
news way too
several
many times.
places. I went and got all over the place. Multiple different posts.
I turn around and
Just a coincidence, I assume so. All right. One Todd with the high rundown here. Oh,
there we go.
Oh, there we go.
King 6-7 rainbow.
How are you? I saw you walking in. No, PLO. I mean, no, oh my gosh, big O, big O, big O.
All right.
5 cards.
Becca bets 200 here. On a non-coordinated board, this is sort of, you can call this a semi-bluff, sort of, but this is where it's going to work out, is when that board pairs, she's going to go ahead and let the free card come off, and if the low gets there, she can bluff her opponent off. But this would be a good time for Todd to lead. Even though we can see he has the best hand, he's probably not going to think he has the best hand. He checks, Becca's going to take it down. This is a time where you can sheriff a bluff because that line does not make sense. The only thing she's going to be checking back is King, King, Ace 3 or King, King, Ace 2, King 2, Ace 7, 8, or King 2, 7, I'm sorry, Ace 2, 7, King, pardon me. That line is not going to work against a better player. That is the line you're going to get check raised on a bluff.
And that's how you win a hand with a pair of deuces.
Yep.
For $1,000 in a 5-card Big O game.
Yep, and that is Becca taking advantage of her opponent.
Yeah.
In ways that she has likely either knows him from the games that she plays or has picked up on the mistakes that he's made that he's been shown and knows that that line is available. You see that line a lot in Hold'em.
Specifically tonight, we've seen a couple of those checks and missed opportunities from Todd, and maybe it's having that big stack who's running so good tonight on his left that he just doesn't want to
Perhaps,
tangle.
perhaps. And, you see that line a lot in Hold'em where somebody C-bets the flop, they whiff, they give up, and they try to bluff again on the river. It happens in other forms of poker, too. That if she had done that against, well, she's not going to, she's going to take a different line against a better, unless like Sam or Jeremy, but it's a dangerous line. You're going to get that line check raised a lot. That's the kind of hand that Becca was trying to represent on the last hand.
Absolutely.
All right, Becca with the rundown, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, a highly speculative hand. She's going to flop an ace and a deuce only a little less than 4% of the time, which is what she's looking for. So like I said, highly speculative.
There you have it. It's Jack 10-7 instead.
Not what she's looking for. Nobody really likes this board. All right, we're going to go to the turn. Probably not going to change much. Nobody's got much of anything. All right.
And I haven't used them since.
JP said, I'm done with this checking. I can tell nobody has anything. He's going to go ahead and take a stab. Did get called.
And now the King High Diamonds gets there.
King High Diamonds gets there, but JP did semi-bluff this with an uncounterfeitable low, gets there and is allowed to get away with this. And no risk. So again, a bluff with a little risk.
Yeah, ace deuce 3.
Yep. Because if that board pairs or comes a low card, he's going to win this pot from Kevin. That's what he's setting up on the turn. It's a good bet by JP. Well done.
Not hand, not hand.
I think we are seeing some frustration from Kevin because that is as the pot's not bloated, he's just getting tired of folding.
Yeah.
And now Jeremy's probably just noticed that. That is something that if you see as a pro, and I see that somebody's getting frustrated like that and is making that's a very loose call on the turn, by the way.
Right.
Very loose call. And when they do that and then they river the nuts and just blast it, that's generally a sign of frustration. So you can use that if you really think critically about how you can use that against your opponent. He's frustrated. He's trying to contain it. He's doing a good job. That frustration can be manipulated like puppet strings.
people in tournaments that sit there and take
Yeah, and so for a novice or somebody who doesn't play this game very often, you're like, How is that a loose call? You're open-ended and you've got the king high diamond draw. But again, there's so much more to it in this game.
Yeah, there's so much more to it. If you get there in any of the low cards, you're going to have to make a big call with not the nuts. And you learn that one from the School of Hard Knocks a lot. But also, you're not going to get paid off a lot, too. If he rivers the nut straight and leads, he's not going to get called by anything. He has 3 of the 8 cards required to make a straight. He's only going to get called by the same hand. So there's not a lot of value there in check calling from out of position.
For the 612, is it 816 or 612?
Yes. Yeah. Thomas, when you talk about the line, when you talk about line, you mean the betting line through the hand. Yes, I mean the whole actions from start to finish, the line. So the whole betting line start to finish. The culmination of all of his actions is what I mean by the line. Culmination.
Big words. Ubiquitous culmination.
Ubiquitous.
You've heard it all tonight, folks.
I Googled the word dictionary once.
Is Noah playing? I don't think I can handle Noah at that table.
I'm going to take down a small one. I'm going to have to win these small ones, just like in any other form of poker. You know, the small wins add up. I routinely tell my professional clients that bankrolls are built and sustained on small wins.
Absolutely.
Including winning sessions. You know, when you have a break-even session and you look back and say, man, I ran like crap today. You took down a lot of those pots. My wife, I drive her nuts with this too. Oh, I'm running so bad I can't win a hand. I haven't won a hand all day. She's like, how much you stuck? Oh, I'm up 1,000. Shut up.
Yeah.
She's like, oh, God, you're the worst. But it can make that big of a difference, you know, and that's just professional poker.
Yeah, I mean, the guys that have, you know, in the smaller stakes games that have a $40 and $50 hourly rate, $40 and $50 wins, you know, several hands, that's a big deal.
It's a big deal.
Don't always have to get your whole damn stack in, you know?
It's not about big wins. Unfortunately, it's about doing the boring things right routinely. One of the best pieces of advice I ever got in poker was not in poker, it was in the military. An expert is nothing but a master of the basics. And when I heard that, he was talking about special operations, but I'm like, oh, that's good poker advice.
Good poker advice. Yeah.
And he was, you know, that's true story. You know, you have to habitualize the basics. The basics have to be automatic.
Did you guys play on base a lot since you were poker players? No.
No, I didn't.
No chance, really.
I tried to get as far away from most as possible. I didn't want to mix work and poker. You know, I didn't want it as too high stakes at that point. There were a lot of poker games around military bases. That's pretty similar across the country and the world. You got a lot of veterans got a lot of good gambling and poker stories from their service.
7-8 is out there.
We got 1-7-8, which is on the high, and 1 live deuce. This is the live deuce I was talking about. It is the second nut low. That is, he's playing a deuce and a pair. Not anymore, but it is still the second nut low. It is still a 6-5-4 ace, deuce ace low. That is number 2. You need a wheel to beat it. But Steve-O actually likes that card because now it needs just a wheel to beat Todd's hand and scoop it completely. So this is a good spot for the nut high to go ahead and bluff for half, and it works.
And it works.
Yep. Now without that deuce, if the river card's a high card, he's going to have a hard time getting through that, that live deuce, because 2-3 is very clearly not in play when it gets checked around on the flop.
Right.
It's highly unlikely that somebody has a 2-3, therefore his live deuce should be the nut low and should be treated as such. But that's unfortunate. When that deuce peels off, anybody with 2 pair now makes the second nut low.
Yeah.
They all make the same hand. He's got nothing. He just has to get out of the way.
You don't have much. You don't have
So in PLO, would drawing to nut flush be a bad call as well? No, we can quantify that.
Yep.
If you're getting the right price, 2-1 on the flop, 5-1 on the turn, sure. Then it's the right. But again, we can quantify this. We know every time whether it's a right or a wrong call. That's the fun part about poker, is a lot of these ifs and maybes can be quantified with mathematics.
Yeah, the PLO players, more often than not, if they are open-ended and have a flush draw, whether it's a straight flush or not, that money is getting in there.
Pew pew, fire the missiles.
Yes,
But if you can get it in before your opponent puts you in, then
they can fold some of the time.
Then they can fold. That's the better option.
All right, well, Todd flopped that 4%er that I told you about. If you have a 4-3, the chances of flopping an ace and a deuce are a little less than 4%. But he's going to try and exploit that here.
She was here early on.
Both. Wow, Steve-O is going to like that card. Todd's going to not get caught up in this, doesn't want to get check raised. Low gets there.
4-3 does get there.
Doesn't change much about either player's high hand, but I suspect this will be a snap call. Well, hopefully you don't quarter me. Fairly standard.
Okay.
Try for.
Chop chop. All right. I've got the high, right?
3 pair. Ace deuce queen.
Chop it up.
The high hand.
There's a $8 win and $7 win, but you know what? Those add up, you know?
It adds up.
Maybe not as much as those $40, $50, and $60 hands we were talking about earlier, but yeah, it all adds up.
Oh, we have a new player in the green now. JP has gotten unstuck by 7 whole dollars.
Yeah. That is maybe a couple items off the Taco Bell menu.
It should have been.
Becca, though, hoovering up a lot of the profit to be
Oh,
made
man,
here.
she's just crushing it
She
tonight.
has played just about every situation as good as you can play it.
I mean, every hour she increases by $1,000.
She has been able to take the hands that she's had, she's been able to execute wonderful lines in place, and they've all worked out. It is a bit of run good. I'm not saying that she's not, running well, but she's playing her head off right now, and this is fantastic. It's good to see. I like to see it when, you put on a clinic, as you said.
For sure.
It's good to see high-level play.
Yeah, she's played on our stream before. Not this particular game, obviously. We haven't had a big O, but she's played some round of each and some PLO and not run so well. But she still always is a pro's pro when she's playing. But
you gotta get her
this
drinking.
is her game.
Yep.
Like this is what she thrives on. This is her favorite game. This is why she hosts her own game.
That's right. You got to get her drinking.
Yep.
It's the only way. It's the only way. You got to get her. You got to get her drinking. When she's drinking, she doesn't care as much, and then she can make some mistakes. But if she's dialed in like she is now, man, she's good.
She's been sipping on something over there, but I think she's fooling him. I think she's drinking O'Doul's,
Just cranberry juice.
Yeah, she's telling him it's liquor, but it ain't.
Cranberry juice for the lime.
I'm going to step outside really for 5 minutes. Am I going to get blinded, or should I wait until my blinds move?
Big hearts there for Megan.
I don't know the live stream rules are.
Yep, that was and a set. That's the card she'd pick out of the deck, actually. Turns a king high flush with a set to back it up, but fortunately nobody has much to contend with.
She's like, let me see if I get a royal on the river.
Yeah, that is one of one of the downsides to playing with so many cards. When you make gigantic hands, you see this in PLO too.
Yeah.
Is that when you make everything,
nobody else has anything.
Nobody else has anything. Yeah, that is a fairly common complaint when you make a huge hand. I hear that in PLO a lot too. I flopped everything. It's hard to get paid. It's like in Hold'em. You flop a royal, how are you getting paid? You
happened to me in this very room. It's funny, I played for 16, 17 years before I hit a single royal, and within 2 years of playing here, just Hold'em, just 2-card, I had 3 royals. Actually, I had 1 in San Antonio, 2 here, but I flopped one with Jack 10 of clubs, guy betting into me. And by the time we got to the river, he checks, and I put out something, and he tells me my ace is good and folds. And I'm just like,
wait, what?
Yeah. Of course, you don't have anything when I have a royal. But
yeah, it's hard.
It's hard. It's like
you need the board
flopping
to
quad aces and Hold'em is the worst. Like
you're not gonna get paid.
when you want quad deuces, aces
are
are
quad threes. And,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
They're not calling you.
All right, Jeremy has not entered a pot in quite a while. He's going to go ahead and open with a high hand. I also noticed that he opened for a pull with this type of hand, which is pretty deceptive because he knows the 2 players in the blinds are pretty good, so they're going to put him on a low-oriented hand.
You just have to have a little bit of
Similar holdings too.
I told Jesse.
Yeah. Sam's the only one that's going to get a real piece of that. Steve-O does have the nut low draw, but expect Jeremy to be many chips in here. It's not. You don't really want to draw it straights when the ace is on the board if you can avoid it. Chop the hand. You just end up chopping it too much. You got to get there twice.
He is going to call though. It's just a small bet.
Jeremy's going to call now that he now that Becca folded. Sam's going to check there. Jeremy's going to let this one go. He's going to wait for another card before he's going to expose himself to risk here. There's an 8. That's going to get the low there.
Deuce 4 of Steve-O.
Yeah, generally, Jeremy's going to be done with this hand. He did properly contain his exposure here. Low's going to call here. Would not be surprised if Sam found a call here, but I also cannot blame a fold. Can't blame her one bit with Jeremy behind her. She's last to call. This is a fairly simple call, actually. But she's going to make it. Good job. Jeremy's snapped that right in the muck. Yep. Well done. Good call, Sam. It's a hard call with Jeremy behind her. But generally speaking, if Sam knows that Jeremy did not bet the turn when it was checked to him, he's probably not going to have better than aces up. And not betting the river means he's probably not going to have a decent low. So Sam might not know which pot she's getting, but she's going to get half. She just might not know which half. Either she's going to get the low with her 4-5 because the other guy's got fancy with a straight or a set or something, or she's going to get the high because he made the low and is trying to bluff. So good call, Sam. Well done. Just a little bit harder with Jeremy behind her.
Hey, thank you, Thomas. Thank you for tuning in.
My mom watches
Definitely been fun. You know, we've had some
PLO
PLO streams and some other stuff before.
But
And,
she
you
knows,
know, they
like,
weren't
when
as,
I'm winning or I'm dominating.
you guys weren't as receptive, but you guys have been great tonight, and I've really enjoyed it. And a lot of that is due to the expertise we've got in the booth with us tonight and the level of play that we're seeing tonight. That really is helping out because it's really making our job here in the booth easy.
Thanks, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Sam talking about her mom watching the streams has no idea what's going on. My parents, well, too. My parents do watch these, and they have no idea about poker. They don't know anything about it. So I find that to be enjoyable too. Same boat.
Yeah.
I do not come from a poker playing family.
I
Nobody,
do
my
not.
they don't gamble. We don't
Not a soul.
nothing. So it was a very different world that I entered into.
My mom played poker for a
They're
long
just like,
time.
you won. That's good, right? I'm like, yeah.
My mom would love games if
dad,
there wasn't
I
money
showed him
involved, but she
poker first,
hates
and I, like,
people
put a
throwing
little
away
on
money.
it for him. Then I watched him.
I
Like,
understand the opinion.
oh my gosh.
Some-
Not good.
Everybody's got a little bit of something.
Yeah, a little bit
Nobody's
something.
got everything.
There was no hand he didn't play, and I'm just
A lot of
watching
likes,
it,
not a
and
lot
I'm
of
just like,
loves.
what's happening?
There you go. That's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
That means he's an optimist.
6 adds about every draw in the book. We'll now have a straight draw no matter what the we'll now have a straight get there no matter what the river card is if it doesn't pair the board.
A couple of ace fours.
Dan's gonna go ahead and take the lead here with top pair and up and down straight draw. Only one of them is good. Only the 3 is good. You know, you generally don't want to make that straight with a 7-4 and have like the 4th or 5th nut straight and get raised. But in this situation, she's gonna be okay. But I'm not sure if she's going to be betting the river here if that's checked to, even though she got a card that she wants.
How do I fold?
Yep, just gets checked all the way through.
And the ace fours, chop up the low.
Oh my gosh. You do him playing that crap aces.
2 pair for Kevin.
Steve-O and McGann also the same straight. This is fairly common.
The 7-4, okay.
Yeah, they both make a hand, but not a hand that you definitely can't stand a raise, but you know, you can be easily flatted by a better hand if you bet.
Right.
I mean, somebody with 9-7 can just, oh, okay, I call. Do you have it? Oh, nope, whoops, okay. So you generally don't want to get into the habit of value owning yourself there. But both players make a small amount of profit, taking the line that they did, so we like that.
You don't get any bonus points for having the 2 aces in your hand.
And it's also important to realize that, you know, the high and the low are worth the exact same amount. You know, it's no one pot means more than the other. You know, a lot of people like to troll players. There's always a high. Well, sure, there's always a high.
My friend was
But, you know, we make the right decisions when we
really
can.
well. She got
And
final
try to
pay
avoid
with
making
the
too many
main
wrong
during
ones.
our Trailblazer in Austin, and she won the tag team. And I told her, you need to travel. My friend Brittany.
You said your grandma.
No.
And talk about one of her friends doing really well at the Trailblazers who are down in Austin.
This series has like point systems, and you can win. Like so, and it's a low. It's not. It's
Not my favorite vehicle, but they actually are giving away a Chevy Trailblazer to whoever has the
Oh,
most
really?
points out of all these Trailblazer series.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's making a stop at all of the TCH locations, and once it's done, I guess whoever that points leader is gets the Trailblazer. So
Okay. Jeremy has correctly deduced that 3-betting is rare, which means he now can disregard his being out of position and open freely. This is an adjustment that better players will make as the day goes on. You realize that if you're never getting 3-bet, I can play anything from any direction.
how about flopping top set?
Flop and top set and a 2-3, which he's basically going to be playing a naked set until something changes, but that is what he was looking for. don't think anybody's going to have anything to contend with here. Ooh,
Nope.
Beck is going to float. She does this a lot. And this she's given me troubles with this before. And she will definitely float the flop with a bunch of random stuff and wait for somebody to check. Because if she'll wait for Jeremy to check, and she very well might just pot it right here with an air ball. Nope. Decided not to. Now she can get away with it. Jeremy checks. He's going to lose this pot unless Becca just decides to give up, which she did. That goes back to, she has a lot of showdown value here with top 2. This is generally, you don't get involved with the better players if you can avoid it. You know, you generally don't try to go to war with other pros. You know, while both players could take multiple lines to, you know, play that hand, quote unquote, professionally.
Right.
A lot of times there is this unwritten respect that, hey, I know you're not trying to exploit me, and I'm not trying to exploit you. There's a lot more easier spots than you know, the best.
So not only against that opponent, but, you know, say her hand, if she had maybe a higher spade or something, could she have, if it's not against a pro like Jeremy, could?
Yeah, I mean, once Jeremy checks twice, if she has a king high or 10 high, she's probably going to throw in a bet. But then again, Jeremy's not going to call that. He's also not going to make a move on her by check raising after checking twice. So yeah, like I said, it's just kind of this unwritten.
But maybe he is.
We're not trying to go to war because, well, there's easier spots. Right. You know,
I don't see him.
there's not really a whole lot of advantage to be gained by 2 pros button heads. You know,
Although I did see him that whole series.
in this game, generally the best, when I would consider the 3 that we've been talking about all night, are, you know, the highest echelon of the best in this game.
I live in Austin.
They know there's not really a whole lot of advantage to gain. There's not a big edge to be gained in any real spot. It's not really worth our time.
Yeah,
and I mean, if just me sitting here going back through all the hands of the night, I can think about it like,
it might have been around the series.
you're dead on. Like, those 3 players are not really going after each other because they know, you know, they're not going to get a lot of that stuff through against them. And
right. Then you're not going to be able to pull a fast one on the better players. You're not going to surprise the better players. Now, granted, if the deck sets up for coolers and somebody gets guillotined,
Can happen,
it
right?
can.
Yeah,
It happens. I
for
mean,
sure.
Jeremy's done it to me. I've done it to him. You know, Jeremy and I played a lot together, and you know, if it happens, great. But we know we're not trying to knuckle with each other. There's just better spots. Hi-ya.
Hi-ya, indeed.
Todd's got the ace and a draw to live deuce, and McGann's going to have no part of that. Sometimes you just got to bet and take the pot down. Sometimes you just got to win.
You and I just said hi-ya, and somebody literally right after us, which, of course, this is 15 minutes ago.
Yeah.
There was a hi-ya out in the room. I just heard from one of our dealers, so that's pretty funny. The poker community, the words, the phrases, the catchphrases we use at tables, you know,
Yeah.
it all gets recycled.
Yeah, it's all a closed system. But I do like that adjustment that Jeremy's been making with now he's, after a good amount of hours, he knows he's not getting 3-bet, and he now can loosen up, and now position means a lot less to him now, because now he can get creative from multiple places. I can play anything from anywhere. And that is an advantage that you don't want to give a better player in this game.
Yeah, we talked about that early on about this game versus a lot of the PLO games that just get repotted so many times pre-flop. And, you know, these players have made some adjustments, and especially Jeremy, like you said, you know, he can play some hands.
Yep. And that's what Becca's doing here.
Yeah.
That's exactly what Becca's doing here. The chances of being 3-better are low now,
right?
Because that's just not how this table dynamic is playing. Therefore, she can call with a very speculative hand. And Jeremy's doing the same thing because they know they're not going to get played back at very often. Now, the flip side of that is as soon as you see a pro start to open up like that, you got to start 3-betting them.
Yep.
You know, and make them go back in their private room. Right. You know, back to playing ABC.
I see him every so often.
We're going to see Todd's going to get a chance to do his naked ace bluff again that he did not take the last time, and it cost him the pot. Ooh, Jeremy tossing chips. That is a textbook weak tell. And this one would be right. He does not have it, and he let him off the hook. That's the second time we've seen the naked ace just decide not to make the right play. That's 2 pots now. All he has to do is min raise him. That's all he's got to do. Just min click him, and Jeremy mucks his hand so fast. But that's the second time now. That club has to be in the bag. That's a lot of money that he's just actively giving away. have to have that club in the bag. Have to.
I'll put your 10 in. Wow, thank you.
That's also something that Jeremy's going to adjust to. You know, is that he knows that when he sees this later, he's going to see that happened twice. He's going to use that next time he sees his opponent.
Oh, trust me. If Todd gets on the stream, he's going to do it too, because these guys are always at the table. And usually it's the table right behind this table where they have Becca's game at table 4. And you can see these guys playing for just hours and hours. So. And I mean, just like with any other game, you know, sometimes, you know, somebody gets the better of the other, you know, sports rivalries, right? Sometimes it was Magic, sometimes it was Mike or Bird or whoever, you know, and they play so much together. You know, there's those nights where that guy's just got your number.
Yep.
I do sometimes.
Jeremy's going to take a very high quality high hand. And again, he's allowed to play this from out of position because there's not a lot of aggression pre-flop. It's a pro's dream. He can get really speculative. Now we're seeing that from him, how he's adjusting. He's opened up quite a bit because he's now making that adjustment later in the game. All right, Becca's going to love that flop. Becca hit that about as hard as you can hit it. Now, Becca can choose between a push and a pull here. If she turns into a pull, she's going to lean on the value of her ace-3 and diamonds. If she turns this into a push, she's leaning on the value of her 10s and deuces. I suspect after a bet and a call, she's probably just going to float this and go to the turn. Yep, okay.
It's amazing the amount of times we've seen in a 5-card holding, players have almost the exact same holdings.
Yep.
Ace-3,
Becca turns the wheel. Unfortunately, that's going to shut this down. She really would, you know, preferred a different card, but that's going to shut this down. Nobody's going to be putting any more money in the pot except Becca. I really want to see either a sneaky check back here to sell that she doesn't have a wheel,
she's got to put the glasses on,
or a small bet. That's a strong call, by the way, for those of you who like body language. She's speaking right now. She's talking. She's comfortable. She has that's strength. Now she's not talking. That's very strong. Looking down at her chips, that's a very strong tell. Don't bet too much, Becca. I want to see like 200 or 300 here. That's too much. Too much. You got to be called by less. That's too much. So for those of you who like body language, that whole rigmarole she just pulled there was absolute strength. But this is going to get out of the way here. Uh-oh. Or not.
Megan up to something
no.
here?
Uh-oh.
Wow.
Oh, goodness. Oh, no.
Lesser diamonds.
Uh-oh.
Steve-O has the diamonds.
Steve-O might be, no. Uh-oh. He might be tempted here to draw at half, and he would not be wrong to do so. Oh, boy. Nope, that's... I don't think anybody had it. Yeah. Oh, Steve-O filled up with 5-2 there.
5-2.
Yep, and there's
more outs for him I wasn't thinking about, yeah.
McGann's going to get punished here for making that loose call on the turn.
Do you love it?
I really like to see if Steve-O checks here. He's in a tough spot. He has to lead. Yep, okay. He has to lead, otherwise he's going to be putting a vice on the river because Becca's going to slam that to try and force lesser hands to fold. Deuce is full, 4 is full, 5 deuce, and force all those hands to fold. He has to lead here and just force Becca to only call with a wheel.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
Pretty good. All things considered, that was pretty good play from Steve-O. Yeah. But what allowed Steve-O to win this was not that he played this hand correctly. It was the mistake that McGann made that allowed him to do this.
Yeah, she got in there with a speculative hand, and now the pot's bigger, and he's like, you know what?
And he's allowed to close the action. You know, drawing, closing the action. There's 3 people behind him. He folds in a heartbeat. But that was that one small mistake that he's allowed to exploit. Well, not small. That's a pretty big one. It's a $500 mistake. But, you know, I'd imagine that McGann's probably getting frustrated, too. We're now seeing a little bit looser play from her because I don't remember the last hand she won.
Yeah, these players have been playing for 4.5 hours now, and they're really going to maybe start playing a little different.
Yep, and tracking those, you know, tracking the evolution of somebody's game ends and tendencies, you know, that's not something that amateurs and recreational players tend to do. Right. And I write about this a lot in my 4th book, in the 1st chapter, is that this professional tendencies is just, it's a state of mind. It doesn't mean you have to be a pro to think like one. Right. But you have to watch for that and look at the adjustments that players are making, you know, from hand to hand in hour 4, hour 5. You know, do you know how your opponent's game
Yeah.
changes when they're 8 hours away from a meal?
Yeah, seriously.
You know, do you know how
when they're hangry?
Yeah, do you know the difference in their game when they're hangry or when
Yeah.
they've been up for 10 hours versus 4? You know, those things matter.
Tell you what, I started limiting most of my cash sessions unless I'm just stuck and trying to get it back to 4 to 6 hours because that's where I found that's my sweet spot. You know, and that again, I don't like losing money. I play for fun, but at the same time, I'm playing for money.
Yep.
And you know, whatever you can do to give yourself that strategic advantage to leave with money.
Yep.
That's the name of the game.
Exactly. You know, my wife championed that. She for the longest time she capped it at 8 hours.
Yeah.
Because she knew lifetime she had her. You know, she knows for tens of thousands of hours that hour 8 to 12 is poo-poo. You know, she knows that.
Yeah.
You know, so she's like at hour 8 or 9 or whatever, it's just she's got to go. It doesn't matter how good the game is because she knows she's playing a break-even game. That takes discipline. You know, that takes a lot of real honest self-look at yourself to be able to know that and do that. And again, it's a professional mindset. You don't actually have to make a living playing to make good decisions like that. Good old nothing 9 ball on the turn. Nobody likes that.
Jack 10 wasn't there. Jack 10 still not there. Queen deuce for the high.
Queen deuce for the high. If it's just check, then it's just going to win. Either player, you're going to see this a lot, just like in Hold'em. The first player to bet's going to win the pot. You know, you've seen that a lot in PLO. See it a lot in Hold'em. First player to stick a bet in is going to take this one down.
I don't even think she knew she had the hand.
Even better.
She just, but a great, see, this is pro versus amateur stuff too, or somebody who's a regular player versus amateur. A lot of times, players in these games where you're holding 4 and 5 cards will just muck their hand.
Yep, it happens.
Turn the
winning
damn thing
hands.
over.
Yeah, winning
Turn
hands.
your hand over. Let the dealer read it for you. By the way, it's a gentleman's game. Players will and are allowed to, if your hand is face up on the table, allowed to say, hey, what it is.
Cards speak for themselves.
Cards speak for themselves, so always turn your hand over. And in that case, she didn't realize she had 2 pair.
Yep.
She thought she was going to lose to just a single pair of aces from Steve-O, and Angie correctly said, no, you got 2 pair, queens and deuces.
Well, that's important information, too. I know this is getting real into the weeds here with subtle nuances, but, you know, if as a better player, when you see that and you forgot that you had the deuce, I now can look at what you were focusing on and what you have value and what you see as value to you, but what that deuce was not value. She did not hold value. The queen's up and forgot she had it.
Yep.
So now I'd look back as to what was she valuing, and now I know this range of what has not value and all this other stuff. You can utilize that later. All these little bits of pieces of information create a big jigsaw puzzle you can stick together.
What's she doing there out of position against me here? You know,
So what are you looking at? What are you holding value to? What do you value? It all means something. Everything at a card table means something. Every wince, every flinch, it all means something.
Buddy Lego joined the chat, did a little gambling there with the loyalty points. Hope you're running good in that tournament, Lego.
Steve-O got cute with top set. So now, no more getting cute now. Lead out for full pot and force anybody to draw. If they want to draw at half, they got to pay a full pot size bet. That is the right idea.
So I was walking around in Sam Moon, bought a headband for $3.
And he did go full pot, 125.
He did, yeah. And it's going to get through. Nobody had much of anything. You're really hoping to find somebody with like ace-3-5 right there. You know, ace-2-5. They will call a full pot size bet.
That's fine. She's shuffling the cards. The reader was still, but it was trying to give us a river. We didn't have a river there. He took that one down before we got there.
Maybe once we're done. How you doing, man?
Well, it looks like we just have about maybe 20 or so minutes left. I was afraid really tonight we were going to get about 9 or 10 hands an hour because I just didn't know the speed of this. But our players have been, for the most part, really decisive. Our dealers have been great getting these hands out. We've got over 100 hands in a 5-card Big O game.
That's
just
great.
awesome.
That's over 20 an hour. That's fantastic. That's really moving along.
Really is.
A lot of times this game can slog down, especially if somebody's all in. 5 people are all in every hand. You play like 6 hands it down. It's real frustrating. But I mean, it's not, you can't do anything else. It's just it takes that long to add up all these different pots and put them all together and chop them. I mean, everybody knows this from PLO. When 6 people get all in for 6 different stacks, you know, go ahead and take a walk to the bathroom. It's going to be 10 minutes.
Yeah, we haven't had quite that level of debauchery and
debauchery.
Degeneracy, I should say, tonight.
Yep. All right, Steve-O with a premium hand. Sam's got another one in the blinds. She's going to go ahead and call here. Expect Kevin to do the same here.
I tell you, the last 100 game that we had over there.
And good. She got out of the way. We shouldn't be limping with that hand to begin with. If you're gonna fold to raise, you might as well just not even limp.
Were you dealt them at all? No, I was dealt a pair, and the first 2 cards gave me.
Ooh, a 2 and a 3 with a bunch of premium hands in there. JP does have the ace-4. Steve-O's, that's a frustrating thing when you pair two out of 4 of your low cards and you don't have the nut low. That is frustrating. JP is going to go ahead and fire out here.
Did you get Jimmy? Jimmy had a full house on one of them, I think. Yeah, it was pretty gross.
This might actually get through, and the only person who this might not get through is Steve-O. Well done. Good fold, sir. That is a very tempting hand to at least take one off.
Extremely tempting.
It's, yeah, bottom 2 pairs, second nut low, you know, a
Crappy
decent flush draw.
Yeah.
Some players can be, you know, and maybe it's not wrong to peel there. Depends on the situation, but that is a very disciplined fold. A very, very disciplined fold. Well done.
We've definitely seen some players make some high-level folds tonight. Even
we have
some of the ones that have made, you know, a few mistakes here and there that you've been able to point out. We've seen those same players make some pretty high-level
and some great folds. Yeah, they've been able to avoid disaster several times. And to his credit, Kevin's been put in a vice
a lot of times.
A lot of times.
He really has.
That he would be well within his rights to call it off and lose, and then was able to get away from it. Now, granted, he did a couple of them he got wrong, but I mean, eventually, you keep getting put in those maybe spots that could go either way. Eventually, you're going to lose the flip. You know, eventually, it's just reasonable.
Oh, I don't even know the price. Like, the devil eggs are bad, which is weird for one of the items to be just off the bat bad.
Especially eggs.
I know. The avocado toast.
So now we know that Sam has high deviled egg standards.
Avocado toast has lettuce on it.
Avocado toast should not have lettuce on it, even though that's such a hipsterish meal, you know, that's been popular for like the last 5-10 years, but out of nowhere.
Yeah,
never heard of it until I was about 35.
The cooked fish. The restaurant next to the lodge. They just got one.
Oh, they got a new restaurant over there in Austin, yeah.
The
other thing that I never ate, never was even an option on a menu when I was a kid at any of the nicer restaurants I went to, or my mother never thought about cooking. Brussels sprouts. Now it's like such a big thing at restaurants. Like, these fancy Brussels sprouts. And I'm like, it's a freaking
gross
plant, right?
I mean,
you don't like them?
Oh God, my wife's screaming at the screen right now. Eat your vegetables. But my favorite vegetable is bacon.
100% agree with you there. I love my vegetables, but if I had to pick one, bacon would be my favorite.
Oh man, I hate the taste of chlorophyll, man. I just
you get your greens somehow. Some of
yeah, I have a wonderful wife that's a wonderful chef. So yeah, she tricks me a lot. Yeah, she tricks me into eating good.
It's like you take your Flintstone vitamins, or what do you do? You
know?
Yeah,
that's her department.
Yeah. I mean, you just hit 40, brother. You got to start doing something.
I'm about to hit 40. Yeah. No, thankfully I have just an absolute wonderful wife that I definitely do not deserve, but she cooks, and that's her thing. You know, she's is the chef of the group.
So she allows you to find like a vegetable that's edible for you.
I just don't ask questions. She cooks, and it's always amazing.
Eat it.
I just
smart man.
Yes, ma'am.
Happy wife, happy wife,
happy wife, happy life. That's right. Oh, Steve-O flopping everything.
Come on, Royal.
And gonna run into the same problem. He has too much.
Too much.
Yeah, he has too much of it.
That is called flopping the world, folks. Look at that 5-card hand. Wow.
That's painful. It's no different than if you're in Hold'em and like you know pair of 8s and flop 8 deuce deuce and nobody's got anything. No matter what you do, you're not going to get any action. The avocado. Yep, she make out.
Seriously, I will eat the crap out of some Brussels sprouts. So send the leftovers over to him, and I'll take them. You know.
She'll make avocado toast with about 4 ounces of sriracha on it. Big smile, yeah.
That's awesome. I'm such a bachelor, dude. I got an air fryer for Christmas, finally, and I've finally been cooking for myself.
Really?
I just being around the poker world.
Poker.
Yeah,
it's so hard to be healthy in poker.
It really
is so difficult. Even if you are healthy, it's like you got to be up in these jacked up hours. You know, up all night.
What's open at 4 in the morning?
Nothing's open at 4 a.m. besides trash. Ugh. You know, it's a challenge. It's a real challenge to be healthy in poker.
And after a 6 to 8 hour session, do you really want to cook when you get home? No, you're tired.
You want to gut bomb and crash.
Yep, gut bomb and crash.
Yeah, put me to sleep. Okay.
Ace Jack
A lot of
3, deuce, deuce.
Bunch of playable hands here. JP correctly folded the 2-3 with no available aces. Jeremy's going to take a flyer, closing the action with a high only hand, and
Hello.
king in the door. Love that. He loves seeing a set in the door. Jeremy's going to flop the number 2 straight and a set. Kevin flops number 1 straight and a set. Hello.
Yeah. There is another jack, so quads is not possible. But kings is, though.
Boy, and Jeremy correctly dodged catastrophe by not betting the flop. Kevin's going to come out betting in a pull.
One of the guys told me, he was like, you're bitching about a $6 coffee and you put like all this money in pot. And I'm like,
It's different.
245 in the middle, $80. That might get it done. That might actually get called by less.
because they charge me for each.
80 into 3.
80 into 320. He's gonna. Yep. See, if you're gonna make a pro make a mistake, it's got to be just like this. Well done, sir. Well done.
And it said, oh, wow.
He said, oh, wow.
Yeah,
Your
wow,
set was
exactly.
bigger.
He didn't. Jeremy did not get whacked in this hand, and he could have. Well done. Both well played by both players.
I just saw he did have the queen 9.
Yep. Well played, both players. Avoided disaster. That's, I think, what Kevin's thinking here. This son of a... like, I can't...
We've been getting this guy all night.
Even when I got him. He's like, I got him this time, and he still wriggled off the hook. But you did get him for that value bet on the river. You should take that $80 and hold that up. That is a well-played hand. Good job, sir.
The only thing I miss about this ring.
Just really sucks when you got a guy that's going to lose the bare minimum, and you got to force it that way. And that's getting it done. Well done, sir. Well done.
You got to eat it out in your car, or leave and go to a restaurant. You know.
I do know that Jeremy does not like to fold to small bets. He really loves down bets, and he does not like to fold.
He likes doing them, and then
he does not like to fold to them. I mentioned it earlier. The down bet bluff, as me and Jeremy joke about, that is like the mythical line that we both think is hilarious.
It's not a lot of items.
So what do you like better?
Open limp here with the ace-4-5 combo. It's going to allow Sam to get in there with a really good high-only hand. Would like to see a raise here. You're going to flop a push most of the time. You want that pot to be a little bit bigger. Jeremy with 3/4 of the available ace deuces.
The lights at the lodge bother me. I love the lights at TCH. Like, it doesn't hurt my eyes.
Oh, and he flopped the last deuce. That's so frustrating. Oh, that's irritating.
That's just a beautiful building.
That is insane.
That
ace,
is,
deuce, 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 and you get the last
that's
one.
irritating. It's It's like, that's not what I was looking for. And he flopped the king, too. I wouldn't be surprised Jeremy's just going to open luck this one.
If you just tuned in and don't know what Big O is, he does not have quads.
He does not have quads. He can only play 2 of them. Yeah, he's just, I suspect he probably won't put any money in here.
It is a nice.
Wrong. Okay, he's going to peel. Let's see what happens. See if we can turn a high card, and they all check.
He said if that room was here, he would move back to Dallas and would never leave.
Yeah, that's going to shut this hand down.
It would be full all the time, too.
Because Kevin makes nut, and nobody else has anything. And Todd also has the same hand. So we're going to see some action from those, but they're not going to be able to get other players to put in any money here. That is unfortunate for those two. It's a little bit of a bad run there.
Yeah, Sam doesn't have any desire to get in there with that ace-high club draw.
Kevin's going to flat with nut. I don't think either player can improve, can they?
Ace-5, ace-5.
Oh, yeah, he could have. Todd could have improved, and he did. Wow, Kevin is going to get paid for
5-7.
Is going to reap the bet, not raising the turn. Todd redrew to a better hand. He's going to pot it and get called immediately. Oh, this is going to frustrate Kevin. My goodness.
5-7. Wow.
That's to test. I mean, not raising the turn. That's, well, he didn't have much left, but if you're super deep there and you raise that turn and then you get, oh goodness. Boy, Kevin that's some very unfortunate situations today.
And Bank runs right into one there.
That one just hurts. That's a cooler. That's a bad beat. However, in this game, you only lose half your chips instead of all your chips. If that was PLO, he'd lost all his chips.
He's like, I did not want Two pair,
Yep.
kings and
It's not
fours.
that bad.
And that's also a sign of frustration, where that's
Yes.
the pessimist of something bad's going to happen, so I'm just not going to stick all my money in on the turn, which he could have. He was well past a 1-to-1 SPR,
Yeah.
I believe. So
Yeah,
that's a
yeah,
sign
yeah,
of frustration, but it's going to work out. You know, he has money left. It's just, man, that's frustrating.
And
I feel for
Todd's
him there.
calling there anyway, right?
Oh yeah, oh god, yeah.
But it's
They
like
both have
that's
nut.
that's a spot you just need to get it in there.
Yeah, they both have nut.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're 20,000 deep here, I understand, but
Right.
you know, with the shorts, generally you just get it in. But that would be a sign of frustration that he's choosing not to get it in with nut there.
Gross hand for the two
Yep.
players that are actually at the bottom of the barrel tonight, Kevin and Todd.
It's in Westlake.
Just hasn't been their night tonight.
Get to Westlake,
it has
it's
not.
Becca just running away with it tonight.
Not a lot that either player could have done too. I mean, not a whole lot of things they could have done better. Just the setups that they were involved in, and you know, that's part of it too. That's the stuff we can't control.
And you said you have not been to the Austin location either
I have
yet.
not,
Okay.
no, I don't get to Austin very often. Sometimes I do.
I don't either, and it's really not that far for us here. I mean, it's 3 hours at the most,
Couple hours, yeah.
depending on when you leave, of course. But the Austin location is up in the northwest part of town, so it's not. You don't have to go through downtown to get there. That's when you start hitting 35 in Austin, that's when the traffic is just a nightmare.
3-hour drive at 3 in the morning,
Yep.
but it's a 8-hour drive at 3 p.m.
Yep, 100%.
I-35 is the worst.
It is.
Okay, real wet low flop right from the beginning.
Thought I saw 2 diamonds on the flop. Yeah, there we go. Corrected. How could that be?
Just right there to the airport, it slows down.
Okay, 10 of hearts, not 10 of diamonds.
There we go. Sorry, we're having some graphic mix-ups, but that's okay. Nobody with the made hand, no 9-7 available. Sam did bet with the nut low draw pair and 2 of those blockers.
It's right there by the airport, right there by all the car dealerships.
Down to 2 players. Turn gets the Jack-9 there with the Queen of Hearts.
The traffic is bad. Oh yeah, so but you can go a different way.
Uh-oh.
Little pause.
There we go. There we go.
No Jack-9 available. Sam knows that with 2 9s.
Sam's going to still continue with 2 blockers. It's not something you want to make a habit of doing, but here, where people have shown to make good folds, you can do this. In a crazy game where you're taking 6 people a turn, this would be suicide. But Sam properly navigating this spot here, and it's going to get rewarded for it. Well done, Sam.
If you go on east on 121.
Nice hand, nice hand. She's been a little quiet of late. She will take that gladly.
Sometimes that's your job. Sometimes you just have to keep the cliche, you got to play the cards you're dealt. You're not dealt a lot. There's not a lot to do.
They changed it like a month ago.
All right, we've got this hand and I think 4 more here at the call of the night in our Big O stream. This is TCH Dallas. If you're just tuning in, you can see the beautiful skyline on the felt there. I am Eric Van Loosen. I've had Greg Vail in with me all night long. Big O specialist, expert, been here to promote. Obviously, some of your info that you do. You've got a great website. You've got books that you've written, but we've got great analysis of these hands tonight that we don't normally get. So thank you so much again for being here.
Of course. And anytime you guys want to run these, just let me know. I'll be here.
Fantastic.
These are coaching gold. They're instructional gold. They can really help out a lot of people that I work with. But all my videos, several hundred videos and hundreds of hours of instructional material is available on my website, doublesuitedpoker.com/TCH livestream, and you can get yourself a free week or a free week of membership, or you can get a free week with the bundle, my scoop bundle, buy all 4 of my books at once. And you can also get a free week. All right, so Kevin has flop trip 4s. Let's go ahead to bet right out in the field. Doesn't look like anybody's got anything to contend with. Frustrating. Yeah, frustrating when you've been getting your head kicked in all night and then finally make something, you can't get any action.
Still can't get it.
But to his credit, he has navigated. He's not shown any frustration verbally. He's not throwing cards. He's keeping his cool. That takes maturity. So compliments to the man there. And he's for the frustrating hands that he has played, man, he's been in some very frustrating spots. He's handled himself quite well.
No, you don't.
No, it's Bernie does that.
Oh yeah, but no, I know they all personally are.
One time for 1 PLO, table 3.
Shout out again to our great production staff and our dealers that have done a great job tonight. Doing what is not easy, a 5-card game where you got to get all 5 cards to scan and get the graphics put up there. So great job, everybody involved tonight. As I jinx us there, as Jeremy's cards don't scan, but he's folded. So, oh, he's rescanning. There we go.
There we are. Ace 2 4 Jack 9 for Jeremy.
I was gonna say he's not folding that one. He's
nope, not folding that one. JP with a very reasonable hand here.
Remember he played with them before? Remember he played before with
7-6.
over here? Yeah, a couple times.
Okay.
There's 4 out there.
Steve-O with the 9-8 draw. Jeremy has the ace with a 2-4 to back it up.
Go in case I'm come back this week. Oh, okay.
He might get this through both players, actually.
Oh, okay.
Nope. Nope. Steve-O says, not so fast, sir. Problem with drawing at the 9-8 is there's only one way to get there that, you know, that's going to be quite helpful, and that's going to be a 10. But, again, that won't change Jeremy's low if he has one, so it's kind of drawing at half here. Jeremy's going to keep it going. He said, if you called here, there's a good chance you had a 2-3 and a 2-4, and you'll fold now.
At 4, right?
If you notice that facial tick that Steve-O just showed with the side of his mouth, that is a frustration. He does not like that card.
Well, him and I like 1 or 8, so he takes 1 and I take the other.
Yep, well done, sir.
Nice hand there for Jeremy.
Pro's gonna pro.
Pro's gonna pro indeed. And again, the website for Mr. Greg Vail is doublesuitedpoker.com. I've got 4 books, 4 volumes of the Scoop Big O and PLO 8 by Mr. Greg Vail. So definitely check that out, doublesuitedpoker.com. You are out of Arizona. Out of Phoenix, Arizona. Had his wife as a guest here tonight, rooting us on and telling us about all the delicious things that she's eating while he's here doing the live stream. But thank you again for sharing your hubs with us. We have had a blast. A lot of folks have been watching tonight. And we're always uncertain how many viewers we're going to get when we do a different game than our normal high-low game. But we've had almost as many viewers as we normally do on our no-limit game. So this has been a lot of fun. Got a few hands left, and we will be out of here.
For all you no-limit players that are turning your nose up to what is this trash, you know, hey, learn a new skill and expand your knowledge set. Keep in mind that high-low and split pot concepts translate very well to Hold'em, but Hold'em concepts do you wrong.
Yes, they do.
They will not transfer well. In fact, they will hurt you in the long run. I say that in all of my videos. This is not Hold'em. Your Hold'em thinking and skills will sabotage you, and that is why I wrote 4 books on the topic, is to explain this game to Hold'em players so that they understand in what terms they can get. All right, everybody likes this one.
Everybody likes this
goodness.
one. Trouble could be brewing here.
Except when a club peels off. And that's going to be the end of that.
Nobody has a club. Not a single club.
Not a single club in the bunch. But after their check to, McGann is going to correctly deduce that she has the best hand. And Jeremy doesn't believe her.
She's definitely got the best hand. Ace 3. Oh, he's got ace 3
Jeremy
as well.
Jeremy has an ace 3.
Wow.
He's going to get quartered here, but he picked something up. He picked something up on McGann that she did not have a flush. I don't know what it was, but that's a very strange call on the turn. He saw something. Unfortunately, whatever he saw is going to get him in trouble.
He's counting his odds.
He's counting it out. He's going to see if he does call, how much he's doing the math here. Jeremy's a super math nerd. And if he has to come to the conclusion that he's getting quartered a vast majority of the time, he's figuring out his price, and he decides that it's going to be less often than he thinks. But he is going to pay for that mistake he made on the turn. Small mistake, but he ended up compounding it later, and that is one of my favorite parts of this game. Small mistakes early, they sow a seed of destruction later. And that's a good example of that. If you make one small mistake, you can pay for it twice. You can pay for it later.
The similarities often between life, sports, whatever, and poker are just, you know, when a football team, I'm a Cowboys fan, so I know all about mistakes, compounding to bigger mistakes. It's like my team will make a 5-yard, you know, freaking false start, and then the next play there's an interception, or it's just like these things just compound, and they just over and over again. And if you play your A game, you know, do your job every single play, you know, you're not going to do it every hand, but those small mistakes can really cost you in the long run. And if you're making that same one throughout a 5-hour session over and over and over again, you're going to be a losing player. You know, if you don't correct those, yeah,
it's going to sabotage your whole night. And I suspect that Jeremy just realized that, because if you notice, he just started counting his chips.
Yep.
And he's going to realize that I may have just cut into my profit. I didn't need to.
Yep.
And he just, how bad was that? And he knows, you know. But then again, he's been playing pretty darn well this whole time. Nobody plays perfectly. You know, everybody is susceptible to making a few small mistakes, and that one is, you know, not that big of a deal. You know, he saw something, and we pros live and die by our reads.
Yeah.
You know, right, wrong, or otherwise, we know they're right. We stick with them, and he saw something that determined that McGann did not like that card, or on the turn card, but fortunately, she still had a better hand.
Of course, she's thinking, how did you have ace-3? I have an ace and 2 3s in my hand, but
So cute.
it's part of the game. She got 3/4 of that pot, though.
Yeah, and it's not, you know, it's not that big of a mistake financially, because it's not, you know, it's not too many dollars that he's making there, but it is a mistake. You know, he lost half of the money that he wagered on the turn in the river, and that's frustrating.
I definitely haven't seen it in Austin.
All right, here we go. More cards in play than in the muck.
Just about one that's little.
Yeah, they know these are the last couple of hands, so some of these players that are stuck are like, this is my shot. Of course, they can always play after the stream is over.
Yeah, they're going to keep going.
7-4.
Big mess of cards.
There's a deuce 3.
We're not going to whittle it down to anything meaningful until we get a couple of folds.
Sam's got a deuce 3.
Jeremy went ahead and bet here because he has enough hand to continue, but he does not have enough hand to check call. So he's going to go ahead and lead and take the momentum, pick his own price, and go to the turn. Nobody's got a 4 here. Jeremy's going to keep representing it here. He's probably making this play to buy himself a free showdown. It's probably what I would do. If I chose to bet flop and turn here, I'm going to do this with the intention of buying myself a free showdown.
Deuce 3 now is a wheel.
That's what he's been representing from the start, but Sam does have that hand.
Okay.
I suspect Jeremy's just going to check this back.
Yeah, that's what I was.
No, I was going.
Not a huge pot right now, so
Sam's going to avoid that and lead right into him. Force him to have the hand he's representing, and she's right. He does not. But she's going to deny him the ability to get a free showdown.
The 100.
Yep.
Ready.
She's doing his move, right?
He is, and see, Sam has seen him that he's messed this up twice. He's been susceptible to this twice, so she knows that she's going to step on this advantage. There's not a lot of advantages to be had between Sam and Jeremy, but she has picked up that this is one of them.
Quarter pot gets called.
Got it. Well done, Sam.
7 high straight and wheel.
You don't have a straight, Jeremy. Do we?
Man, my block betting worked.
Yeah, it did.
Oh, we must have a misread. We must have a misread, and that must be
It does say she wins the high and the low.
You get 3/4, and that's half of the last bet.
Oh, Jeremy has a 3 in his hand.
He has to.
Oh, he has the 3 in his hand somehow. We have an error on the cards.
Yeah, he has to have a 3.
He has to have a 3 because. Whoa! Disregard everything I just said.
Yeah.
Folks. Everything I said doesn't apply in this hand because we had a misread on the cards. Jeremy getting 3/4 means one of those cards is a 3 in his hand.
Because otherwise, she was playing that to a T and used his bet size.
Yes.
That is why he said, I want to raise you so bad.
Yes, I want to raise you so bad, but she put the brakes on him to take a lot of those clubs out of his bag.
Right.
You know, I said if she checks, anything can happen, and she might have to make a really uncomfortable call, but she picks her own price there and effectively puts the handcuffs on him. Even with a 7 high straight and a wheel, he can't raise.
Yeah, notice she said, I love my bet there.
Yep, and I do too.
Yeah.
Well done, Sam. Pro on pro violence. All right. Oh, hi, Mindy.
Mindy Campbell
Mindy.
saying, Greg is the bomb.
You're the bomb. You're the bomb, Mindy.
Just don't say that on an airplane, okay?
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
please.
Mindy's the bomb. She's the best. Thanks for stopping by, Mindy.
Yeah, been a lot of fun. We are on our final hand. Reminder, this is what's going on right now in the DFW area, including a Big O tournament coming up. Check the schedule online or on pokeratlas.com. But Trailblazer Tour kicked off today. It's going on as we speak out in the room. And it looks like they're going to finish us off with a double board PLO bomb pot, so
Oh,
4 cards, not 5.
Not a whole lot we're going to be able to say
Yeah.
other than just trying to figure out what everybody's got. But thanks for watching, everybody. Again, you can have all of my instructional material is available on doublesuitedpoker.com. My books are cheaper there than anywhere else on the internet. If you pay more than $40 for my books, you are getting scammed or you are paying too much. Don't pay Amazon. They take 60% from authors. They're a bunch of thieves.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
Doublesuitedpoker.com. Greg Vail, the author and co-commentator tonight. Been a blast. Hope you guys learned a little something and enjoyed it.
I do coach. I have a couple of dozen students at any given one time, or students or clients, rather, depending on what you're doing. I do coach more than just Big O. I do coach any split pot games, mixed games. I do help a lot of people with the mental game, and anybody who is a professional or aspires to be one. I can help you with career management. I can help you take steps forward in your careers with things you might not be aware of. You know, even stuff as simple and boring as expense tracking. You know, whatever it takes to help you make you more money. That's my job.
I do like that they're ending it with a bomb pot versus a flip. A lot of our no-limit guys just prefer to do a flip, no betting, whatever.
Yeah,
Somebody can still get stacked in this hand. So
yeah, we want consequences.
Yeah, we want blood. That was actually a 3 on the bottom board on the river, so we got 3-3 as the run out on that board.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that the software is not. This is not made for double board like this. There's only one reader, right, in the middle of the table. So it's okay. There's going to be mistakes.
Flush up top for Todd.
I got nothing. Where's my? No, there's no extra card.
Trip 3s on the bottom for Todd. He's going to scoop her.
Queens and 3s.
Yeah, he's going to, looks like it, scoop it with the random 3
Scoopy-doopy.
and a 9 high flush. He's going to get the whole thing.
Yeah, one of the last bombs they were actually doing the Big O variety, so they had to do one less burn. I don't know. That's what made it to where they decided just to go to the 4-card variety, but looks like that's going to be our last hand. Once again, here is the man, Mr. Greg Vail. I'm Eric Van Loozen. We had a blast tonight. Thank y'all again for tuning in and joining us. And check out Greg Vail, doublesuitedpoker.com. All right, rock and roll. Thanks again, everybody, and we will see y'all next time. Hope you enjoyed Big O. Start a game in your local room.